when he talked about PO's decision and the timing, he said that going to court now is a very bad move for PO. I think it's totally wrong. He mentioned that it's going to affect his political chances, or maybe, in 2027. I think it's wrong. Because one of the things that PO has been running on is on this symbol of integrity. Now, going to court now is going to help him clear his name. Because Deji control that faction of what's this? AAC, this Showore audience, or fraction of these young minds that are neither here nor there, that are probably looking up to him, thinking that whatever he's saying, because he's a lawyer they look up to, is true. Some of them are beginning to believe that which he has been saying since 2022 to be true. So now, clearly, his name is going to make them see clearly
Yeah.
that this man they look up to is a liar, which is
Yeah.
Deji. So that's why it's very important that he maintain or clears his name.
Okay.
And then also, winning the case is also going to help him terminate one defamatory voice online, just like he has done to Onanoga. That one used to tweet more than Deji. He used to breathe PO like air. But now that one has gone so quiet. He doesn't tweet more again. So that is probably going to die down at the
Yeah.
end of this whole thing if PO wins the case. And then again, I listened to someone that came up here also and mentioned
Quickly,
something about,
quickly, please round up.
I'm rounding up my brother. He talked about how Deji is very stubborn. He's not going to apologize or issue a statement. I I so much want him not to apologize. I want him not to apologize because I like drama. I like to see the end of this. I like to see how it ends. I like to actually see if it's true that people paid you to support him. I want to see if it's true that all those things you've been alleging are actually true. And if it is not true, just like, is it goat or truth, or somebody mentioned here, this case, there are two connotations. There are civil defamatory cases there, and there are criminal cyber stalking or cyber harassment. If indicted, these two things can die or kill Deji's career. Because even if it's not PO, somebody in the obedient camp who he has gone, like he has made so many enemies. Somebody can decide now to petition NBA with that court case. If he loses it,
All right.
for him to be disbarred, or petition the various embassies in Nigeria for them to deny him visas and all those kind of things. So this is a very wrong move for him. If I am him, or maybe somebody that he listens to, I will advise him to probably find a way to make peace or seek for peace and maybe issue those apologies. Thank you so much, Deji.
All right. Thank you, Kingsley. So, guys, I was just thinking about something. I think everyone keeps, maybe not everyone, but what I keep hearing sounds almost as though it's so sure that Deji will lose this case, right? Like he's so sure. But that's part of the risk that PO has also embarked on, because everyone keeps saying, oh, like for some people who were saying PO shouldn't have done this, oh, this is not right, this, that, looking from the point of view that, he's being oppressive. But the truth cannot be defamation. So if for some reason, I don't know how, the Adeyanju is able to prove all of these claims he has made, then it means that you know PO will be, well, maybe not guilty, but will be, you can say that PO is all these things. If he's able to prove that PO, if he's able to prove that PO actually stole billions of this thing, that means PO, that's huge. Get what I mean? That definitely wrecks the reputation of PO. So PO also has something to lose in all of this, guys. So it's not. Yes, don't think the Jade Oju is the only one that is being oppressed here. It's a very tricky situation. And if PO wins as well, it's just like the VDM and Femi Falana matter. You know, the Jade Oju gets more popularity, gets more stuff from all of this. I think he gets more out of it.
Deji
But
has more to lose than Pio has
oh,
more.
really? Okay, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But personally, I really haven't really given my opinion on this. But personally, I just feel like as far as they are not arresting anybody, they are not using police to go and kidnap him. It's just a lawsuit. Let them go and sort it in court. I don't have any issue
Deji,
with that.
is it already a lawsuit?
Losing
Okay,
the
it's
court
not
case,
exactly. It's
Deji
not. I
losing
mean,
the court
it's
case
going to be a
could
Exactly.
end.
lawsuit
So we are talking
eventually.
about lawsuit,
No,
but there
it's
is
going
not
to
a
be a
lawsuit
lawsuit
there.
eventually because they
They
had
are
already said, hold on, please,
it,
Kenny. Yeah, you are right. I'm wrong. Let's stop it there. So it's not a lawsuit yet, right? There's a letter that has been for him to retract the statement, but he has already, even his comment on that thing is that we will see. You can't wait to meet you in court. So he's already ready to go to court.
That's
So
the
yeah,
thing. Losing the court case could end his career as a lawyer. But
yeah.
can that, if PO should lose on the other hand, can that end his political career? That's the question you can ask. Because if you petition the Nigerian Bar Association for him, if he loses and you petition the Nigerian Bar Association, he could be disbarred. If you go to the NBA Act, the Legal Practitioner Act of Nigeria, Section 11, just being criminally indicted in Nigeria is a grant enough for you to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
disbarred.
I hear you, but again, like you said, it's all going to be dependent on, the
if he is
perception of.
bad,
Hold
if
on,
he
please, guys. Hold
okay,
on, guys. You
okay,
will get your time. I'm sorry.
okay, okay.
I'm sorry. So it depends on the perception of the public, right? So what you are saying is that if a court actually rules on a matter that Deji Adeyanju is right to call PO a bigot with all the evidence Deji Adeyanju provides. I think that's a huge disservice to PO. If court rules that is Deji Adeyanju is right because he was able to prove that PO stole billions, that's a huge disservice to PO's reputation for being someone who is very you know very without corruption. You get what I mean? So the point is
So
not
it's still all in
everyone
court of
on
public
both sides.
opinion.
Everyone on both sides all have something to lose on this case. But anyway, Oluomo, please go on.
Ah, Baba, I've been here. Hey, Mr.
You will go
Deji.
after Obiolumo Adeyinka.
Alaye, calm down, calm down, calm down. Ah, this one get us. Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Daisy. Good afternoon, all the members of the audience as well. This one for me is even the thing get us CB because Pio is my leader. Deji is my guy too. So and I'm not surprised, not at all, because I mean it's been happening for a very, very long time, very, very long time. I remember since 2022. So normally when Deji host Twitter Spaces. I'm normally his co-host on most of the spaces, even before the election, 2023, even after the elections and stuff. And we even talked about even doing some spaces recently, but obviously everybody's just occupied in their respective lives. A lot of time when they just hosting spaces with me and his co-hosts, of course, he's always accusing Peter B and stuff. And a lot of obedience are also angry with me too that how can I be letting Deji speak like this and I'm his co-host, blah blah and stuff and everything. I'm always trying to be civil. Sometimes I go to Deji's WhatsApp and say, Baba, calm down. Mm-mm. You should not be saying this, you understand? I think the bottom line is Deji's obviously has his own personality, you understand? But for me, I just sort of feel like, what, this is just when I saw everything going on today, I've obviously reached out to Deji as well to say, okay, these things make we sort them out in-house, you understand? In fact, I was hoping Deji would be that obedient by now, but we all know Mr. Deji is very stubborn and he has his way. I mean, I was hoping he would have been an obedient before the election, but that didn't work. But at the end of the day, for me, is this is not very common. A lot of things have been said, which can also be very, very damaging to both parties. I mean, when you look at the case going on itself, there's tensions, and I mean, not just even Nigeria, it happens in many, many countries as well. Public figures like Mr. Peter Obi, of course, want to defend their names, of course, to ensure that no misinformation, doesn't harm them when it comes to their careers or public perspectives at all times. And of course, at the end of the way, now look at what the gentleman Mr. Deji is doing about talking about his tenure when he was governor of Anambra States and all these stuffs, defrauding, calling him religious bigotry. I mean, a lot of things were said. And I've even said to Mr. Deji so many times, like in close corners, this man is not being charged with the EFCC. Nothing has happened. You understand? So we have to be careful of something to say. I mean, we're all educated. You understand? We can't just come out and use funny words that defames people's characters and stuff.
Please, I want
Yeah.
to ask you a question. Are you not the one that was
Sorry about that, Olong. Please go on.
When people they sorry, what do you say digital? I mean, I don't speak on spaces when some APC clowns come on there. I mean, they lack manners. Just come, speaking. I mean, someone's speaking for crying aloud. This is exactly what we're saying. Have some decorum for crying aloud. You just come in here. You sugarcoating someone. I mean, maybe so. I mean, it's Twitter space, but like I said, and I'll just leave it to that place. I mean, some of these guys need to respect people's stuff. You just come on badge and someone speaking. I mean, let's have some fucking decorum for crying out loud. So, the guys even changed my train of thought. To be honest, it's even go. I lost all my train of thought for a
Yeah, so
second.
you were saying basically that since we're all educated,
Yeah.
we needed not to be to be making claims we cannot substantiate.
Absolutely, yeah. It's like I was saying, and people have to be careful, especially when you're educated and stuff. I mean, we're coming. I mean, I've had a heated arguments with Mr. Deji myself, about these things for quite a while, and even sometimes when I'm close to him on spaces, I'm also not comfortable with some of the rhetorics and stuff. I mean, I'm open to say, okay, if P2B has something to do, let the EFC do their job. You understand? EFC hasn't charged him to court. You can't just assume stuff because you don't believe in somebody, you don't believe in their mindset, fine. I mean, the beauty of democracy is people support different political parties. Maybe you like it or not. I have friends who in the PDP, friends who are in the APC, NNPP, ADC. I'm a big fan of Yele, Omo Yele Sowore. So many things and stuff. So we all need to also respect you. So because someone is not your party member, doesn't give you right to defame them and talk down about them and stuff. I mean, sometimes I see some of these APC guys talk about, P2B and stuff, but the same Yaya Bello, EFC is arrested him. I mean, this man's walking free in Kogi State for crying loud. You've never seen APC guys come talk about Yaya Bello. You understand? Look how much this guy is taking that is allegedly taking at EFCC. EFCC never arrested Peter Obi to charge him to court or something. Yaya Bello has been charged to court. So why are you guys not angry about that enough? I mean, this is your fellow political party member, APC guys. EFCC has charged him to court. They didn't charge P2P to court. So at the end of the day, we need to get things right. I like to be civil. I like to be neutral. Some decisions because of people think maybe because you're supporting someone. No. At the end of the day, for me, Deji's my friend. You understand? I've also reached out to him and say, listen, all these things is irrelevant. Let's try to make things happen. But delete the tweet and make a public apology. We go even laugh about it, you understand? And move on from there. So but all this, go to court and stuff for me is not right, you understand, At the end of the day, I see where Peter B is coming from as well. Because at the end of the day, public figures need to defend their names and ensure that no misinformation doesn't harm their careers or public perceptions at all times. My leader is going to be running for president 2027. I'm going to be supporting him with my full chest 100%. And of course, if all these things are going on, I think it's only fair that it goes along that line. But the bottom line is because Deji is also my friend too. I'm also like, listen, Oga Deji, I beg, help us delete these things. Understand? Let's just do a tweet, and all of us can move forward from it. Because the bottom line is Deji's a wonderful person, amazing person. I know him very well in a certain corner. I have a brotherly love for him. So it makes me sad that this is happening between my leader, Peter Obi, and of course my brother Deji. So I just really hope we're not going to go to courts. I really honestly hope this can be sorted out. Oh my gosh. These people, so I just always hope like this can be sorted out in house, and at the end of the day, it will not reach it. I mean, for too long, when you look at everything's happened. It serves as a reminder that when you look at the digital era itself, what carries a lot of weight, and of course, public figures, and of course, activists like Deji Adeyanju as well operate in a complex space where reputation, free expressions intersects at all time. For me, I just think there's a lot of mutual people between P2B and Deji
Yeah.
Adeyanju. I could just go to the drawing board and say, listen, Deji apologize, tweet, do one tweet. Listen, I'm not even happy to even host a space. Deji can even we can laugh, apology about it, I will come move on. I think the way we're moving forward now is I want to see people like Deji Adeyanju, people working together to kick APC out of the government to make sure we make our country great again for me. But yeah, thank you, Deji, for giving me a opportunity to
Thank
speak in
you,
this space. For real.
Oluomo.
Thank you.
For some reason, while you were speaking, about 15 of my APC friends have been requesting mic. I don't know what you have said that has triggered this. Yesterday, we're looking for them to debate. They ran away, but today they have found their voice. It's okay. Adeyinka, please go on. Your background is noisy, by the way.
Oh, don't
Adeyinka,
worry. I just yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, 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 go on.
Okay. I've learned so much about Nigeria, the future, APC, LP from this space. So I started like my career in radio. Started my career in radio, and so I understand a lot of politics that happens when people come on radio or they are given a chance to talk. So I worked at Learning FM. I also worked at MITV and Star FM. And like I've just one small example. So my head of news at MITV then he used to tell me I wasn't in the news department. I was in the digital market space. So I was in the digital marketing space. So he would tell me, don't do politics, so because something happened right now, and I don't think I'm not sure whether it was APC. Then they will say this party just reached out to me and said we should craft the news like this. This party also said let's craft the news like this. So he just told me, be good to everybody. If you're interested in politics, be a man of your word. Don't allow people speak for you. So for somebody like me, I've always loved the opposition. There was a time when I was Tinubu's fan. I think when Obasanjo was the president in Nigeria, he increased my mom's salary, and that was the first time that teachers started bringing cars to primary school. My mom couldn't buy a car then. She was raising three kids. Still, I was sent to the university with cooperative money. But why am I saying all of this? You see, it's easy to be a freedom fighter and a revolutionist, but when you enter power, what will you do? So I'm pro. I'm pro obedience. I'm pro better Nigerian economy. I'm pro giving Nigeria a space to actually get better. But you see, this one where we look at our political leaders as the messiah, they are human beings. Oh, they are all human beings. And if somebody says, no, I won't support
issues that's currently going on with this swing, however. Because people actually mentioned that this effort or this case that was made by Peter Obi's legal representative is being done because someone he threatened to sue someone earlier in the week, and then this was just reprisal to that particular comment I made. But I want to actually say that certain things that people have said, the way they've said it, and the intention behind those things that they've said is actually wrong in the sense that they've taken this fight from what it actually is to something else. Now, we also point out that people that are supporting Deji Adeyanju right now and saying that he's right and everything, and then Obi shouldn't have sued him, would have supported, like, will be against, let me say now, will be against Deji Adeyanju if it was the other way around. And then we that we have to like defend Peter Obi now will be on the other side of the full chain, defending the instead of defending now will be against him. So this thing just looks like something that is more of sentimental. There are no logic to a lot of assessment that people have brought forward so far, and everybody just wants to make claim to whatever works for them. Because I've had the AAC guys trying to defend Deji Adeyanju and claiming that he's not biased, he's been neutral, and then he has no connection to defaming Peter Obi. And I've seen tweets on them to these X space where the APC members have dragged Deji because it was not then it was against them. Now I will take you back to the 2015 and the 2019 election where majority of us, I will speak for myself now, we were against the then government, that was the PDP government. Now, what we have in mind, if we put Peter Obi out of the equation now, is a better Nigeria that we're seeking for. Majority of us then defended the Buhari government coming into power so that things can get easier for Nigeria as a whole. But then when we got into that space and then he was elected and then good luck put up very little fight in getting him in. Majority of these people in power now, we are the champions of that cause then. And now somebody mentioned about somebody speaking against them, Wole Soyinka and then whatever. These people now came into the whole discourse right now because they were also part of the people that were championing that cause then. But when it comes to them now, they seem to have a different opinion of how things should be run. And I think that should be actually sorted because they've taken the course of the nation now, the what we are supposed to pursue onto a one-man fight. And then I'm a Yoruba boy, I'm a Yoruba man, and they've made we Yorubas, certain Yorubas, look as if we cannot defend our own. They've turned this all around onto a bigotry issue, and they've made man rise up against man, your neighbor against neighbor, all to achieve whatever that they need to achieve in keeping themselves in government. They have incited violence. They've publicly promoted voting apathy, and these people that claim that the obedience are the ones that don't, they are not sane, they do things irrational. They have failed to call up their own. Now, if you are saying you want to talk about being plain, the elections that have happened since Tinubu came into government, not one election in the whole country have actually gone the way elections should have gone. People do not turn up. There have been threats. I go out with my voters card on elections day, and then you cannot even find the INEC officials there. They don't turn up. They did it in Lagos. They've done it in Ogun. And these people have no issue with all those things because it seems to favor them. But when a case comes up and they will usually cry that yeah, we are not staying because they've come up. Yeah, on this on the hex space, I've actually gone up against someone who is not of the Yoruba origin. and when he was actually speaking about how Yorubas are this and that, and then we engaged in conversation, and then he was trying to make me understand that I should understand the base of where all these things comes from, because I have to. I'm a Yoruba person. I should defend my own first before I say okay, let me. But then when you see that the person you who claims to be defending you is actually against you, there is no way that policies are brought up and then you will not find one or two that actually work in the favor of of the people. But those people that are being favored are of the few. So do we support you working for 1%, or instead of we supporting 99% of the populace? And I think they don't have any issues with that one. They feel like everything should go on just as it is, as long as it favor them. So instead of yeah, let me quickly round that up. So instead of you, yeah, let me round that up. So instead, I will kindly note to them that instead of claiming that you are the Omoluabis and everything, just stick to you supporting APC and leave the Yoruba whatever heritage that we've had and we've preserved over the years before coming to this particular election and this period. Leave us out of it. Support your APC in peace. We can all coexist. It is all about opinions, and just keep on to your heritage. You don't have to be against somebody because they don't support you. So I will rest my case with these few ones. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Akinyo. Etika, go on.
All right, thank you very much, Deji. You see,
By the way, if your network drops you again, I'm not bringing you back up.
I
Thank
don't
you.
hear you. You go bring me up. To there. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello,
Yes,
can you hear me?
I can hear you, bros. Go on.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Deji, on this space, Showore was called a madman. On this space, Tinubu was called different names. On this space, in short, somebody, Kingsley by name, said Tinubu as a lot of people are missing, are nowhere to be found because they abused Tinubu. And even his son used his dad's DSS to arrest people. Now, that's Kingsley. We need to provide a lot of people that are missing, that have been arrested by Tinubu, or Tinubu made them to be missing. So I quote him verbatim now, verbatim. And thank God this page is recorded. Now, you cannot come online and be making such statements. And when they go at Chinedu Gbadebo, Chinedu Rosvago, you want to cry for him. Now, the people that are missing, Kingsley may need to provide their names, how they got missing because they abused Tinubu. You see, you want a safe society. You want a society that works, but you don't want to be held accountable to the rule of law. And the law, there is nothing like rule of, there is nothing like a safe society without law and order. And you must learn to do unto others what you want others to do unto you. The boy that spoke the other time, Odunayo, on several times has called Tinubu a drug baron, that he was convicted in the US. Tinubu was neither convicted nor indicted in the US for drug. A lot of obedience have called Tinubu a drug baron, and we know what that is. You know the meaning of drug baron, right? And people who have refused to use their sense believe that a US of all places, somebody who is who is a drug baron will be allowed to leave the soil of the US as of the time, the period that Pablo Escobar and his boys were being hounded, and many of them still in Guantanamo Bay up to today. And you think that a black man like Tinubu, a drug baron that you people have alleged him, America will just say, go. We found $1.5 billion in your account. We are taking 4.9, taking 400 and something thousand. Take 1.1 million and go. And you think that will happen on American soil without using your sense? On many occasions, we have also heard obedience saying that FBI is releasing a file, Tinubu's criminal record, calling him a criminal. Somebody that was neither indicted nor convicted, calling him a criminal. It's been more than 1 year that they said that will happen. FBI has not released the file. Now, let's say all of these people that have called this man criminal, drug baron, are being hounded, arrested, or even sued for criminal defamation. What will you people say? Is gagging people. Is gagging, but criminal defamation is not an opinion. You are free to condemn his work, his governance, but bringing his reputation to question. On many occasions, we have also heard people, I'm talking about obedience now, saying, oh, it's not from Lagos, it's from Iraq. His name is Ogunkiniko. If Tinubu decided to say, I want to take them out one by taking them to court, you will say, oh, it's gagging people. If you don't want the hotness of the kitchen, stay away from the kitchen. In as much as you have put yourself forward in the public for political purposes, be ready to take anything that comes to you. Anything. Okay? Now, we have heard a lot of people here say, oh, Deji Adeyanju has this and that and that. A lot of you have also made more grievous statements on persons who are close to this government, and you are still working freely today. You are still working freely. While I give kudos to your Agulu president for going the legal route on the Deji Adeyanju, but this particular case, if we get to court, win or lose, is going to unearth a lot of things. And I will say many of you should watch your back and what you say on spaces, because people will start coming for you one by one. One by one. It then means you are not safe anymore to say any defamatory stuff against other people who were here alive when this same lady called Sarah, I call her Sarah, Sarah, when they went and kidnapped Pastor Okeze on this app, people were ailing. Whoa. Tell me any obedient that have been kidnapped that way. But let me finish, Joe. Any obedient that have been kidnapped the
Round up.
way
You don't have to say
Okeze
everything
was
on your
kidnapped.
mind. Just round up.
Yeah. Tell me any obedient that have been kidnapped the way Okeze was kidnapped on this app. Just one. Another point that was said, I'm trying to find Deji, I'm going to your back and go as they talk at the type and give you for back. So that you know go say there's no talk. Then I go back to our chat. You see, This thing where Obi wan start, when other people start am, I just no wan hear democracy, you are gagging our voice, democracy is not in danger right now because Obi Obi is suing somebody which he has the right to do. Just also remember that anybody that is coming for any obedience legally, we don't want to hear democracy in danger, because what is good for the geese is good for the gander. Whatever you don't want to be served, don't serve others. So this thing, I like it that Deji is not backing down. They are going to court, and we wait for the outcome. But whatever the outcome is going to touch a lot of obedience, because we know many of you, we know many of you, and we continue to cut Tinubu
All right.
then we will find a way to get you people to court. They will then know that democracy is for everybody, not for some people to have the freedom to attack others why they don't want to be attacked legally. We are going to
All
do
right.
it on this app. Going to 2027, there will be a lot of court cases. Court cases. For me, you are free to do anything. But me, I will take it to traditional court.
Okay.
Traditional
Thank.
court lèmi máa lọ. Ẹni tó máa sọ
All right.
lóko pa, tó máa sọ lápá, ẹni tó máa ṣìṣe, tó kọ́ máa kó sẹ́nu tírélà, ó máa wà lára yín gan. So ti
All
yé
right.
yín. Traditional court is where me I'm going. I no go go all this conventional court. Traditional court. Then we can
All
see.
right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Etika Aka. I mean, if it was someone who we don't know to be very reckless with his statements that is talking like this, I would be like, Omo, make I dey fear. Oh." But not Etika Aka. Someone with a reputation of speaking so. I don't want to be disrespectful. Now you they carry person go traditional court.
Like I
Now
said,
you they
everybody
go
will
first
go to court.
stone.
I did not say excluding me. I also
Now
want to
you
go to
still go
court.
first
I did
stone.
not exclude
Etika
myself. I
Aka.
said everybody. So we
Okay.
go do am legally.
All right. All right. Thank you.
But
Thank
me,
you.
I will not go legal with anybody.
All
I will go
right.
traditional court
We
with
don't
una.
hear you.
Thank
We
you.
don't hear you. Thank you. All right. So, guys, we're going to do some quick fire this thing, but there are about two legal heads on the space at the moment, and this is actually a legal matter, and I don't want to offend any of this people because more people don't pay for here. So there's I think Chooks and Barrister Juliet. So guys, just I crave your indulgence. Uh, I would like Mr. Stevens to speak first. Now, when it's done, I'll bring in Barrister Juliet and Chooks, and we can sort of, dissect some of the legal implication of this particular case. Let's just try to do that. Steven, please go on.
Sorry, did you please check your name, please?
All right, Michael.
Deji, thank you very much. I will be quick. I do realize that a lot of people want to chime in. I apologize for my voice. I'm a little bit under the weather. I will not take the line of most people. Um, I am, I am truly, truly worried that uh, my principal Peter Obi has decided to take this action. One of the reasons why I'm worried is that it will serve as a precedent for the demons that run the country as we stand. We were just unpacking the lady they call Ruth, who went to Ghana to go and be comparing Ghana with Nigeria. And when she was called out on her bullshit, she went to a lawyer. And that's one of the things I wrote there. I suspect that you might have seen that tweet. And I said, if you live in the glass house, do not throw stones. And I condemned her because she went to get a lawyer to sue David, whereas she built her reputation on dragging other people, stealing people's content, talking about unprintable sexual content, and she became allegedly an influencer. So I was taken aback when I saw lawyers talking about Deji. Deji is a nuisance online and offline. He's not at the same level with someone like our principal Peter Obi. When Sarah was being back and forth with him, that's understandable. But I think
Peter Obi is
it
a
is
madman. Peter Obi is a madman. He's a madman. Peter Obi is a
ethic,
madman.
ethical hacker or whatever you call your name. I don't know why you don't even use your. At this point, I think we should have everybody should go back to their identity, so that if you want to be sued, they can know who to sue. My legal name is Stephen Osemige. I'm from Edo State. I am not even hiding my identity. This is me. But you are ethical hacker. That is nobody. You can't sue ethical hacker. Ethical hacker does not. Nobody knows who is ethical. You don't exist. So please, if you want to actually talk, let's know who you are, because we are now. One of the reasons why I'm afraid that our principal may have made this decision and is dangerous is that lawyers are going to make a lot of money. They just went to Enugu recently and they spent a lot of money. Some people say hotels were all booked. A lot of things went on in that Enugu. So they need money now. So I want us to understand that we have now entered a new dimension. People like Odunayo that are lawyers, they will soon be making a lot of money. But speech online is closing, because what this means, I know he has not been sued. I think Deji did well by correcting the topic. But if you check other news handles on blogs, is the topic is that P2B has sued Deji. Deji wanted this. He said, I double dare you in one of his tweets. He wanted it. He wanted, because he trades on attention. He's like the VDM of these days. They enjoy attention, good or bad. And Deji has won a lottery. We are in space talking about a very useless, unimportant one riffraff somewhere in Abuja who nobody cares about. Now we are all now talking about him. That's what he wanted. I fear that that was just giving him what he wanted. He doesn't deserve to be even listened to. So I don't know why the legal folks have advised our principal to even respond to him. It's not that important. Now the APC urchins, like the guy that was speaking just now, whose identity is unknown, he's not joking. They're going to come after other people because they control the government. They know what they do to rig elections and all that. So I want you to know, if you're on this space, that the democratic space and freedom of speech space is closing. And I fear that maybe I'll be corrected. I don't know it all. Personally, I would have advised against even attending to Deji. And I think we may now see more lawsuits, unfortunately. But Daisy, thank you for holding the space. I hope we can draw this back. We need to be able to speak. That's what the democracy is all about. Thank you all.
Thank you, Stephen. All right. So let's start with defamation, because I guess this is what we are being told the lawsuit will be about if he doesn't come to retract his tweet and apologize and publish in dailies and all of that. So welcome Chooks and Barrister Juliet. Let's start with Barrister Juliet. Barrister, um is this particular case, is there enough grounds to actually say this is a defamation case, and what exactly does this mean?
Thank you very much, Mr. Deji. Good evening, everyone. Um, I like the fact that we are having spaces like this because I keep saying that there needs to be a lot of orientation about our Nigerian laws. It also helps to test the law. Yes, we know we've had precedents of cases over time whereby the law has been tested. But in the present generation of using social media and people making unsubstantiated comments, it's high time we really revisit the laws of defamation. So, what is defamation? Defamation is a situation where you try to ridicule a person's reputation in the eyes of the public on unsubstantiated grounds. So, yes, we know that there's freedom of speech according to Section 39 of the 1999 Constitution. We also know that politicians are treated as public figures, but this right is not absolute. I keep telling us that we have rights which accrue to every person as a citizen, but just like we have right to life, but it is not absolute. So if you cross the line between committing an offense and then feeling that you will not be sanctioned or sued by the court and by anyone who has felt injured. I don't think we should follow that trajectory. Now, defamation is a personal action. Like I said, this space should be more of educative. Defamation is a personal action. So you cannot sue on behalf of someone. It won't survive. That matter won't survive. It's dead on arrival. So it's a person whose personality, whose reputation is injured that can sue. So Peter Obi is within his right to sue. Deji Adeyanju can also defend himself. He knows the law. Is a lawyer, and he has been able to understand that you have a right for defense. Now, like I said, defamation is not making statements, freedom of speech is not absolute. So when you make a false and damaging statement against any person, that person can sue. And in Nigeria today, we have two angles to defamation: the civil and the criminal defamation. Although this is still sketchy, some states still have criminal defamation, some states have changed this pattern. Now, if the words they Adeyanju use, there are ways you can criticize someone. So using words like a fraud, using words, strong statements, and he has made other allegations. It's fine if you have your evidence. So it's now for him to prove this in court. So people saying that uh, there are other people that have made such damaging statements. If it is also within the ambit of law and also the privileges of anyone who feels damaged to sue. That is why we should not get scared of the court. The court is to educate the public. The court is to give sanctions. The court is also to correct. So let the court continue to refine our laws. Let the court continue to interpret our laws, and let the Nigerian people be open-minded to understand these things. Like I said, there is freedom of speech, but when you make a statement that is unsubstantiated, I think this is where we must have emphasis on. That is where we can now start talking about if he's going to have his day in court, if Obi will have Peter Obi will have his day in court, or if the Deji Adeyanju will also have his day in court. These are all the issues I think for me I want to really speak on, and I think we all can now ask questions relating to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Chooks. Thank you for joining. So you were talking about defamation earlier. You wanted to clarify some things. Please go on. Is Chooks there? Okay. Since he's not there, Mr. Ade, I also hear you're a lawyer. I didn't know that. So do you want to also add to the conversation?
Yes, I am. But to be clear, although I'm trained in the principles of law, I'm not licensed in Nigeria. I wanted to actually go into the merits, but I need a moment to get to my computer so I can expose some of the merits of this case.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Anyway, Chooks, please try and
Yeah, when I'm ready, can I
yeah,
allow
just
you when
raise
I'm
your
ready,
hand.
and then I can
Just raise
make
your
my
hand.
submission. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So, Barrister, I mean, yes, if Deji doesn't apologize, the court, the this particular matter will then find itself to court. And like I think I'm not sure if you were the one that said that the truth, um, is the only cure to defamation. That if the truth has been established, then there's no defamation. I know that. I mean, it's not in court at the moment, so I don't know if that classifies as sub judice. But I was gonna ask, like, for someone of Deji's stature, right? Someone who also is a lawyer in his own right, surely, he must know that his utterances could also be challenged, and being a lawyer, he would have some evidence to be able to prove, that what he's saying is true. Um, what do you think?
Yeah, yes, come again. Let make that statement very
So
clear,
what I
please.
mean is that, as a lawyer, yeah, he definitely knows defamation and what sort of consequences that could come as a result of being found guilty of it, right? And
Yeah.
being a lawyer, he probably, surely knowing what that is, he maybe was guided by some evidence that we don't know about.
So
So is
so
it
that's
possible
it.
that he could be reckless with his
The thing is, you see, the basis of anyone who brings their matters to court, they say he who alleges must prove. On the grounds of proving any matter, it's based on evidence. So once you, in fact, that clause proving is you having evidence to substantiate any claim, be it crime, be it a civil action, just bring your evidence. So it's okay to criticize on policies because I heard some people talking about public figures and all that. They are not immune to criticism when the criticism is based on policies, the governance style, the public decisions, or expressing opinions. And they are still words. And that's why I said this space is more. It should. I love the fact that it's an educative space because a lot of Nigerians are also here who actually are not abreast with the law and do not know some of these things, that they will also understand that there are choice of words that you use when critiquing. You don't just say things that can be that can allegations of crime, allegation of corruption, immorality, or bribery without evidence. So if you are saying or alleging someone did something, you should also understand that you are bringing forward to the public or to the court of law things that will substantiate your claim. You don't just speak because you want to speak. And that's why I said in the era of social media, a lot of people tend to cross this line. So when you're doing that, when you're critiquing someone, understand that you are doing it on the basis of substantiated evidence. And that is why most times they will say people should be careful of their utterances so they don't cross the thin line between free speech in a democratic nation and then defaming somebody. And what is defamation? Like I said, reducing a person's reputation in the eyes of the public, making false and damaging statements, false and damaging, the emphasis on false and damaging statements. So it could be right, damaging, good, because you know you're coming with evidence to substantiate your claim. Since Deji has used strong words like bigots, strong words like fraud, and also strong bribery, using some connotations like that, he also needs to substantiate this. And I think the emphasis more should even be on the fraud case with respect to the personal relationship. He said he was actually bribed. So these are the things he's going to substantiate, bring to court. He is a lawyer, he should also know better what to do.
Please, if
And
I
this is not to intimidate anyone.
let me ask a question, Deji, to Barrister, because a lot of what we say online, myself included, I'm guilty as charged. I don't have personal evidence. They are public information, particularly when it comes to political office holders. Use Wike, for example. Oh, it was alleged that he bought a property for 2 billion or whatever it is. That was recently, right? I saw it online. What if that is wrong? So, what if you are basing your claim on an information that turns out not to be as correct as? So, maybe I want to, because we are entering troubled waters. And also, Deji, why Barrister answers that, can somebody tell me the upside for this issue? Where does Peter Obi benefit from any of this? Because I can't see a benefit. Um, Barrister, please answer my question. If you base your
Oh,
public
I think
comment,
I'll start from the last. So now where Peter Obi, if he has his day in court, because I would not speak for the law courts. So if he has his day in court, he's going to benefit on the grounds of damages. So usually civil wrongs, there's is damages for allegations of anything relating to civil wrong. So he's going to benefit. There are also going to be events whereby there's going to be actual apology. Depends
sorry,
on
you
how the
mean
court.
money? You mean financial benefit?
Oh yes, that is why you hear people saying 1 billion and they're suing for a defamatory comment that was said by someone on the ground, and then they will release the damages, actual damages the person suffered, and then it goes on to other things the court may now award, which could include issuing out a public apology in any newslet in national daily newslet national newspapers and all that. So these are some of the things the court can also award to the person, and he will have his day, and that alone will now correct the damage. It may not, most times it does not totally erase, but the fact that somebody has apologized and also paid, that the public eyes are now like, oh, you cannot call this person a thief because you yourself, in fact, we quote the date, the section, the time it happened, and if it's a society that is very abreast with their laws, they can say, oh, we're referencing, and there's this even case of additional. You are on a newspaper, Ayeni and additional in 2007, the newspaper, they were held for publishing unverifiable allegations. So now somebody cannot say those things the newspaper published as at that time is true because the court has already found them liable for defamatory comment. So you start now referring back to that thing and saying, oh yes, somebody once sued you in 20. No, it has been established that the person did not do the person made defamatory comments against the other person, and the person is not liable for those things the newspaper claim. So it has corrected. So those are the things that are the rewards or the benefits that a person gets in having their day in court whereby they've been defamed.
What
And
about the
then
second part of my question,
now, the
regarding
second part of
relying
your
on?
question is
Yes.
now you rely. How do people make statements to critique public officers or people who are in government positions? You make sure that you are armed with maybe, for instance, it has been proven or there have been detailed reports, and that is why another thing that this government also find themselves in a situation that they can easily be condemned is because there is no public accountability. So a person now can draw their arguments to say, I believe, or you can strongly say that Wike has, what better word should this be? Wike has, let me say, breached the public trust, with respect to our taxpayers' money by issuing certain lands. You are dating, you are giving maybe there's a newspaper publication or there's a verified information about those allocations, and you are posting it on your page to substantiate your claim. Or even if you don't, you know that even if Wike sues you, you know that you can be able to refer to national dailies because these are public documents which you can easily reference, that I'm sure these people should have substantiated their claim before they came to the public to say so and so lands were issued, or even private investigators, because these people are licensed to pursue these professions. They can also help to bring those documents, and you will have your day in court because you will not be seen to be wrong, but you have substantiated it that yes, Wike has breached the trust. We using statements, but now maybe as going further to use some kind of statement like is a thief. There are ways you can actually construct your statements to actually be, and it will even sound civil and even more engaging and more critiquing of policies. But most times I keep saying that there are ways, that's why there are ways a lawyer should speak, but sometimes some people have even entered into the gutters now with people who you think they should even know better. They use statements that you'll be like, this is a lawyer using this, but I hope this lawyer also have statements that can justify why he says this. And that does not mean you can also use statements like I said they are true. If somebody is a rapist and it has been proven by a court, you are okay. It's okay to say this person is a rapist. This person is a murderer because you know that so and so he was either the matter was he was pardoned or something. You can state this because there are evidence on ground. That's why you culminate, you bring all your evidence together to make statements, not just reposting what somebody has said, because once they sue, those persons who publish or replicate those things that are not substantiated would also be guilty or liable. Will also be liable for so defamatory publications.
Deji, are you as worried as I am?
Please,
Deji,
I have
is
a
Deji
question
there?
For Barrister Juliet, please.
Deji, are you there?
Stephen,
Are you as
please.
worried as I am with listening to Barrister? Wahala, wahala.
So at the end of the day, right, it looks like, from a citizen or regular citizen point of view, a lot of the leaders we criticize, definitely, I guess they show a lot of restraints because,
No, I don't think that's the case, Deji. I don't think
okay.
that's the case. There's a what we call fair comment, right? Fair comment allows you to say our politicians are criminals, they are thieves, right? These are fair comments you can make. It doesn't remove. When Deji said he sat with Obi, and Obi was trying to convince him that he did not use state money to fund family business, that is not fair comment by mistake. That is particularizing and specifying this particular discussion. That means you know and you told you that you need your job is that's not fair comment at all. Then another exception that can prevail for you as a plaintiff when you say that as a defendant in this sense rather, when you say somebody this defense of truth is one, fair comment is two, and the third one is when you are on a privilege. Let's say you are a member of the National Assembly or a judicial officer and you make a comment in that place because of that immunity, that privilege you have, or that particular privilege, that's call it privileges you have. That privilege can utter for you, can atone for you to say, okay, he said it as a senator, and when he was not as a senator per se, but in the plenary session. So it cannot be said to have said something against what it has immunity on that. And even police cannot even arrest you when the plenary session is on. So what I'm saying in this essence is that if everybody go to court because of all these things, that's not the same thing. There's a fair comment discussion we must understand here. But the discussion is have removed from the realm of fair comment have been removed completely. Right? If you go and look at the document the lawyer served, the cease and desist letter, you just look at it, there are 5 pages. So you don't even need to be very strong in law to understand these small things. So you look at it very well. The lawyer was able to not just say, "Oh, you are a fraud." No, he did not stop at saying you are a fraud. The lawyer was able to particularize the argument that emanated for you to say is a fraud, and just oppose the particulars of it. So there were particulars for your document, for whatever you said. If I said Tinubu is a thief, right, and I said, "Oh, I have this thing to say," I am saying that I have particulars of my calling him a thief. So when you say this person is a criminal, oh, he did this thing, you have particulars, and if you check the tweet, there are particulars for whatever he said. Right? And it's not so bad. I said he wait for Obi to triple charge him or triple sue him for in court, and he waiting for it. So I expect that Obi ought to have said, if I'm not making up my mind as a person, I would have said, let me look at it and say, why would Obi have a discussion with this guy and call him inside his house and whatever transpired in their house, whatever it is. Thank you so much. Just let me chip in that. Thank you.
Can you hear me,
Please
Deji?
let me ask Pastor Joy a question.
Can you hear me, Deji?
Give me a second, please.
Ade,
I have a question of.
Adekunle. Sorry, I tried to bring Chooks in earlier. Rimas, it just like I hold on, please, guys. I announced before we started this bit of the conversation that we're about to just do a bit of law dissection, and then we'll continue the regular space later. So please, I know, see, like Sonny, Casey, Real Mazi, I have friend on me down there somewhere. These guys have been here for like ever, but and there's also Odrayo as well. So I have you in mind. I just want us to sort of try at least get something out, get a bit of education, and go back to our regular submission, whatever. All right. So Ade, you would also speak. Just Chooks, please come in here. So my own
Yes.
question really, Chooks, is I think Odrayo and Barrister have also said like what the regular citizen have to fear from all of this because we've seen a lot of cases. We've seen a lot of cases. Even on these Twitter spaces, we've had cases where they there was this suit against what's this guy named Odrayo, that APC guy that they just released recently, Ijele, right? There was
Okay,
the
Jelly, yeah.
there was the 2 days case. There was the even those people that abused Buhari or Simba Jodes, all this. So
Yeah,
how
Chine's case
where
was like
exactly?
it's not Fashola winning
Yeah, there's
election. Fashola was the
Fashola as
one.
well.
That's a strong statement,
So
right? You need
so
to
where
you
where
need to
do
show
we
evidence to it.
where do we draw the line, especially for we that we make comments almost every day on Twitter? How do we ensure that we do not cross that libelous defamation sort of conversation or sort of statements that may put us
My
into sort
own
of
be say, Mona not sue me. Oh. Just let me know. I will retract the
you
statement.
Yeah. Yes.
but again, I think at this point it depends on who sues you. Some people will take you to court. Some police they go first use carry you go first see two portion of beans first before you apologize. Chooks, what do you
Yes.
think?
Yes. Thank you guys for having me. Sorry, I muted my mic on my computer, so if even if I mute it here, you guys were not able to hear me. So I will get to your question, but before I start, I would like to start from the top because the reason why I requested for the mic was when Ade was asking Odunayo if P2B is a public official. I didn't really know where he was going with that, but let me start from what the
Guys, no, that wasn't my question. My question was public figure,
okay,
figure, not official.
public official, they are almost a bit similar. As let me start,
They are not the
they are
same. They
similar
are
but
not the
not the
same.
same.
Stop it.
Mr. Ade, you asked the question. Let him answer before you start giving. If you knew the answer, then you shouldn't have asked now. Okay, so just wait. I'm sorry. It's supposed to be interactive, but there's no need to be interrupting each other. Chooks gone. Thank you. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry
thank
about that.
you. Yeah, thank you. They are similar but not the same. But the reason why I'm saying is let me start with the defamatory law in the US. Generally, even if you are a public official, public figure, or anything, you can still maintain an action in defamation if you can show that the person that is speaking spoke with actual malice. Actual malice means there is a reckless disregard for the truth. You know that this is false, but you kept pushing it with particulars. I think recently Trump won settlement of $15 million from, I think, against ABC. This is the US president. And US is like, let me just say, the free speech absolutist country where everything goes. So I think in that case, the anchor said something about rape, if I can really remember vividly, which was false. He sued and they settled the matter out of court. So in Nigeria, I don't think we have that actual malice element of proving defamation against a public figure. Peter Obi, no doubt, yes, is a public figure. He was a former governor of Anambra State. He has also contested for the presidency of the country. Yes, he can also maintain an action in defamation if it were in the US. If you look at the elements of what Deji put down, the lawyer, the senior advocates made reference to things that were from the past, even some of them that may be statute bad, because in some states, defamation may be like 1 year, some 3 years, depending. So the senior advocate made reference to those things from the past, trying to lay a foundation that this person is actually speaking with actual malice. He is doing all these things consistently, cyber targeting me, saying all these things that are false and unverified. And then in this Deji's case, he made some specific allegations. It is different from when I say, this person is a thief or insult. Like insults, for instance, are not necessarily defamatory. If I say you decrease, you can't come and sue me that, oh, I said you're a madman and you harmed your reputation. You can't really do that. But if I say you were taking hard drugs that affected your ability to do this and that made you run mad, those are now particularized statements that if they are false, I'll have to prove them. Defamation, unlike other thoughts, is one of them that the burden of proof is on the defendant. Because if I go to court and say that, yes, I was defamed, there's this thing they call presumption of falsity. It means that it is presumed that what this person said is false. So it is now left for you to now come and disprove it and now prove that, yes, oh, this thing I said stemmed from this evidence, that evidence, that evidence. So if they're just saying that Peter Obi specifically took $12 million from the coffers of Anambra State, he has to bring evidence to show, yes, this is the paper trail. This money went to here. The issue of religious bigotry can be subjective. It can be arguable, but I'll leave that for the lawyers, for the lawyer that put that there to go and disprove how it harmed the person's reputation. So another thing is on the issue of damages. If you have generally defamation is a reputational thought where somebody is saying, I am a wonderful person in the society, but I am now I have now damaged my reputation. So, for instance, if you are a known criminal, a known thief, a known murderer, a known rapist, and somebody defames you, of course, you can maintain an action. Everybody can maintain an action in defamation. However, the level of damages you may claim if you have little or no reputation to protect may now depend. The court may say, okay, your reputation is worth 100,000 naira, and that's what you'll be paid. So, but if you have, let us say you're a businessman and somebody says that you embezzled so and so amount of money, you stole this, you stole that, then your business associates hear this, and then because of that, they cancel a business deal, then in that case, you are going to probably sue for a particularized claim of that money that this statement made you lose. So what I would like to tell the regular citizens is this, because that is the question that the host asked. If you are making a statement, be very, very mindful of the words you use. Generally and personally, I don't agree with the Cybercrime Act, where people are sent to prison or hounded by the DSS because of what they said. But on the other hand, again, be mindful of what you say about public officials. You can see that even in the US, you are not, or public figures, you are not immune from defaming them. So you have to be very careful about what you say. You can generally say, oh, this person is, okay, let's say, sorry, I think the issue of conviction, yes, I heard that a lot of times. I don't think that is an absolute rule. Assuming I was caught on video beating my wife, somebody can call me a wife beater, a crook who beats his wife, which is a fair comment that can be seen from evidence online. Even if my wife doesn't sue me to court or take me to court, that doesn't mean that somebody cannot say it and air it as an opinion. So that is just the little thing I want to point out. So yes, P2B can maintain his action, although some of the cases, like the issue of bigotry and the rest of them, it may be subjective, it may be hard to prove, maybe have to, I don't know, but it depends on the lawyers. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Adi, please go on.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, you know what? Give me one. Hold on 1 second, please.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
Okay,
All right,
good.
all
Thank you
right,
very
go
much.
on.
Yeah. So I'm able to proceed. Thank you very much. So I asked a question about uh I practice in the United States, not in Nigeria. So I want to be very clear about that so that no one can accuse me of presenting myself as a lawyer in Nigeria. The beauty about the law is that these principles are pretty much the same across the world, for the most part. I was going to touch on the issue of actual malice, which is part of the consideration when you are talking about a public figure. And when I posed the question of a public figure to Odunayo, he kind of switched it and went into a public servant, right? Which wasn't what I said. I'm picking my words very carefully. Um, and the gentleman that just finished speaking, I think it was Chuck. I'm not sure what his name is. Maybe it was Real Mazin. I'm not
Yeah,
clear.
it was true.
He came and okay, he talked about a public official. That's why and I apologize for interrupting him. And I said no. My comment was public figure, not a public servant like Odunai said, not a public official like Chuck just said. Public figure, because a public figure is an umbrella term that covers celebrities, activists, politicians, etc. But when you now narrow it to a public official or a public servant, then you are creating a loophole for Peter Obi because Peter Obi does not currently hold a public office.
I said public figure, not public official. I corrected myself.
Well, you did. After I interrupted and said no, what I said was public official for public figure. After I now said it was a public figure, that's when you now corrected yourself and said, and you agreed with me. Even though Odwani was trying to play clever by saying public servant, even though I said public figure. So why am I making that point? Let's be honest about the law in this discussion, because there are political motives in different directions. So I'm not. I don't practice in Nigeria, right? But I know the principles of law. So that's why I was asking a question to the lawyers who are in Nigeria. My question was about this public figure issue, to confirm whether you have the same principles of law over there, as we do here in the United States. And it appears that they are practically identical. The only difference is that
I don't think we don't have
the
that version of the law in Nigeria. I think I also said that too, that the US is the absolute free speech country. But in Nigeria, the bar is just for you to prove the elements of defamation. The issue of actual malice is just for the US. And I'm also saying that even if Obi was in the
oh,
US,
okay, thank you.
he could still actually succeed because this was targeted.
Okay, so thanks for the clarification. You're saying that the actual malice is not an element in Nigerian law with regards to public figure. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay, thank you. Okay, I guess I might have misheard you. Okay, so in that regard, it's a little bit different from practice here in the United States. But so I want to go back to my analysis of this thing because I kind of feel like there is some kind of there are political, influences in how the lawyers are analyzing this discussion, and I want us to be fair. I think Chuck's has actually been the most fair thus far, and also Barrister Juliet, I think, was somewhat fair. But the the political bias is evident, both when Odunayo was speaking and to an extent when Barrister Juliet was speaking. I want to do my own analysis of this case. So, Deji, please give me a moment. I read the letter that was sent to Barrister Deji Adeyanju, and I would say that the accusations against him, they basically boil down to three categories. One is that he accused Peter Obi of corruption. I'm paraphrasing. Two, he accused him of being a religious bigot. And three, he said that Peter Obi offered to pay him money, even though Odunayo was saying that, he said that he paid him money. That wasn't what he said. Go and read the documents very carefully, especially for lawyers. What he said was that he offered to pay him money, calling it thank you. Something like that. So I'll read the actual thing
Thank
in
you
a
for
second.
coming.
Now, let's look at the evidence. Thank you for coming. Yeah. So let's examine the evidence, right? With regards to this corruption allegation. I'm going to play something for you guys. Listen carefully, please. And if it's not clear, let me know.
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to Anambra State government and put it in the company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me. Look at what you're telling me. Look at what you're saying. So
Ade, it's not
So you
clear.
heard the
It's not
question,
clear.
right?
It was not clear.
Oh
But
God,
just repeat what you said.
that is
Repeat what you
that
said. But I think
that's unfortunate.
I know the video you're talking about. Just repeat what you said.
That's unfortunate. So the journalist in that conversation was asking Peter Obi that, let's be clear here, you took money this from that belongs to Anambra state government, and you invested it in your family's business. God next. Peter Obi ultimately admitted that although he tried to dance around it and tried to play politics about it, he ultimately was forced to admit that the answer is yes. If the Deji, based on that admission of Peter Obi, which is in the public space, video, based on that admission of Peter Obi, if the Deji says that Peter Obi is corrupt, how do you come and say that this is defamation? Especially when you are allowed to make comments, fair comments, as Odunayo put it, under Section 45 of the Nigerian Constitution. When you're allowed to make fair comments for politicians, you couldn't find any other place to invest public money of Anambra State. You went and put it into your own family's business, and you admitted it on video. How, in my opinion, that's corruption, because it is self-serving. You are using, so why can't I, as a private citizen, also have access to public money? Give me some of that money too. Let me boom my business. Let me be an entrepreneur. Is that how to be an entrepreneur? Using public funds to fund your own business. There was also your own family's business. There was also an allegation that he put the funds of Anambra State in a bank, Fidelity Bank, I believe it was, and that he held shares. He personally held shares in that bank. Make me also the governor now. Let me buy shares of First Bank, and let me take money from Lagos State or whatever state and put that money in a bank where I have shares. You know what that means? That bank now has the capital that they need to do business, make profit. And if I have shares of that bank, guess what? My profits increase. If I say to you that this is corruption, would I be wrong as a personal opinion on a public figure under the fair comment allowance in section 45 of the Nigerian Constitution? So what are we talking about here? Let's talk about the religious issue. I want to play another for you. I hope this one is clear. If it's not clear, I'll stop. Give me a second. Can you guys hear that?
Yeah, but you don't have
Yes,
to
we
play
can.
everything. But
Okay.
I think we're already
No,
we're already know the content. So just speak around it.
I'll shorten it. Don't worry. No worry. I'll shorten it. Just give me a second. I'll shorten it. Don't worry.
We can't hear you again, bros. Like I said,
Can't hear
just
you.
speak around it.
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem. So in this audio, Peter Obi is heard saying that um it's calling Pastor Bishop David Oyedepo, saying to him that this is a religious war, and that he wants the him to influence his parishioners to vote in Peter Obi's favor, right? If someone who hears this audio, which is in the public space, and Peter Obi has not, even though he claimed it wasn't his voice, maybe he said it was some kind of, I don't know, AI or whatever, doctoring. I want him to come to court and, let's bring the experts, bring your experts from Germany, and then I can bring they can bring the experts from the UK to come and litigate whether that is his voice or whether they use an AI software to create that voice. But he did not. which I would reasonably conclude as a member of the public that that's you. Peter B, that's your voice because you are a billionaire. You can afford to clear your name, but you didn't on something so important. You did not. You just say, I'll go to court," and then we heard nothing about it, right? So if a member of the public decides that, I believe that's Peter B's voice on that audio because it sounds like his voice. And as a public figure, that's for me, in my opinion, that if someone says that is religious bigotry, playing religion for politics, that would be their opinion. Well, I want to come and sue somebody because someone like Deji Adeyanju said that this is religious, that is a religious bigot, even though you, Peter Obi, are a public figure running for office, and the evidence appears to support what he said. So for me, I think in my analysis, right, I see this more as intimidation because there was a gentleman, there was a man here earlier speaking that said that if he choose him, he would have to Adeoju would have to spend a lot of money defending himself, even if the case takes 2 or 3 years. That's a lot of financial expenses on his part. Even if Adeoju defends himself as a lawyer in that case, the time that he's using to defend that case could be converted to making money for himself. It's still costing him financially. It's abusive, in my opinion, because there's plenty evidence that supports every category of what the Ojo has said.
Okay.
When you talk about corruption, there's evidence there. Using private money, using public money for your private business or your family. When you talk about religious bigotry, we have the audio saying the election is a religious war. When you talk, and then the only thing that you can actually say that you might want to use against the Ojo is when he said that Peter Obi, I want to read it verbatim. He said, I am 100% sure he pays all the influencers promoting him online. I'm reading from the papers that were sent to the letter sent to the Adeyanju. I'm 100% sure that he pays all his influencers promoting him online. He tried to pay me after I met him for a 2-hour meeting at his instance during the campaign. He called the money, "Thank you for coming." I repeat, Peter Obi is a fraud. Let him sue me if he is not. So he is calling Peter Obi a fraud because he's saying that your influencers are not doing it organically. They are not doing it because they believe in you as a leader. You are paying them just as you try to pay me, calling it thank you money. If we call it that conversation, which we don't know if he did or did not. If he has a recording of it, that is evidence. If he doesn't, and there are witnesses that were there, that's evidence. If he doesn't have any witnesses or a recording, the Adeyanju's testimony in court is also evidence. The most the court can do is observe the testimony, see if it makes sense, and decide whether to credit it as evidence or as credible or not. So one-on-one conversation. If I say you told me this thing and you deny it, the most the court can do as an arbiter of fact is listen to both sides, try to find inconsistencies, and decide who is right or wrong. So,
All right.
where is room there to say that that the judge, speaking of personal experience with Peter Obi, if we can show that on so day there was a meeting between me and Peter Obi, here's the email confirming it. Here's my cell phone record showing the tower I was connected to. Here's the hotel record showing where Peter Obi was lodged when I met him. Here's the picture we took. That establishes that they both had the meeting. For me, that would be enough to say that maybe he said maybe didn't, but we cannot say the man didn't say it because we don't have any concrete evidence otherwise. Again, when you look at every category of this case, from the corruption issue to the religious bigotry issue to the accusation that he paid, that you offered to pay him thank you money as an influencer, this man has enough to back up what he has stated online.
Okay.
I would think that Peter Obi's lawyers, let me land, please, I'm about to land, would know this. Now, this Peter Obi is not even president, and his behavior is very similar to what the Bidens did during the campaign. You dare not grab a microphone and scrutinize Peter Obi. If you try to scrutinize him, they will call you that you hate Nigeria. They will say that you are a son of a bitch. Or God, they bully you. You cannot even speak and say, let us examine this guy
All right.
merit for merit,
So
point
Ade,
for
let's
point.
just focus on the case at hand, and you have expanded on a lot. So let's get other people. So Barrister Juliet, Ade has pointed out a few
Y-
things. First
Yes.
of all, what do you think about his points? And I still have some questions, but just
Yes,
let
as
me
a
know what
matter
you
of
think.
response, I will start from the fact that he said we have a bit of tainted political bias. So I would like to state that when I started my own opinion, I emphasized that spaces like this serves as educate for educative purposes. So Nigerians understand the ambience of the law and their limits. Now, I also emphasized what defamation is. I also talked about certain things whereby you can sue. So, and I said Peter Obi is within his right if he wants to sue, when he decides to sue, and also Deji Adeyanju has a right to substantiate his remarks, claims, and anything he has used in the eyes of PTO to think that he has damaged his reputation. So I don't think that is political. I feel that is standing on the ambits of law because first of all, I'm a Nigerian, and the next, I am a lawyer, and I would always, at every point in time, tell Nigerians the truth. And that is why I started from section 39 of the Nigerian Constitution that talks about freedom of speech. But this is not absolute. And there are also defenses which Odunayo has also spoken about, which are fair comments, which are also truths. So if you have your truth, you can substantiate it in court. All these are defenses, and they applies to Deji Adeyanju when he comes to court to be able to substantiate his claim. So I don't think that is political. And if you think am political, I would actually stay this on strong grounds that I am not. I'm just first a lawyer and then a Nigerian. And so, please, what other
Okay,
question,
so
Mr.
now,
Deji?
because he tried to break it down, like accusation by accusation or whatever, whatever, right? So he first started with the case of bigotry, and no, not the bigotry one. He started with what was the first one you talked about? Ade? I think it was the other case. What was the corruption?
Corruption.
Thank you. So he started with the case of corruption and tried to play a video of the billion, like money being saved in banks, money being invested in companies that have ties to PO, and also the fact that PO himself
No,
had.
let's be clear about what I
Okay.
said, right? Peter Obi
Yeah, I was
admitted in
getting
that
there. So
audio
Peter Obi,
that that
Yes.
hold on,
that
please. We heard
that
Mr.
everything.
Ade,
let
yes,
We
me
heard
it's
rephrase it
clear.
everything.
now.
I've been on this space. I understand where you also
Yeah,
what you
yeah. So
said.
so he's basically painting that if Peter Obi,
So why don't let me repeat it for
Deji,
Okay.
clarity? What he
Baba,
said
relax
was
now.
this.
What's this
That's why
now?
this is why I said it's
Deji,
No,
biased.
there is.
This is why I said
Mr. Ade, please. I don't know. You don't have to be disruptive, okay? You've had your time. In fact, I was trying to make it like an interaction between lawyers, but you chose to give your own full submission. So you have to rest. Okay? Thank you. Okay, so barrister.
I wanted us to find out why Deji doesn't see that he's also biased. Why he's pointing that other people are biased. How come you cannot see the log in your eyes? You think you
It's
are
fine.
objective, David?
No,
Do you
that day
think
is
you're
already
objective?
biased, which
No,
is
no,
fine. Don't worry, don't worry.
let's. It's fine. It's fine.
No, the way he talked
Every
about everybody being biased, but he refused to admit that
everyone
he is the most
according
biased
to
person on the
Ade,
platform.
everyone according to Ade is biased except him. So anyway, let's focus. So barrister. So just the first point he raised with respect to the corruption. Do you think these are strong enough grounds? To like me just seeing that video and saying, "Oh, PO is a corrupt person." Is how will I be able to prove it, barrister?
Yeah. Can I chip in on
The,
Let
that?
Barrister Jile go first. Sorry, sorry.
the thing is, I
Okay.
would before I also add answer to that, I would like to state this that he is a lawyer, Mr. Ade. You said you're a lawyer, and you also know about status of limitation. So if Obi decides to sue, as at any time within the time limit, he has a right to. So and the beauty about law, I keep saying this, is the fact that we have the courts to interpret our laws, and lawyers should actually, as much as possible, advocacy is about going to the court to test these laws. I keep saying that Nigerian laws are too lazy. Our laws are sleeping. We need to really keep them active through advocacy by every time springing up a moment in court to be able to establish it. We don't need to keep our law lying in idle, but continuously test this law so that it serves as public enlightenment to the public. So Peter Obi, anytime he decides within his lifetime status of limitation, that's the number of years allowed for him to actually sue on those grounds, so it doesn't become as if he has admitted this to be truth. So whatever evidence and everything you've said, like now I'm now shifting basis now to the question Mr. Digi has said. So anything that has been alleged has been said that he feels is damaging to his reputation, he's going to have his time in court to actually, and I've been saying this, the courts are to interpret the laws. It is not in my place as Julia to interpret the law. I'm okay, I'm only licensed to give my own opinion. I'm not a judge. The court will establish the principles of law as it relates to defamation. And Deji Adeyanju has his defenses. If it falls within once he can be able to establish his claims, good and fine. If he can prove it that based on what you've released to the public, based on what is in the public eyes, based on everything that the public has in their hands, and the court can see reasons with it that these are not defamatory or these are defamatory, then Nigeria already has a case law, just like I said, Ayeni and additional another plethora number of cases to establish defamatory actions when it comes to other people. This is also another opportunity for the public to be aware, and also give even public officials the opportunity to know when to say certain statements. They know how to answer to the public when the question is thrown at them. They know how to defend themselves on their legal rights. So it will also help the public, enlighten the public, both those who are in the defense and those who are actually suing. So it's going to be a very educative one, and we are all here to actually learn from it.
Barrister, do you feel like this case may be even bigger than we think it is? Considering the fact that all these things have to be proved, the corruption, the bigotry aspect, all of this. Don't you envisage that this may drag on for too long?
But that's the beauty of law. As long as the court is efficient, expediting justice within a time frame, so that because the people will also be eager to also know the truth, and then it will also enlighten the public what to say and how to substantiate their claims when they are bringing forth allegations against a person. And when the argument on public figure, public officer, and all of that, Obi was once a public officer, and these allegations of corruption are within are allegations when he was holding public office. So at any point in time, the public can actually discuss the merits of whatever happened in the office, and it's also good that he even takes this matter to court so that there can be a finality on it. And anybody who now raises something that has been dead and adjudicated, then we also have their day in court again, because when you know this has been established and you still repeat such claims, then you know what to expect.
So essentially, if PO were to get some sort of judgment, not to prejudice the court now, it means that if anybody on this Twitter space called PO a bigot, a religious bigot, there will be problems. Is that what you mean?
He can sue because he will be within his right, because the court has said if in that situation he has had his day in court, and then that person who is doing that is actually trying to damage his reputation again.
Hmm. Thank you, Barrister. Hold on,
Yeah, Deji,
Ade, hold on,
I want to make a
hold
legal
on.
Deji,
comment on this
please,
issue.
I have a question, right? I was actually at work when I was listening to Ade speak, but I couldn't, speak then. I had to go out. And I came back now and I saw that he's still on the speaker session. I just have a few questions for him, just about two questions, please, before he steps out of the speaker session.
Okay, go on.
All right, thank you. Yes, I was listening to him speak earlier, and I just wanted to ask, I don't know. Are they just yes or no, please? Are you in support? Like, are you partisan? Just a yes or no question, please, Adi.
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. What political party are you supporting?
Yeah, I don't belong to any particular political party, right? My interest, if you follow me, you know, I am pro Yoruba, self determination, right? And I'm a Yoruba advocate. So, in my opinion, my politics are such that in giving Nigeria's ethnic politics,
Okay.
my politics are such. Let me finish now. You asked the
I
question.
said yes or no, but you're going into. I
Well, if you want yes or no, I won't engage you.
thought
So
that,
I
that,
assume that
that
you'll be able to take it.
please the
So
host is a very
okay, so let me finish the question, Jade. Let me
Wait,
answer
wait,
the
Ade.
question.
I
This
mean,
this
she
tension
already
number.
said she already got what she wants from you, so it's fine. Let her
the
continue.
host the host is very
Deji, this is bias. This is such
Do you want me
bias.
to drop
Okay,
you,
okay,
sir?
continue.
Because you've literally spoken
Go ahead
for
now if you want.
you've
It's your
literally
faith.
spoken for 20 minutes. You are saying bias. I don't know what bias mean. Oh, I beg. Is it that they've not allowed you to speak on the space? What are you talking about?
I've
Why do you people always quickly
So
why would
someone
not
is trying to
like to
claim my.
define soft targets? Eh? Because my voice is like this. Is that why? Please rest.
see
She
Mr.
asked you a
Adi, this
question, you are not responding, and she said it's fine. She got what she wants, and she wants to move on. But you say no, no, no. You must answer. Do you really like your voice that much? All right, Sarah, please go on. I don't think that's the only question she wants to ask you. So
yes, I just wanted to have that fact on ground, right? And Mr. Adi, I was trying to warn you that the host is very mean, so we should just keep it very low. And see now he has shown himself. But moving on, yeah. So you were speaking earlier. I don't know. I think about an hour ago or 30 minutes ago, and you said, "Oh, Peter Obi is a public figure or something, or it's it's in government. What he's doing is not democratic and." Kind of like tyranny and all of that. And that was what you were talking about. I actually wanted to come up to speak, but I was still in office then. So I wanted to ask you, do you know about this thing that's happening in River State with the governor? Yes or no? Quickly, please.
Yeah, Sarah, don't waste your time. If you want yes or no answers, go to somebody
Oh,
else.
okay. I just
Thanks.
wanted to know if you know what's happening in River State, right? Because you talked about democracy, or that's what Peter Obi is doing is not democratic, and you hinted on tyranny and all of that. Because I'm wondering, right? For people who seem to speak for the government or support the particular party that the president is, and you're a lawyer, so I should know that you are aware about Section 188 of the Constitution that clearly outlines how you can remove a sitting governor and how it can be removed, right? Through proper impeachment processes. But when all of that happened, I didn't see any one of you come up to spaces or even come online to say that it was not democratic or it was tyranny. I didn't see any one of you come up to speak. I didn't see any one of you actually talk about it. The actual tyranny itself. I mean, if Tinubu could openly trample on the constitution and get away with it, and Peter Obi, who is simply exercising his own constitutional right under Section 46 to seek a redress in court for defamation, can suddenly be denied the same rights, and you people want to paint him as a tyrant? Come on. Come on. I feel like we're being disingenuous. I feel like we're not being truthful to ourselves. Section 188 actually already stated how you can remove a governor. Section 46 actually states how you can seek a redress in courts. One person went against democracy. Another person is following his democratic processes. And the one that is following democratic processes is the one that will want to come up to space or make tweets or start, saying a whole lot of balderdash about. It is actually very disingenuous. And if Tinubu could actually remove a democratically elected governor and even go as far, and I mean, I also wanted to talk about this Ocean State. I'm aware, or I should know that you people know what is happening in Ocean State currently. As it is right now, they are refusing to actually give the Ocean State government their allocations. And this section, I think 162 or 161 of the same constitution actually spoke about how your federal revenue allocations should be distributed. Yet, after the APC lost the local government elections in Osun State, Tinubu weaponized the federal power by withholding Osun State statutory funds up until today, till I'm speaking to you right now, those funds have not been allocated. The governor has been forced to pay his workers from personal pocket so that he can just keep the state afloat. Now compare this illegality, compare this tyranny, compare this undemocratic behavior to what Peter Obi is doing by simply seeking a redress in court for defamation by following his constitutional right under Section 46 of the Defamation Deji Act. We all want to throw around the word democracy, 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 but we ignore what is actually supposed to be spoken about. And it actually pisses me off because it's like everybody actually wants to just be going to the backyard to do what they want.
Yeah.
And he is only following. He didn't even go to the day I went to go and carry someone. Everybody started shouting, "Oh, it's not democratic!" In as much as the person refused to show up. Now we're using the courtroom. They are still coming around to say, "Oh, it's not democratic." For crying out loud, let's not be disingenuous.
All right.
We are going to follow the democratic processes. And I want to advise that before you people come upstairs or come to any space to speak about Peter Obi or him giving cease and desist, which is the same cease and desist he actually gave to Bayo Onanuga. The same cease and desist was the same thing he gave to Bayo Onanuga. So if you people want to come up to say Peter Obi does not have any right to give anybody cease and desist or for him to actually follow democratic procedures, I
Okay.
think you people should actually come upstairs and let's actually talk about who in this country is following democracy, is actually talking about democracy, or is on the side of democracy, and who is not.
All
I
right.
yield.
Thank you, Sarah. Just to say, guys, before you unmute your mics, that I've been saying, oh, why are you allowing Sarah to derail the topic? I think she's just trying to draw comparisons to the way Tinubu is currently bastardizing the law compared to Peter Obi's, following the law through, trying to at least sue the guy, going through the civil suit route rather than being oppressive. I think that's what she's trying to do. So we haven't deviated from the conversation. But yeah, thank you, Sarah.
Did you give me 1 minute?
Uh,
I'll
I
leave it,
mean,
please.
He
I
will
should respond to
respond
that, right? Even
definitely.
even
Just
if just a minute.
let
Deji,
Okay,
abeg,
IO
you
so
get people
let
wey
me
dey
give you
for
quick.
this space. This guy
Um,
cannot always
Rimazi, please, please. Rimazi, there are actually people that came before you, in case you don't know. But I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
Give me
Mr. Day, please, you have to hold on. Okay, please, you have to hold on. We listen to.
she won't actually
Deji, na
follow
because
immediately what
of
she
this
said.
Ade
She
guy
wants
that
me
make
to
me
wait.
dey tell you this.
Deji,
This
give
Ade
me
guy,
give me
God
one
Now
get
minute.
what
lucky.
happened?
He
Oh
will take
God.
mic and hold it for hours
No, 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 no,
Deji,
and
give
no.
me
go
one
on
give
him
me
way
one
for
Actually,
minute.
No,
hours.
no, no,
immediately
no.
after she
He's
spoke.
not. Now me they give a mic. He's not taking any mic. If he speaks, it's because I want him to speak. Rimazi. So we'll soon round up this whole legal matter and move on to our regular conversation. But I actually think this was a very interesting segment, by the way. But Mr. Ade, please hold on. You will
Deji,
speak. I promise you. Just
Deji,
hold on. I want Odunayo so that because Odunayo definitely also has a response for some of the things you said. I don't want you to be the center of the conversation. Sure, you get. So Odunayo will speak, Chooks will speak, then you will speak, then we will move on, and Barrister will close the law section and we'll go back to our regular programming. Thank you very much. Okay, Odunayo, please go on.
All right, thank you so much. I will leave after now, please. Thank you so much. I spent enough time already. Thank you, Deji, for this opportunity. Let me say it very clearly. that the arm of American system, particularly the defamation laws on the right to speech in America and all that, is quite very extensive compared to Nigeria, right? Very, very extensive compared to Nigeria, right? On the issue of somebody going to court against, like my friend said about Donald Trump, these are cases that you have to go extra mile to prove. Unlike that of Nigeria, you don't need that experience to do so. I can tell you for free. Now, and my friend Ade, he said he does not practice in Nigeria. So I can tell you very well that Nigerian legal system, particularly as it regards to these our legislation and everything, is mostly from the England system, which America actually have recreated their own system, particularly to fit what they think is their own kind of American system. Now, if you live in America, like you said, you understand very well that America have tried to change most of the things they inherited as of a result of the colonialism. So Nigeria is still encouraging and still immersed in that particular experience, and we're still there. But let me go straight to the point of saying the video you played earlier. If you play that video very well and you are not dishonest with your view, you will know that Obi never agreed by any imagination or sort of imagination that he used public fund for his private business. There's no place in that video. That video was not today. That video was 2019 when they were running for president of Nigeria, president of Nigeria against with Atiku then. That was when that video came up with what's her name now? Can't remember the lady's name now. So it was on an interview. So please go and watch the video yourself again and tell yourself truth. I have told you. You see, all of us are biased. I'm biased, right? But when you want to bias, you want to be biased, be biased with reason, so that you're able to make sense to you, listening to yourself, and before other people will listen to you. So go and watch that video again and tell us what Obi said that actually culminated and perfected your thought process that said, oh, that video was as a result of he agreed in affirmation that yes, the accusation against the woman did against him was actually true. Now you talk about the video, the recording of what's it called? These religious war that video came about and all that. I can tell you for free that Obi wanted to go to court. A lot of Nigerians actually impressed on him not to do so, right? Not to do so against People's Gazette. And that is what I tell you when I said earlier that Obi will likely back down because he want to do this to people. Sometimes in Nigeria, you want to get things done as a human being. You don't need to tell everybody what you want to do. Do it and remove your mind from it. Sometimes Nigeria actually reward you when you are very stubborn. If that's honest, Nigeria reward you when you are very stubborn. That's what to do with president of Nigeria. Because you don't do the right thing. Once you do the right thing in Nigeria, you will not get anywhere in Nigeria. And people don't understand this thing. They think it is true. If you see people who have done the right thing in Nigeria for years, they may die poverty. They may die in poverty. But people who have done things in the wrong way are people who are actually at the level that you cannot imagine. I can call any names for you in Nigeria right now, and I'll tell you what they have done in a society that is right. They should be in prison or they will have died. But that's Nigeria. Today, Bangladesh is being celebrated in Nigeria. Why? Because it's somebody that was supposed to do the wrong thing, and the wrong thing paid him. People go to that place and they say he's a maker of salt. People go there and take advice from him, and they're still taking advice even to tomorrow. So that's Nigeria for you. So going forward to what you are saying in place of law, and I've said it very clearly that Deji have to give us particulars of his statement, which is that one, that Obi paid people and Obi paid him and said thank you for coming, and that Obi had an argument with him that he was able to substantiate very well that he did not agree that Obi used family fund to do all those things. These are in public domain. These are documents in public domain. And I think very well that if anybody that would have funded Obi, I think this Soludo would have done so easily. I think the former governor would have done so easily against Obi, because Obi tried to remove him as governor during his second tenure. So if he has any document against Obi, I think he would have been far-fetched to doing this thing against Obi. So not today, not even now, not think that today you're just coming out today now. No. People have been against Obi. Ato has been one of the greatest enemy of Obi. If Ade was have opportunity, Obi will not believe to tomorrow morning. That's the honest truth. But I will leave it at that. So when you come out and make this statement, and you make this statement to the extent that you want to talk about what Obi did, you see, when your hate against somebody is greater than your, you know that you like Tinubu. I know that you're a Yoruba person. I know that you don't like Tinubu. But because your hate of Obi is so stench, so you can easily want to see Obi's hate as a stronger faith to even love the person you don't even love. But it is fine to do so by living in peace and I live with your good conscience to do the right thing, Mr. Ade. Watch that video to yourself and understand what you and say it publicly. Not nobody will arrest you. You can hate Obi without lying against Obi. You can hate Obi very, very well without lying against Obi. But trying to hate him and lie against him for what he did not do because you want to drive an agenda that suits your narrative. Congratulations to you. Have a great time. Deji, thank you so much and have a great evening. Yeah.
Thank you, Odaya. Chooks, please go
Okay.
on. And then we'll have Ade.
Okay. Yes. Ade said something about. I want to address the recording section of his submission where he said that Deji can rely on the recording. In defamation, the law is actually ahead in the sense that if it is an AI generated content and you use it, you cannot come and rely on it and say this is what informed your decision, because the law is still imposes a burden on you to make sure you verify that thing, and then you show that it is actually accurate. It is not on P2B to go and start bringing international whatever to come and prove that that recording is false. Once P2B alleges that you made a defamatory statement, it is now on you. The burden shifts to you. Ade can disagree with me if I'm wrong. The burden shifts is authentic. I have verified it. I have seen that it's correct, this and that. If he fails to do that, that is, he's going in for it. He cannot rely on fair comment and say that because this thing was published, then he can rely on it and use it and defame another person. That is why when people sue in defamation, they sue the TV station, they sue the newspaper, they sue the person that said it. Everybody will come, bring your own and come and prove to you and prove to us that these things you are doing, that this thing you said is wrong. So on issue of AI too, this is also a way where people are like, I think it's Melania Trump that is currently pushing laws on revenge porn and things like that. People can use AI and create some videos and pictures and say this is this person doing this. You cannot come and rely on the fact that it came from this source and say yes, because this person posted it, I'm relying on it. My advice for the rest of you is because if you fail, you don't want to find out during trial, because that is your chance to now prove it. And if you fail, you are going in for it. If the person is suing in criminal, that is 2 portions of rice. If the person is suing in civil, that's millions of naira in payment. So you don't want to find out then. So that's why I want to dispute that part of that Deji can rely on the recording from People's Gazette in his defense or in his truth. I don't think that is accurate. So that's all I have to say.
But
Thank you,
Chooks,
guys.
what about the fact that the other leg of his submission where he said, well, if Deji can also prove like, oh, there's a hotel booking, there's a picture appearance, that then means that, or that can then be some sort of proof that PO could have offered him some money
Yeah,
as thanks for
yes,
coming.
that's it still goes to the burden of proof that P2B and Deji were there. It may be persuasive, but you still have to prove that those things that you are alleging actually happened. Do you understand? Because maybe you had P2B lodged in Choice Hotel, you go there and book hotel and you stayed there. You now start alleging that, oh, that if we even took cocaine together, we even took Indian hemp and all that. You can't be alleging those things. You have to prove them. Do you understand? So it's not enough because they were both placed at the same location. I don't know whether that is true, but it's not enough because we're in the same location, all these things happened. You still have to prove the unbalance of probability that we were there. This is the receipt. This is the alert I received from him. This is the money he gave me. I deposited it here. We discussed this, we discussed that. I have this and that. It is all on the person that defamed to prove all this. The person that was defamed has to so it's on the person that is defaming, not the defamed. The person that defamed just has to show, my lord, these are the documents, this is what this person said, and then you sit down. All the work will be done by the defendant. It is only when the defendant succeeds in maybe bringing doubts to the case, that is when the plaintiff will now, go further to now report whatever the person that defamed him said.
Thank you, Chooks. So Mr. Ade, please go on.
Okay, thank you very much. It's necessary to clarify, some of the things that were that were stated. With regards to Sarah Ibrahim, I think some of your discussions are kind of dishonest. I did not say that um, Peter will be suing, I mean, or threatening to sue or suing the Adeyanju is not democratic. I said that it is showing signs of being tyrannical. He's not even president yet. and you are, and he's trying to, is threatening to sue the Deji Adeyanju in writing, saying in this letter that he will sue him to court for statements, most, if not all of which, are supported are supported in evidence that's already even in the public space. So the point is not that it's being non-democratic. That's just how you chose to interpret it in your mind. The issue is that this is a sign of someone that doesn't have political power yet, and he's he doesn't have the power of the government behind him, and he's already basically trying to use the court system to silence an opinion about him, especially when that opinion is backed up by much of the information that's already in the public space. What happens when this kind of person is actually having political power and can order, the army, order the police to go and arrest someone and do a case for them? So, if this is not a good look for Peter Obi, the issue is not whether it's undemocratic. Using the court system is not undemocratic. The issue is that it's showing signs of tyranny. Um,
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging
I'm going to address some of the other points that you made. This is a classic shifting of the goalpost strategy. We're talking about the merits of Peter Obi's case against the Deji Adeyanju. We have the audio with Peter Obi admitting that he used the money of an ambassador for his family's business, right? I'm going to play the audio now for clarity's sake, so that people don't come and say that I'm defaming Peter Obi. You're going to hear it more clearly now than before.
into another state government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to another state government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me. Let me tell you. What you're saying. There is an opportunity of building a future for the state. Shouldn't we have done that? Okay, so can we agree that, in your view, as long as you're making money for the state, if some of that money finds its way into your pocket, it's not a problem? Never. Is that what you're saying? No, I'm trying to get clarity. No, let me tell you. Investing outside.
Okay, so when they asked Peter Obi, you took money from one member state, put it to the future family's business, he tries to reframe it as, I was trying to build the future for the people of one member state, right? Never denying that he did it, only trying to reframe it for political
But
purposes.
Ade,
And then
earlier you said he confirmed it.
wait
That's what he
now,
said.
the lady now said that, so are you telling us that if some of the money makes into your pocket, it's okay? And, he started fumbling around that question. Can Peter Obi deny, from like,
Sarah,
please,
hold on,
Bishop
Sarah,
Mike,
hold on.
can Peter Obi deny? Can Peter Obi deny from that interview that he did not invest put Anamba's money as capital into his family business? The answer is no, he can't. So if, like I said before, if they based on that statement, that admission, the Adeoju is now saying that this is corruption. Now you want to sue him, now you are threatening to take him to court because you know the man is not a billionaire. You are going to drain him financially. Or he's going to spend all his days defending himself in court. It's oppression. And this demand that you guys want and here's the thing with Tinubu, we have heard people say that he's a drug baron, blah, blah, blah. They cannot show us a criminal indictment, court records, and a conviction from America. Nothing. There's an FBI file, they cannot show the file. That man has not threatened or sued anybody on that drug baron allegation. So you can see night and day very clearly. Another point that you made about Tinubu, you said that he was trampling the constitution. The lawyers in the house, Pastor Juliet, Chucks, I think Chucks is left now. Although you're still here, I think. Can you guys tell us that there is no section of the constitution that authorizes the president to declare a state of emergency? And under such powers, he can declare a state of emergency and the governor has to step aside. That's what he invoked. If you think that the use of that power was not constitutional, sue him to the court. After all, you believe in the court system. Your principal believes in the court system. That's why he's starting to use the court system, against the Deji Adeyanju. So take Tinubu to court and say that he's abusing the constitution. But you don't. You haven't done so, right? Another point you made, Sarah, you talked about, you said, okay, anyway, my final point is this. Threatening to sue the Deji Adeyanju is a red flag. To me, it's a red flag. It shows that if this man ever has power, he is going to gag all of us. He's going to abuse our freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and I don't think that kind of person should become president of Nigeria. Oduwayo, you said some things I want to address. You said
Please
that,
round up in 30 seconds.
oh, it's funny. Three people can go for 5 minutes each, but me, I only get a few minutes. I have to round up so quickly. No, voila. This is why I said there's bias here. Okay. So, it's funny how Adwell can speak so well about the American system and say that it's extensive on on defamation, and you don't even practice here. I do. It's not as extensive as you claim it to be. When I'm talking about Nigerian law, I ask Nigerian lawyers, can you clarify this for me? Can you confirm this for me? But you want to speak on American law, and you don't even know what you're talking about. The elements of defamation in Nigeria and America are practically the same, except for one or two exceptions. For the most part, they are practically identical. The system of law, whether you came from a colonial legacy, guess what? America also came from a colonial legacy, right? They came out of England. Most of the elements of law that they're practicing are from the common law system. So when you probably use the fact that Nigeria was a colonial system, so was America. America was also a colony at some point
All
of
right.
England. So your arguments don't make sense. Hold on, please. Um, Deji, this will now. These people were going on for a while. Let me also give it to them back equally. 3 versus 1. Now you want to be
There's no
gagging me.
three. Nobody is
So,
doing it. Now you they see him as going now. Wow.
okay,
Please
let me just
just round
continue.
up. 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds. Let's move on.
He has
The
spoken
talks was
longer
talking
than
about,
all of us here, just to state.
Just leave
stop trying
everyone
to
likes
gag
to.
I'm
me.
just letting you
Everyone
know
Ah,
that
likes to.
nobody's gagging you.
Everyone likes to go at me. I'm the easy target. Oh, you're not giving me enough time like others. Whereas you don't talk for 30 minutes. All right, shall round up 30 seconds, I beg.
finally, with regards to the issue of the rest of what Odayo said, doesn't even make a lot of sense. I'll just leave those things for people that have intelligence to write that for themselves. The issue of the recording on the validity of yesterday's audio where Peter Obi said the election is a religious war. Based on that audio, which went viral, I believe someone can rightfully say that this man is a religious bigot, trying to play religion against politics. Why? He has not gone to court to prove himself. You guys are always talking about he's only trying to go to court to use his right. Then let him go and use the same rights in that court system and prove that that audio is false. The beauty of this case is this: by the time Peter Obi sues the Deji Adeyanju, the issue of the validity of that audio, that yesterday audio, will be germane on that religious bigotry issue. The experts will come and tell us whether that audio is real or fake. Something tells me we're going to find out that audio is real. And I believe so because Peter Obi did not go to litigate that issue in court to prove that it is fake. So again, if someone has an opinion on that based on that audio, which Peter Obi carefully dodged, did not after all the noise and everything, he did nothing about it, right? After all the theatrics, he did nothing about it in court. If someone says that I believe this man is a religious bigot, or more, you have difficulty winning that
All
case in
right.
court. Again, this whole thing is just designed to drag the judge's finances,
Deji,
drain him
Deji,
Deji,
financially,
you
can
going
we
on
ask
and
here.
this
Deji, what
lawyer
is
a
going on
question?
here?
Just one.
I'm trying to get him to finish so that I can bring new people up. That's when you now want to ask him a question so that he can keep speaking. No, I'm not doing that. I beg. Mr. D,
I
thank
can't
you
ask
very
this guy
much.
a
10
question. He's
seconds.
talking of
So my final sentence is this: this thing is just designed to drain the judge. In my opinion, you are going to drain the man in court because he said something you don't like, even though evidence supports what he said, and that is tyrannical, in my opinion. If you ever becomes president, you are going to suffer in this country.
Thank you
Please,
very
if
I
you
much,
have
yield.
the
Mr. D.
evidence, give it to him so that you can also help him out in court. That's all I have to say.
Sarah, wait. Is it true that that particular case um was not pursued, the one against People's Gazette? Because I tried to actually check for it online. I saw the like a cease and desist sort of thing, like a threat to of a lawsuit, but I'm not really sure if that particular lawsuit actually eventually came. So do you know, or can you clarify that?
There was a cease and desist, and you need to know also involved a man of God who is, very solid, and he was of the opinion. He had a lot of opinion because, of course, if he's going to go to court, he has to be the witness, right? There was a cease and desist. There was a lot of conversations, even with People Gazette, and back and forth. And it was trashed, or it was sorted, or I don't know how that turned out. I can actually get the full information before the end of the day. But just so you know, a man of God was involved. I'm sure everybody knows the person that was involved, and he himself wasn't willing to pursue it. And the statement he made, he said, a lot of people say a lot of things about him daily and all. So that, and he tried to, religious leaders will always want to tell you, let it go, and let love lead, basically. And he's a great man, actually. I mean, well, he's a great man, well, basically.
Yeah.
And all of that was discussed and sorted out.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Now Barrister will give us the closing remark on this our law segment,
But how
and
can there
then
be a closing remark, Deji? You allowed that guy to speak for. I mean, I was in the
no, I'm
office.
not closing the space. Wait, wait,
No,
wait,
I know
wait.
you're not closing the space. I was in the office and he was speaking. I even finished, came back, he was still speaking. Deji, how far now?
Wait, wait,
You
wait.
are really, you're an
I'm
APC
not
guy.
closing. I'm not.
APC
What
guy.
Jesus?
You
What?
not
God.
this.
See what's? Hey, God. God. No, not again. Ade will accuse me. Sarah will accuse me. Everybody's accusing me. I'm the easy target. Why? Anyway, what I meant was that we started with Barrister Juliet, Odoayo, Chooks, and Mr. Ade. So all of them have had their own sort of closing this thing. That's why I said Barrister Juliet should also. But there's more, there's double of more requests than actual speakers on the space. That's how fast I want to start taking things now. So Barrister, please.
But you allowed him to say that going to court and approaching the courtroom is tyrannical, but
That's why
moving
I have
somebody
barrister. That's why I
undemocratically
have barrister as the last
is
person
not
to speak.
tyrannical.
Sarah,
Jesus Christ of
Sarah,
Nazareth. These people, I
Sarah,
don't know what they eat and drink.
Sarah. See, there's. I think obviously you know this. A few of us know this. Like, he has spoken. I did not put barrister before him to speak. The point is he to say whatever he wants to say, and barrister comes to help us sanitize it. That's the point. Barrister Juliet, please go on.
Thank you very much once again, Deji, for the opportunity. So, I would like I've said before, the Constitution is there for us to know it, use it. In fact, it's declared to be any country's Bible, is the ground norm of any society. So, and we've actually referenced the reason and right for anyone suing. They have the right to sue. And now trying to manipulate the public or trying to incite the public on basis of tyranny using the courts, which is meant to be an instrument of interpretation, instrument of justice, instrument of fairness, equity, and good conscience. I think that is very wrong. And after saying this, I would like to also direct my international colleague to the international laws. You see, this United States, the EU, have gone ahead to refine their laws. And that was why I made the comment that Nigerian laws need to actually be put into action. We want a continuous interpretation. We want a situation whereby the pseudo democracy becomes the real democracy we intend to practice as long as we are a people. But we know that there has been a lot of challenges due to cultural biases, religious biases, and we can see their interference already coming to play. We want a situation whereby the Nigerian constitution is a ground norm for the north, the east, the south, and the west. You must continue to uphold the Nigerian constitution as long as we are Nigerians. There is no religion or ethnic group bigger than anybody. And if we continue like this, the Nigerian society will understand that everybody must bow to the constitution. Yes, not your religion before the constitution, not your ethnic group before the constitution. And as we continue to refine it, that is where education comes to place. You see this international law, United States, whereby we see a lot of people going into privacy, automated and AI governance. It's because it has sprung out of series of education reform and technology. I'll give you an example. You see this thing, First Amendment right to exercising of free speech. It has even gone ahead to now protect people's privacy. So now this privacy is a big body. It has to do with technology and all. But you can see that the United States, for instance, has even gone to impute some of their rights to even substantiate the claim why everybody has a right to their privacy. So they are not just limited for just defamate against the normal case precedents on defamation or libel or slander. They've even gone to appreciate certain rights in their constitution to even give room. And that is what education does. And that is what the legislative house does. It's so unfortunate that Nigeria has a sleeping and docile legislative, and the people are aiding the silence, because our laws should make sure that it is nourished, it is fruitful, it becomes very enlightening for even the public to understand that it is your right. Nobody should gag you against sewing. And it's not as a matter of taking anybody's money or making someone penniless. If you know the consequences of actions, if you know, you will be able to now refine your words, you'll be able to now substantiate your words. And this is not to gag the Adeyanju too. So when you're speaking, you know that you're arming yourself with the law. And I would just, and I think this already has clarified the part of Ade, you are an international lawyer, as you say. And I know that anybody who sues on the soil of United States of America on the civil grounds, nobody will come to ABC and nobody will come to international channels and tell you it's because they are using tyranny. No, they are exercising their democratic right, which is under the chapter 2 of fundamental rights. So you have the chapter 2 of the 1999 constitution. It is your right. It endures in you. Go and exercise it. Don't let any APC person gag you, and neither should the Labour Party member gag you or any other political party. It is your right. So you are in Nigeria before even attached to any political organization. And that being said, the issue of Sims unconstitutional removal, we already know what the constitution says on removal of an elected person in office. It's by section 108 and 108. And so the reasons for putting a state of emergency was on the grounds of law, public unrest, and all. If in a working democracy, the legislators have the power to decide on what grounds they can actually impeach a governor, not President Bola Ahmed Tinubu removing an elected governor. That was unconstitutional. And you know that even lawyers have been speaking about it. But because of the way we do things in Nigeria, everybody bows to money, worship people because of their attachment to aggrandizement, a lot of public display of wealth, affluence, power over the democratic principles is just so alarming. And I don't know the future of our legal profession. And thank God we're in the NBA season right now. We've seen that these are the core topics that should be discussed in the NBA. Because, and you already know that most of our lawyers are already leaving the country to go and practice in decent crime. You know why? Because in Nigerian society, a lawyer, any right thinking member of the society who is a lawyer will tell you this, that Nigeria does not and has not continued to practice their laws based on democratic principles. And our law courts should actually wake up, go through reforms, and actually start making the Nigerian people know that these rights, the door is an open door. It's an open door policy for you to walk into it and experience right justice, fairness, and equitable expediency or adjudication of any matter or any issue. So I think I'll rest my case here. We all know these lawyers, we are not liars. We should also understand these things that Nigeria, Nigeria today, you already know compared to most of the clients where all of us are in, because I know a lot of
Sorry,
foreign
barrister.
lawyers are on this place.
Before you leave, just to
Yes.
confirm to everyone that who has the burden of proof here? Who must prove the case?
You see, the thing is, he who alleges must actually prove. So now, if if PO ends up suing, he's going to be stating the grounds. He's going to also be proving to the court that so and so were made on X space, blah, 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 and this claim. So he is the one proving. And I wanted to give a very practical experience. Peter Obi will be the one actually proving, because he's the one alleging, and it's going to be on the balance of probability. It's not going to be beyond reasonable doubt. That's going through the stretches of trying to overprove, but on just balance, whereby it is clear in prima facie, everybody can see it, that this is what happened on X and other maybe other publication that must have carried out the publication made by Deji Adeyanju and reproduced it, leading to more than one person to see these things and leading to his and damaged reputation. So he's going to be the one to prove. And at the end of the day, it can also cross back to um Deji to actually prove that he made these statements on so basis, on so basis, and that so two persons and this particular matter now will actually be proving on what on the grounds for why Deji said so, and POB proving why he feels his reputation was actually damaged by Deji Adeyanju.
Hmm. Class dismissed, guys. We can now end the space.
No,
Thank you very much.
there were a lot of things that were said. Oh, by the way, I don't know. I'm living rent free on Deji Adeyanju's head, or your namesake, because he has been posting my picture and he has been typing my name. I don't even know if I should respond to him or not. Please, Barrister Juliet, should I respond to your
Barrister, please
like
tell her this is a consultation. She has to see you in the back end for.
But just to state, right, I don't want to derail. It's quite funny that those who actually say that the person who removed a or suspended, with a better choice of word, a democratically elected governor, even when it was stated illegal to do so, those who actually supported that the funds of the states be given to a sole administrator, those who actually said that against the constitution a sole administrator can go ahead to actually allow local government elections. Those who actually said that they can actually sit down and watch how our democracy is thrown in the gutters while one person actually does what he likes will come up to say that that is not tyranny, but going to courts to actually ask a court of law under the constitution for a redress is tyranny. I don't know what they are drinking, but it's definitely from not from a fountain of knowledge. I yield.
Yes, you're very correct. The thing is, like I said, nobody has a monopoly to gaslight. Nobody has the privilege to gaslight. And even an international lawyer knows this, that he would not even base his arguments, even or legal opinion in an international stage on the basis that somebody suing, exercising their fundamental rights is being manipulative, is being a tyrant or trying to use money, power. No, it's a civil suit. Let everybody go and have their day in court. It's an open door policy. So go into court and then prove your case. There's nobody arresting anybody. This is not an issue of bail. This is not an issue of unlawful imprisonment. And I would like to correct this. The basis for even impeaching a governor or removing a governor is on basis of Section 188. Sorry, I said 108. I'm taking accountability for the error in quoting of the section. So these are just the things. So nobody should gag anybody. No one. Nobody. Is I think all these things are just theatrics. All these are just game and fun play. An international lawyer knows better.
Okay. Thank you very much, Barrister. Hold on, please. Hey, error, 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 error. Beckinsley, your mic is very bad. I'm not sure if it's because my mic is open, but we'll try it one more time. But before you speak, I crave your indulgence, please and please. There are a lot of people ahead of you. Um, um, there are a lot of people with bad mics on this space. Ola Dito, please try and fix your mic before I call you. Thank you. All right. So, Barrister Juliet, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming to this space to enlighten us on some of these issues. Thank you also, Sarah. Please help us go downstairs. There are like 200 requests right now. Thank you. All right. Um, Now I want to take the cue as we had before. So all these my old men that have stayed with me for 2 hours, they have the chance to speak now. So I'm not going to bring anybody up for now until I clear the slates. So I have offended a lot of people. Okay, now let's start. Real Mazi will go. After Real Mazi, Sonny Arokwe will go. After Sonny, Oladito Dev will go, and then Casey, right? There is actually supposed to be Odwayo as well, but I can't see his request. Okay, okay, I can't see his request again. There's also supposed to be Feromi. Feromi is here. Good. So these are the OGs. Odrayo, I can see you, but please go back, leave the space, and come back. You are currently in the limbo. Okay, thank you. I'm trying to fix up before we get so for the new speakers who have just come, which is Real Ever Best, who has eventually dropped, and Beckinsley, as well as Adewale. Please be patient for these guys to speak. and then we'll now take a new queue. Thank you very much. Now, Rimazi, please go on.
Okay, Deji. Thank you for allowing me to speak since 11 a.m. You say 2 hours. I want to correct you. 11 a.m. This is 6:26 p.m. So if patient is my name,
Rimazi, are you not entertained?
ah, ah,
Patience,
I'm
patience is a
entertained.
virtue.
I'm
Rimazi,
entertained.
patience is a virtue. Sorry, no vex, no vex. Ah, error. Please don't let it be now that your mic will go. Can you guys hear him?
I'm muted. You muted me.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, that was a mistake. Sorry,
No,
sorry,
it's
sorry.
fine. It's fine. You say patient dog is the fattest dog, bro. Patient dog for Nigeria and a hunger don't they kill him. That's on a lighter note. Now let's come to the topic. There's one guy that was speaking here earlier before that Ade came on board. I've forgotten his name. He came here, he was calling people names, calling P2B, IPOB, calling names and the rest of it. When you are with some of all these guys, you will understand the philosophy of what they are doing. Nigeria is boiling. In fact, Nigeria is this guy at the why I was so irritated listening to him because he's in a country that is working. He's in a country where the system is working. And I can beat to my chest that this guy have not been in Nigeria for a while. But because maybe his tribe member is in seat, he feels it's necessary to support him at the detriment of the poor masses. Now, why am I interested in this Sui case or this Deji case with Obi and the rest of it? Is because once you start attacking Obi, once you start calling Obi names, APC will recognize you and give you portfolio. Why did Bayo Ononuga stop calling Obi names? Obi give him a little tip of an iceberg and he rests. And this Deji now is been too much for him for a while now. If you have been on his social media handle, you will see what he has been doing. Not right since 2023, he's been doing this thing. And he's doing it just to get the attention of the young man. You see, these guys, what they are doing is this thing. They will gaslight you, put you in a situation whereby if you talk, they said you're a tyrant. If you keep quiet, they will call you a weakler. If you shake body, they will say, is it how you are going to govern us? Once they come, they will try to gaslight you in every way they will do it, and they will call it politics. Now, somebody was a governor for complete 8 years, and he tells you that if you want to prove him, if you find anything against him, he will resign and stop contesting. Rochas Okorocha wanted to contest for president of Nigeria. On the eve of the primaries of APC, EFCC came to his house from the ceiling. They came to his house, they carried him. He didn't participate for that primary, right? He was in the EFCC custody. A whole lot of them, from the president to the ministers, all of them are in the EFCC list. If Obi have any dent in his name, Obi should be in Kuje prison arrested. But they have found through around everything they can use to find him wanted. They now went to his son. If they find out anything from his wife, say, very soon they will go to his wife. There is no way somebody that you people claim that came third, not even second, third. If anytime it has to be with Obi, every Dick and Harry will come out. They will start pressing it as if you are touching their balls. What is going on? Why is it Obi? Why is it always Obi? Why? Why did Deji leave his best friend that is Sowore and start attacking Obi? Even Atiku start attacking Obi every day. It's called the marketing strategy. He's trying to make it look as if that Obi is that thing that he just like where you are stand. Maybe your parents trained you very well. Okay, let me put it this way. My parents did train me very well. Your parents trained you very well. Two of us grew up. I have a lot of bad reputation, bad characters around me. And I see you as a saint. I have to find a means to carry that shit where they my body, sorry to use that language, if you are eating here, please forgive me, to carry that thing where they my body, throw it on you, so that me and you go to smell shit. That is exactly what is happening, because all the politicians in Nigeria are all corrupt from beginning to the end. If you say you are not corrupt, come and prove yourself. All of them, they are all corrupt. That is why Nigeria is the way it is today. And once they see that you are not in the same system with them, they will start fighting you, start attacking you. They see that Obi is not playing the kind of politics they are playing. That is why Obi is their number one enemy. Why are they not attacking? Why are they not attacking Atiku that they claim that he came second? Why always Obi? Why are they not attacking Kwakwanso? Is Obi the only person that ran for presidency? Why are they always attacking him? Somebody came here. I don't want to use a foul language for him. He came here and said that it is because they know that it's the turn of the Igbos, it's the turn of the Southeast. But the only person they projected was Obi, and Obi does. Bro, let me tell you something. 2000 and during the time of Yaradua, right? A lot of Igbos contested. Igbo people, the block vote came out from Igbo land against Okrocha Sukrocha during primary. During the time of what's his name, after Yaradua, Obasanjo time, during the time of Obasanjo, a lot of the block vote came out from Igbo land in support of Obasanjo against an Igbo son. During the time of what's his name, during the time of this Tinubu, that is this Buhari that destroyed Nigeria, that they say that he's dead. During the time of Buhari, bro, almost Igbo sons, 4 or 5 of them contested for presidency. Igbos voted for Atiku. The block vote came out from Igbo land over Atiku. A lot of Igbo people contested for presidency. They're even up to like 5 or 6, but all of them, they are corrupt. If we see you say you know what we'll carry you, throw you inside bush. We'll not fucking send you. We know they carry bad picking because in our own. Once we see any dent around you, we don't disguise. We don't. If tomorrow Obi fuck up, Igbo men and women will tell him that we don't want him again, and we reject him completely. That is the philosophy of an average Igbo man. We don't care because you don't feed us. As in Asia Fakego, a good name is better than riches. You might have all the money in this world, but once you have any dent in your name, trust me, we don't. An Igbo man know they go waka where they bring shame for his face. Once that waka go bring shame, you go see him. A lot of people will be disguising themselves from him. Just leave him. Before you know it, you see yourself. Only yourself will be at the forefront. A lot of Igbo politicians are out there romancing with APC. Do we fucking care them? Some of them will come to a polling unit, will fuck them out of the polling unit. But now, some of you think that the only way the federal government that is pushing you into abject poverty, so that during election period they will give you 4,000 and you say your vote to them and go back to hunger. The only thing you will do and they will clap for you is to start insulting the young man that you have scrutinized him. Oh, some of you have not been in Anambra before.
Okay.
Some of you don't know the state he's from because he
Remazi,
had it
please,
from
please round
Anambra
up in
State.
30 seconds, yeah.
I will round up. Some of you have not been in Anambra before. Some of you don't know where he's from. Some of you don't know anything about him. But because you heard that he's from the Igbo land, he's from Southeast, automatically he's your enemy. Rethink. Deji, also Adejinjo. You say that Peter Obi is a fraud, that you want to see him in court. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you, Remazi. Guys, just to quickly say something. This has been a very difficult space for me to host. Every time I keep hearing Deji, 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 Deji. And sometimes I don't even know which Deji you are referring to. Deji, you are a fool. I'm like, is it me they are talking to? I don't know. But please, guys, this Deji is not the one being sued or getting cease and desist. It's the other Deji. This Deji is a very gentle guy that does not like trouble. Thank you. Um, just to also say, because some people were here yesterday. Some people were here yesterday when we announced the debate. I've reached out to Sarah, telling her that IY, the guy who later took the challenge and deposited 1 million in my account to face Sarah at some point this weekend, has now pulled out. He has requested for his funds, and I have since sent his 1 million naira back to him. Unlike Macron that was scared to send his 1 million naira. Anyway, so his reasons was basically that, you know, this is not really his domain, right? The fact that he's just coming to spaces, he doesn't really know too much, and he doesn't want to just jump into the deep end. So essentially, that is why, according to he said, starting he's just starting out on spaces and wants to learn a bit more before he starts making such hefty um, bets. So yeah. So at this point, the debate is just shaking. It's having one leg, and I actually had reached out to a few judges. About three had given me their commitment. In fact, one had actually asked me to reach out to his secretary. Like I went all out, guys. I went to look for the big guns. Those people that channels will bring and you have a show. These are the people I went to go and contact. If you see my draft letter, you would think it's for something so important. Anyway, so right now we don't have a someone to take the challenge, but I was reached out to in the back channel, and I was told that some APC guys have now are now ready to take the challenge, and one of their demands was that the host should be AY because they are scared of me and my bias. But I have told them that I will host the space and they can nominate one co-host. Sarah will also nominate one co-host, and I will send them my account for them to deposit 1M so that we can go back to the debate. If that does not happen, I'll just send Sarah's money back to her and call it a day. So I just thought I should give that quick update because the alternative would be for me to be shalaing on the TL. I don't have my English is not that good. All right, back to regular programming. Um, Sonny, go on.
Thank you, Deji. I thought I wasn't going to get a chance, honestly. Um, it's just today that I know you are different from Deji Adeyanju, the lawyer.
See what they talk now. See what
Yeah,
they talk.
just today, honest. Having said that, there's this thing they say, a hood does not make a monk. It's an old English saying. You get people come out in your space and they will tell you, I'm a lawyer. How do you even clarify that? And when they talk like market women. Lawyers make their money from what they say, not what they tell you they are. I listened to the gentleman that said he's a lawyer. He wasn't making sense at all. You want to convince people like me that the tape you're playing shows that Obi is guilty and committed an offense. A tape you are playing. Man, I don't understand. And he said he's an international lawyer. Well, let me tell him there's a difference between a lawyer and an attorney. If you can read letters of the law, and if you don't have a license to appear in court, these are different categories. Okay? See, so what do we have here? We have a court of public opinion, which is different from court of competent jurisdiction. In the court of public opinion, obviously, the facts are there. Facts are separated from false, and we all know it inside us. But if you present that in the court of competent jurisdiction, they can engineer it into giving you the judgment you want. And we have witnessed that. We went to an election in Nigeria, not too far away, 2023. We all went voted. Halfway while the election was, the result was coming out, somebody saw that it's not favoring him. Quickly, with him and his business mongols, they moved in resources and bought people's conscience. And they said, oh, there was a glitch. And with that glitch, they declared a result and somebody formed a government. Okay, we accept that. He said, go to court if you don't agree with it. Okay, we said, listen, we don't have anything against you, Mr. Tinubu. You want to take the governance, fine, take it. And let's see what you can do with it to help us live normal lives in Nigeria. Then he took the government. Where are we today? Everything is going down south. See, the real issue here is not what we are talking about. This is a calculated attempt to shift us into a different thing altogether. Distraction. Get an average Tinubu supporter and put him mic in the face. He say, tell us why we should, support this government. No, 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 no. He's not going to tell you that. He's going to deviate completely and start talking about P2B, who is not in government. That's what I see here all the time. I have had 1, 2, 3, 4 people come. Three of them say, it's because he's Yoruba. Because he's Yoruba. Please, I'm telling you right here, right now, it will come to a point where those people saying that will deny Tinubu that he's not a Yoruba man. Because at that point, Tinubu will discard them. Tinubu has discarded a lot of people. Mr. Lokmansa, in the national TV that came out, was fighting with what's his name, the journalist there. He's dead now. Yeah, he is one of those people that fought for Tinubu and got him into power. He wasn't giving anything. He wasn't, and the man came crying in the TV. It happened before every one of us. Right now, there's a big crack between Tinubu and his deputy. What makes you think he's not going to discard you once he got your vote in the next election? Who are you? He's not representing the Yorubas. He's representing his core group. So if you like, kill yourself, spill your blood. See, let me face it. Straightforward. I'm a politician, a plastic politician in Nigeria. I'm a venture capitalist and all that. Let me tell you the truth. Let's bring Tinubu's policies one by one and take a look at it. One policy he promised is that he is going to at least normalize the situation so that there won't be any insecurity in Nigeria, which to me is the biggest issue facing us right now. Now, what I'm watching in the TV is I see a lot of people being kidnapped. I see a lot of armed men in form of, herdsmen sacking villages and all that. What I don't see is where is the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police going after them? That's what I don't see. It's as simple as ABC. Tinubu presented government, and if you look in there, you will see the budget for security. It has national security advisor and all that. Let them make an attempt to fight. There's difference between making an attempt and not doing anything at all. Why is he not doing anything at all? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. Not about somebody that you have an issue between me and you. I went to court and I gave you a letter. Say, listen, if you don't do this, I'm going to go to court and sue you. Why should it be a debate for us? What is at stake here is Nigeria. Okay? Adeyanju made his whatever against P2B. Let him go to court and prove it. It's by the way. It's not an issue for discussion. It's distraction. And we got people who say they live in the United States and he's a lawyer, and he's coming here to tell us, oh, I have a tape, I play this, that. Who is he fooling? You think we are kids? Anyway, there's no need to say every obedient is a freedom fighter.
opinion, but I don't think we should be letting people come up and have unchecked speeches like Macnon actually did on this space, because someone might just tune in at the time when Macnon is speaking, and probably something calls them out, and then they leave the space, and what they will take out of the space will be just what he said. You try to be balanced, with the responses that people are giving and things like that. But allowing someone to just come up and use, make some baseless accusations against, people who we have, so many people have said are public figures here, should not be tolerated at all. It shouldn't be tolerated. If you have basis for that, for whatever you're saying, if you say someone is a thief, if you can provide proof that that person is a thief, then of course you can, people will let you speak or talk about those sort of things. It's quite disappointing, with hearing all of those things from people whom you would expect so much from. Okay. Now, you know, looking at the system, what's been happening in Nigeria, you feel a little bit disappointed, because it looks like people go to school but they don't put into practice what they study. Deji is not the first person, not our host Deji. Deji is not the first lawyer I'm seeing who makes baseless accusations. It's quite disappointing for people who call themselves lawyers. It's quite disappointing. Deji is a supporter of the ruling party. If you think that this person is a criminal, there are instruments of state where they can, take this up. This person has come out severally to tell you, if you can point out one thing that I've done wrong when I ruled as a governor for 8 years, he's going to drop his ambition to be president. There's the EFCC, there's the ICPC, there's every instrument of state that can be used against him, even by people in the same party with the same Deji Adeyanju. But nothing, none of this. Nobody has ever brought anything against him through the EFCC or the ICPC. So why would you come up here and make baseless accusations and then you let them just speak unchecked? We should be able to stop them. We shouldn't let them carry on. He came up and started very nicely saying, oh, he acknowledges the fact that people are speaking respectfully, and then ended up speaking disrespectfully. That should not be allowed. We're all smart people. We can't come on space and just come to waste our time, because whatever speech he gave was just a waste of time, a total waste of time listening to. If we see if you see something that's wrong, you should be able to call it out. Someone has come here to say, oh, someone P2B suing Deji Adeyanju means P2B is being tyrannical. That's so fallacious. That's unbelievable. So what's the court for? What's the court for? He prefers the Nigerian method, where when someone does something against you, then you go and, grease someone's palm and then send police to arrest them. Is that what he prefers? Is that what he prefers? See, there's something I was saying to some of my colleagues the other day. If our country has decided to remain dysfunctional, those of us who call ourselves intellectuals, professionals, should not become dysfunctional in our reasoning. But it's appalling to say that so many are still very dysfunctional in their reasoning. I really hope that Nigerians would begin to call a spade, speak truth to whomever deserves to hear the truth. People talk, see, I'm really sorry. Now, this might sound a bit, it might sound a bit somehow to people who are on the opposing side. But one thing I want to point out is that no matter whose cause is God, no matter how old someone is, if the person is doing something wrong, you should be able to call the person out. Some of us live in saner climes and we know how these things work. No matter how old I am, I want anyone, no matter how young the person is, to be able to point out that I have done something wrong and tell me that I'm doing something wrong. If you don't look forward to becoming a better person, then you're better off dead and gone and not beneficial to this earth. For every human being who is sensible should be able to look forward to becoming a better version of themselves. And anybody should be able to point out where you've done something wrong. And you should be willing to accept such criticisms and not reject criticisms like that. So if someone like Deji, who is a lawyer, can assert, can accuse someone publicly, not privately. It's not like you send that thing privately to him. You come out publicly. It's like someone going to the market to insult you, and then the person coming privately to apologize. No, the person must apologize publicly in the same marketplace where they said the same thing. Now, if someone like him, with all of the knowledge that he has, can make such aspersions against someone we have all considered a public figure, even threatening that he should go to court. In fact, when they threaten that they should be, people should go to court, I see through them. One of the reasons why they do that is because they are supporting leaders who have destroyed all our institution of state. Because if our institutions were functional, you cannot do such a thing and then ask the person to go to court because you know exactly how it's going to end. It's a bit disappointing that, people whom you should naturally look up to would come out and, use. Thank you very much, Deji, for the space. And I really hope that, when people say the wrong things, we shouldn't just let them go unchecked. We should be able to stop them.
All right. Thank you, Casey. Next time I will make you my co-host so that you will be stopping them for me. Let's move on. Odrayo, please go on.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. And somebody, and what actually triggered me that made me requested for the mic was, I can't remember the person's name. Was saying that the Deji, the host of this space, to join Tinubu and everything. I'm a Yoruba boy. I was born and brought up in Yoruba region. And since I've been born, I understand how the political system has been working because the political system has actually affected my life directly and indirectly. And where I am today eh, is as a result of the political decisions that our past leaders have made. So, in the sense that most of us, even we that we speak Yoruba fluently, most of us had to resort to the fact that we had to seek another nation that will give us hope to our skills and the abilities that we have so that we can achieve our dreams and aspirations, which is not supposed to be. Why am I saying this? Either you are Yoruba, you are Hausa, you are Igbo, Tiv, Ibibio, whatever it is, whatever decision that the government are making affect you, whether you support the ruling party or not. If a ruling party is shying away from what the opposition will say to them, the corrections, the what the opposition party are saying, and you cannot take it to note that okay, this is what they are saying. Let us resort to do something better to resolve these things rather than you shouting, calling them up. And if you look at it critically, you set of people that are calling us the obedient, calling us mob, you are the one acting the opposite. Because ever since this space has started, nobody has among the intellectuals that have actually spoken in the wing of obedience. I've never heard anyone raise insults, saying sort of what, like the person that was saying that they should move away from the obedient and join the ruling party. He was saying some sort of thing that I was like, wow, this is uncalled for. We didn't no kilagbe. Now, they are raising that Peter will be this, Peter will be that, is a tyrant and everything. Even people that they call themselves law law kini àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n, and you sit there, you listen to them for hours, and you cannot even pinpoint to the point that they are trying to make in the topic that we are talking about. Deji Adeyanju is saying all sort of things. He dared in. You as a person, if somebody dare you so much, you won't take it. Wọ́n ní pé ọ̀rọ̀ èèyàn máa ń fi ń run rẹ̀ wò ni in Yoruba. Use that word. Whatever it is that is happening to that man, use it to you use it to pinch yourself. Use that needle, use it to pinch yourself. As a person, he has tried. I won't say, okay, Peter Obi is not the president now. He doesn't have power over the judiciary. He doesn't have power over the legislator or anything. Even the person that you are supposed to face, ask him questions. We see what is going on in Nigeria now. We see what is going on in Benue. We see what is going on all over the country. We see everything. If Tinubu is after the interest of the Yoruba, he won't give Wike so much power. The power that he gave, that's so much power that he gave to Wike. Wike is just a minister of the FCT, and he's even acting more powerful than governors, elected governors. Wike is an appointed minister, for crying out loud. If I'm not saying something right, somebody should correct me. So, and we see it for ourselves in a democratic state. There is supposed to be a checks and balances that the executive is not supposed to have power over the legislator. The legislator is supposed to serve as a checks over the executive. The executive is inside the legislative house and singing on your mandate which are stand in 2025. Connect the dots. Look at so many things that you have done, that you've turned Nigerian democracy into, and you expect us to keep quiet. You've turned our democracy to jamboree, theater, and everything. I'm a Yoruba man to the core, and I'm going to tell you for fact, when the Yoruba Rono that you are shouting, if Abat Ogunde is alive today, Abat Ogunde, oh my because what Abat Ogunde was saying in his song, if you go and listen to the song where he said, the darkness has overwhelmed the earth. Yoruba Rono, stop killing each other. Stop hating each other. That's what Abat Ogunde said. If you don't understand, if you seems not to understand, Yoruba that you are saying that you are fighting for, Yoruba said they are not enjoying the true democracy. If you don't know what you are saying, if you don't know what you are saying, the whole Nigerian right now is in shambles. Yoruba that you are shouting about, self, are you buying things that they are selling? Are you buying it cheap? Or exchange rate is different from the way it is in the north, in the Yoruba? Please, somebody should enlighten me, because it's as if I don't know what is going on here. The cocoa that they know the Yoruba for, cocoa export that we know Yoruba for, that we use it to build cocoa house that is in Ibadan. Up to today, Shebi Tinubu is there now. These are the things that you supposed to karamasiki. Somebody should forgive me as I'm speaking Yoruba. These are the things that you need to show effort in. Like my political scientist teacher will say, a lecturer, he will say, governance is not hard. It only takes somebody that is willing. If you are willing that, okay, this thing, let us resolve it. What is going on in Nigeria? What is going on in the whole of Africa? Nancy Mandela said, when Nigeria gets it right, the whole of Africa will get it right. Because Nigeria is like a mirror for Africans. If we see it as that, we'll take this nation seriously. For me, why I'm supporting Peter Obi, I see him as somebody that if I question him that why are you doing things this way, that's the reason why I'm supporting Peter Obi. I can question him. I can question Peter Obi that Mr. Obi, why are you doing this thing this way? If he's going the wrong direction, if you don't understand why, I am so much that okay, I want Peter Obi to become the president of Nigeria. But you can't say that of Tinubu now. How many questioning have we done to Tinubu that everybody are just saying this, keep quiet, keep quiet. Eh? As of today, our health system is nothing to write home about. See, insecurity is on the high. We talk about inflation. Inflation is on about 20 something percent high, all time high. Since 2015, it has been all time high. I saw a post, they were comparing Ghana CD with Nigerian Naira. They compare Zimbabwe dollar with Nigerian Naira. Ojuye, Kotiwa. We are supposed to be ashamed of ourselves. Let's cover our face. If you cannot speak, if you cannot question people that you support, so what's the essence of supporting them? You cannot even question them. When they are doing something wrong, you can question them. Hmm? When they were saying they commissioned Nigerian Airways, where is Nigerian Airways today? We ask you that question. Nobody answer. Nobody, nobody among you have answered. So whenever you want to say anything as regards Peter Obi, you just pick one or two things and you kept emphasizing on that same thing again and again. And the guy has actually come to clear himself over a million times. But when we ask you questions, you shy away from it and you'll be acting as if these things are not happening, and it's happening. Hmm? We all saw it with our eyes, two eyes. When Bullion Van was entering into Tinubu's house, we asked you question. Did you answer? Many of these things, thousands of it, that we
They did,
ask
they
you the
did, they did,
question.
they
You
did.
don't.
But they did, although they say he missed his road.
We are asking you all these questions, but you don't respond to them. You act as if you are not hearing us. You act as if you don't see all these things. If you feel that this thing is not affecting you, if you feel it's not affecting you, eh? La má worry. Kidnappers to one in Niger, everybody, loma, they don't know. They are not writing it on your daughter's head that you are supporting Tinubu now. Eh? But we won't wait. Eh? Ke fitinin ke batiwaje. Allahumma àmín, Allahumma àmín, ẹni tí tiẹ̀ ti jóná kò ní kó ná mọ́ tiwa àní gbà fún yín. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you, Dwyer. Thank you very much. So for those who think that, because I actually also hear it from a lot of people, it's almost it's it gets very annoying sometimes when I hear some people speak so generally about the southwest and Yoruba people, like, oh, almost as though all Yoruba people supported Tinubu, and making it seem as though it's just be where they are just generally bigots over there, and it makes me very sad. It makes me. There was a video, I'm not sure if you remember, of people, um all these women asking, like, queuing for bread, and in I think somewhere in Lagos, and you know the tweets you see and the messages, or the on the TL, is almost as though, well, should be they voted for him, let them eat the bread, let them, that's like, I'm in my mind, I'm like, this guy literally lost Lagos. Do you get what I mean? So I mean, everybody just needs to do better, really.
Sorry, Deji, I need to chip in it something here. That Lagos that you made mention, we saw it on the video now when MC Oluomo, the one that they gave all power of Lagos into, when he was questioned, they said if you vote anybody aside from Tinubu, we are going to kill you. We saw it with our eyes. What did they say? You saw how many people that were marched in Lagos now. Even in Ibadan, when we were contesting election in Ibadan that year, come and see the intimidation and everything. If not because Sheyi Makinde is the governor of Oyo State, if it was APC that was ruling in Oyo State, it would have been terrible. So what are we saying? The picture, the video, the everything was out there. CNN took footage of everything. Now we saw everything with our eyes.
All right. Let's 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 not deviate too much because we are actually speaking about Deji Adeyanju's case. So in case new people who are just joining think this is about Yoruba versus anybody. I have just one more person from the OG list before I let Real Ever Best speak, and that's Feromi. Feromi, please go on.
Oh, okay. Good evening, Deji. Good evening, everyone. Basically,
Yeah. By the way, thank you, Odrayo. Thank you. Feromi, go on.
basically, I have been listening on this space for a long time. Um, I don't even know where to start from. I'm just making brief so that I'll allow other people speak. Um, I think that some persons have actually spoken well, while some persons have come here to not really say the truth. You can't be lying, and of course, opening your eyes to lie in front of hundreds of people listening, and you think hundreds of people are fools. You can be a Ronu and then Kodema, and you can also be an obedience and then be obedient to whatever you hold high or hold religiously. Could be a Christian, Muslim, or traditionalist. I'm saying this because you cannot see the truth and then start lying to yourself. This Deji Adeyanju situation now, the man clearly said in his tweet that if P2B knows that what he's saying is a lie, he should show him to court. That was what Deji Adeyanju said in his tweets. And that is exactly what has happened. So, what then is the problem of these fucking people that are talking about why I don't even see it as a situation to start with? You challenged me. You said they burn your papa well. Come beat me. And I'm telling you that they burn my papa well. And I'm beating you. And then you are crying that I am beating you. You challenged me first. That means you don't even have you don't even have the facts to back up what you're saying. If you are crying that I am challenging you, that you if you're crying I am challenging you, that means you probably don't even know what you're saying in the first place. You should be happy that I am challenging you. That should not be the situation. Because some people came here and we are saying, yeah, it is tyranny. It is if he becomes president, that means everybody won't have any freedom of speech. If you dare me, it's just a pity that most of all these people probably don't even have a name to protect. That is why you will see them coming to talk about tyranny. Peter Obi should not be talking about it. If you have a name to protect, if you have a dignity to protect, if you have honor to protect, if you defame my character, if you say anything that is not right about me, I will sue you fucking ass to court. I don't care. You don't have anything to lose. That's why you advise Peter Obi to let it go. What do you have apart from your 10,000 naira they give you every month to come online to banks? And then at the end of the day, you go and eat, you don't have anything to protect. And then you are comparing Tinubu and comparing P2B. Listen, the constitution actually gives everybody every right to do what if he's going against according to the constitution, if Tinubu wants to keep quiet for 100 years, it is right to keep quiet on issues. If P2B wants to sue every damn person that talks about him to court, it is right to do that. Don't compare two people. I can't be quiet. Deji cannot be, might not be. Deji might decide to take things the legal way. So anyone that talks about his name, that defends his name, I can decide to keep quiet. Most of the spaces I'm going to say it again. I don't think he will be the president of Nigeria. But at the same time, I am not also that stupid to think that he shouldn't stand up to his name when he has been defamed. I don't think so. If anybody thinks that you don't have anything worthwhile fighting for, so be it. Peter Obi has something worthwhile fighting for, and that's his name. Let him exercise his rights. And let's not also join issues. So people have talked about Sarah Ibrahim versus Deji Adeyanju, and that's why Peter Obi is doing versus Deji Adeyanju. These are two different issues. Sarah versus Deji is Sarah versus Deji. P2B versus Deji is P2B versus Deji. These are two separate issues. The fact that I am from the West does not mean I don't have sense. The fact that I support ruling government does not mean I shouldn't think with my head. What are we talking about for crying out loud? I heard some stupid things on this space today. And these are people who apparently stay or live in countries where the system actually works. One who says he's a lawyer in America come here and was also saying something different. That it's a tyranny. How does suing somebody who is defaming you to court tyranny for crying out loud? I can't just understand. While he was speaking, I was very annoyed that this is coming from somebody. Listen, I don't know who you are, but I'm saying if anybody chooses you as a lawyer to represent him or her in court, the person has lost the case from the very first day the person came to you. The person has lost his or her case from the very first day the person comes to you. If you are a lawyer in America where you are, and then you're saying that somebody who is fighting for his name is suing somebody to call for defamation is tyranny, then I think you should go back and probably review your certificate again and review your probably what you learned in law school. Because as even me, I'm not a lawyer, I know more than that rubbish you were coming here to talk about. Somebody has grown as old as P2B. You are teaching him when to go to court and when not to go to court. What have you? How many court cases have you been to court before? In fact, he has probably been to court more than you can ever be in your life. And then you're teaching such a man how to when to go to court, how to go to court, and you're talking rubbish and you're saying it with confidence. I'm so sorry for anybody who comes to you to represent him or her in court. Because I don't know if this place is recorded. Go back and listen to yourself again. If it defends me, if I want to take, I will take it up. Any APC person that thinks Sarah go and charge her to court, it's a separate issue. That Sarah supports P2B does not mean that anything P2B done is linked to Sarah. These are two separate issues. For crying out loud, let's be thinking. Let's use our head. It's not everything they give you money for because it's because it is P2B. The other day I was on Mars this space and I told him clearly, I said, when somebody came on his space and was saying P2B does not have relevance, example of the fact that the man still has relevance. Because just a small court case, the whole Twitter is on fire. This is the same man, you people will come and say it doesn't have relevance anymore. Are you not seeing the stupidity in some of your statements you make? Again, like I said before, I've said it over and over again. As somebody who is from the West, I voted him in the last election. I will not even vote him again. Would win, even if he wins. I don't think he'll be declared winner and nothing can be done. I don't think I will vote for him again. But I will not stand anybody talking or saying trash when you are not using your head. Tinubu knows anybody has betrayed him, he has the right to take them to court. If Peter Obi knows anybody has betrayed him, he has the right to take him to court. If they don't want to, it is their choice.
Yeah.
But when they do, please don't come and start crying and start telling us that they are not supposed to. Fundamental human rights as enshrined in our constitution as
Yeah.
Nigerians. I use Deji.
Thank you very much, Fermi. First of all, I'd like to apologize to those who have waited for long. In fact, Fermi is one of the last of the initial guys I had kept on for so long, and now you two are now part of the guys I've kept on for so long. I can't even imagine if I was trying to speak and it's taking this long. God knows I would have been frustrated. So I don't take it for granted. So I apologize. And also to the requests I see the request. So please, everyone will speak as long as the request is still open. All right, let's set a new queue. Shortly, we'll be having a women segment. Women segment. So if you are a lady and you want to jump the queue, please request for the mic now. For a few, we'll dedicate like maybe 30 minutes for just women. Thank you. All right, real ever best. Please go on.
All right. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Depending where you're spacing from. I've been waiting to get this mic, and I've forgotten a lot I wanted to say. So Deji, it's been a while. Because of time, I just greet one person here. Sweet Angel, it's been a while. How are you doing? Anyway, what I want to say is this. Let me just start from the known, then I'll go to maybe touch other places. There's a speaker that actually spoke here. I can't find him again, at least to know what his name is now. I think he was trying to talk about what Sarah said. I don't think Sarah said that Tinubu does not have the power to actually declare state of emergency in Rivers State. Even
Yeah, that
though,
was Ola.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I said that was Ola. That was Ola.
Okay, even though that was not the argument, and if let's for the purpose of argument, let's even agree that that was a legitimate conditions for him to have declared state of emergency in Rivers State, even though there was none. But that was not Sarah's argument. Sarah's argument, I'm sure, was that he does not have the right to remove a sitting governor. The constitution does not give him such power to he can actually declare a state of emergency if there are conditions that warrant that. He can do that, but he does not have the right to remove a sitting governor. That is not part of the constitution that actually say that. Again, the problem I have, and I used to think before this time that the reason why we've had it bad in Nigeria because of the level of education in Nigeria. But in recent time, I've now come to realize that the problem of Nigeria is educated people. The problem that we have in this country today are educated people, the choices that they make, and the people that they persuade. Because one thing about educated people is that they are the brain boss. They are the brain boss of those people who are not educated. So when you have an educated class that constantly promote bigotry, constantly promotes ineptitude, constantly promotes corruption, constantly promote bad leader, it means that their followers, those that follow them, will actually, gravitate around those kind of things. I think it was Karl that said the ideas of the ruling class is the prevailing ideas in every historical epoch. So the problem of Nigeria basically is actually in my in a large form educated people. And if you check in Nigeria today, the most people who are driving narrative are people who educate other people we should look forward to. The Deji we are talking today is not an ordinary person. It's an educated man, somebody whose opinion, a lot of who shape public opinion in Nigeria, and now he's a lawyer and in his own right a human rights artist. So it's not just an ordinary person. People like Reno or Mokri, say what you want to say about him. He's also uneducated. People like Daniel Buala. In short, I used to respect that man so much so that even during the tribunal cases that he was even in PDP and I was in Labour Party, most times when I see him in court, I want to like go and greet him because I just believe that, oh, this man is an educated person. But most times when you see the kind of things that they promote and the kind of stand they take, you now begin to wonder, how can these people be the kind of people that will drive genuine change in Nigeria? There's one other person too in recent time. People like Femi Fani-Kayode. Say what you want to say about him. He's an educated person. He's somebody who went to some of the best schools in the world. And look at the kind of position they take. Another person that people have not really reviewed himself so well is somebody like what's his name now? Shegu Shewomi. Shegu Shewomi. That's another person. That one, you might not really understand the kind of politics he's playing, but very soon he will reveal himself. And these are people that are educated, and a whole lot of them, if you just want to expand that net, a whole lot of people. So the problem of Nigeria is not so much about, we have a lot of uneducated. No, it's people who are educated driving narrative, because they now wonder why is it the case that in Nigeria that we cannot have people who are educated, people who you think are fighting for the good of this country, coming together to say, let us promote somebody who at least this person, nobody's expecting an angel to come and rule Nigeria. Nobody have said that. We are saying that if in every that within this person and this person, I think this person is better. But you will now see in our own case, the people who are educated, those are the ones who will gather around, pull their resources together, pull everything to make sure that they bring down the best among those people who are contesting. And at the end of the day, they will now come back and start saying, oh, Tinubu is doing this. Oh, Buhari did this. Why didn't Buhari do this? Meanwhile, they are the one who promoted that same person. They are the one who made sure that that person became president. The people who made Buhari become president in Nigeria are not educated people. They are educated people like Professor Wole Soyinka was among the people who made sure that Buhari became president. Wole Soyinka, nobody can say it's not. And in short, when the East did not vote for Buhari, he said that the East did not vote because the East were considering their stomach. It was because of their stomach that they did not vote for Buhari. Like, we don't have anything to think of. The only thing we think of is our stomach. So, which means we are not even reasonable not to have voted Buhari. And a lot of people made those kind of disparaging statements. And people, at the end of the all of these same people, this APC today, that is saying that Buhari government destroyed this country. This same Tinubu that is telling us that Buhari destroyed this country. Everybody in APC that is saying what they are saying about Buhari government, they are the one who brought Buhari. They are the one. Buhari in that election, I think in 2015, Jonathan was a better candidate. In 2019, Atiku was a better candidate to compare with Buhari. But they promoted Buhari. They did everything they could do. They made Buhari. That same people today is telling you that Buhari destroyed the country. That, in short, they inherited a very bad economy from the same man that they promoted. And that is where we have found ourselves. And I hope that some of us who are fair-minded people can actually come back, take some step backward and say, we as a country, where are we going? Nobody is against you, voting for whoever you want to vote. But don't say, oh, I'm voting this person because of, oh, this other person did it. They will tell you that, oh, the reason I didn't vote for P2B is because P2B is a religious bigot. But somehow he allows Tinubu, who actually choose a Muslim, for the first time promoted a Muslim ticket, and for the sole purpose that he wants to make sure that the Muslim not vote for him, because he feels that if he choose a Muslim ticket, that the North will vote for him. He did not talk about Atiku, who said that what the Northerners need, that what Northerners need is a Northerner who is a Muslim and who actually understand the other part of the country. That is what he said it in his mouth.
Sorry, really, Best. I'm still trying to find a way to ask you how all this ties to Deji Adeyanju's case, please.
No, the point I'm trying to make is that people are making it look like, oh, if you accuse P2B, that why should P2B bother to actually sue Deji to court? I'm trying to say that Deji is an educated person. He's aware of what he's doing. And it's not just being an educated person, it's somebody who has who shares public opinion and who is also a lawyer. And I'm saying that it's not even just about Deji, that this is how the Nigerian system operates. And if one does not check it, if somebody does not check it, that it will be a norm. It will be an instrument through which people who are supposed to even be in position of leadership, or people who should even correct some of the things we try to correct, will not even come into leadership position. Because to become a leader in Nigeria is very, very difficult. For a good person to come and rule Nigeria is very, very difficult. And that is why you see people like P2B, who nobody has called P2B a messiah. But we are saying that within the people who has presented themselves for leadership position, that this man is daring people and say, if you can say I've eaten public money in my private or public life, bring it, I will resign. Nobody has come. But we allow people like Deji a space to every day disparage this person, and somehow we feel it's normal. And when this man now has even taken a step and said, okay, let us go to court, and he has not even taken Deji to court. He said, Deji, I want you to recount this thing, because I know these things are lies. I'm giving you an opportunity to recount it and say I'm sorry. He has not taken him. But if you fail to do that, I'm now going to take, instead of people to say, Deji, please, if this thing you're saying is lies about this man for political purposes and whatever it is, that please recount it. They are not telling Deji that. They are blaming P2B to say, oh, why should which means you're saying that P2B should allow his name to be denigrated, he should allow his reputation to be destroyed, He should allow his presidential ambition to be derailed because of people who should know better, but who does not want to promote anything good. Another point I'm making is that, let me also make that point, that the problem of this country and why this country is not moving forward is educated people, people who you think are educated, but they are using the education to make sure that Nigeria will not have good leadership. Because if people like
Alright.
Deji cannot know between right and wrong, if people like Reno Mokri cannot, if people like Buala, if people like some of these, even Professor Wole Soyinka cannot know between good and bad, then we have
Yeah.
a serious problem. And it is in spaces like this, please let me make it is in spaces like this that we can help to shape, because we cannot continue to say, oh, we are looking for one educated person, one professor, or one chief, or one imam, or one other from somewhere to come and tell us the best. We ourselves as Nigerian citizens, this should be an eye opener to every one of us to say that if we must get Nigeria right, that we cannot continue to rely our destiny on ethnic bigotry, on
Yeah.
religion, or where somebody comes from. And what happened in the last election is actually something that should actually encourage a whole lot of us, because the last election showed one thing, that irrespective of what happened, that Nigerian for the first time came together and tried to rebook this ethnic politics and religious politics that has actually engulfed our progress in this country. For the first time, we push.
Okay.
Let me, when you're saying okay,
Please round up in 10 seconds, please.
no, 10 seconds is not. Let me round up in 1 minute. That this kind of politics is not actually healthy. It's not actually healthy for this country. And if there are people who will actually change the narrative in this country, it is the young people like us. It is young people that can actually, because the elderly people have actually, whether they're educated or not educated, they have failed us. And if we fail, and one thing that actually annoys me about this country is that the people who support this bad leadership, majority of them are also at the receiving end of the effect of bad leadership. So the people you see that come to promote, like the guy that come here and say, oh, we know about Tinubu education, and when you ask him question, he could not answer. These people are people who are promoting what they don't even know about. The people who told us that Tinubu did not go to school, it's not obedient. People, when Ganifa sued Tinubu to court, P2B has not even started contesting presidency. When they sued him to court, it was Tinubu himself that used his hand and swear affidavit and say, I went to secondary school in Ibadan, that he went to a government college in Ibadan. It was him that said it. And when people called him to come and prove it, so if Tinubu cannot prove the secondary school that he went to, who are you to prove the secondary school that he went to? The person he said the other day that is his schoolmate in Chicago, the people have come to say, when that man was in school, the man was 15 years when you were in school. How could that guy be your schoolmate? So these things are truth that is clear on public spaces, but people
Yeah.
want to close their eye to it because they want to promote falsehood and they want to make sure that bad people continue to rule us. And it is upon us to make sure that these things, does not actually hold water. Young people like when we
Thank
open
you very
spaces like
much.
this, we don't have to give opportunity for people to continue and lie and lie and lie. Each time we see them, we have to debunk it. Each time we see them on a space, we don't have to allow them the ability to spread lies and go. We should debunk it immediately so that it will be in the mind of people that these things are lies. If P2B does not have the opportunity to say that what they just saying is lies, people will take it hook, line, and sinker because they, oh, P2B, why didn't you come and sue Deji? When he said, he did not even say sue me, he said triple. He said sue me, triple. Anyway, since you don't have time, thank you for the opportunity.
You had enough time, really, best. All right. I would like to remind the speakers. I think there's this deviation from the topic from the last few speakers, and I think we need to find our way back. Maybe we need a lawyer to kick us back into the thick of things. You see, Maxwell, please go on.
Good evening to you, DG. Good evening to every other person on the space. For people like well-meaning Nigeria, there are people that you give them the space when every other person has spoken, so that they can round up the space. He's my very good friend. a very passionate speaker. I wish that I can speak without being disturbed by the bell. But real ever best, no matter what you ring here, he must finish that sentence he has in mind. But straight into the conversation, the Adeyanju gets seized and diseased. It relates keenly to Peter Obi and the recent letter that resurfaced or that surfaced on the internet on X. You see, I've been asking myself this question: why are we really debating what a person is doing with his right? Like we've been all here for hours listening to ourselves, talking and arguing. Why are we debating what the reason is very simple because of the caliber of person that Peter Obi is. You see, if Peter Obi has gone home, thought about it, called his lawyer, a revered senior advocate of Nigeria, sought legal advice, and upon legal advice, he decided to take the step to institute an action against Deji Adeyanju, of which we have not even gotten to the place of action. What we are seeing is what we may call in legal parlance as pre-action notice. I want to institute an action, but for professional reasons, let us resolve it amicably. So this is an opportunity for you to go back, reflect on the things that you have done, check them to be sure if they are indeed correct or wrong, and do what is necessary. If you find them to be wrong, tender an apology. Peter Obi in his letter did not ask for any monetary reward. I want to state that categorically. Peter Obi did not ask for a monetary reward from Deji Adeyanju. The reason is very simple. A person of the caliber of Peter Obi is not interested in Deji Adeyanju's money. It's not possible that a person like me will institute such a defamation um, or we send such a letter as that and not a request for payment of fee. With the magnitude of defamation, libelous um, defamation that we have here, it's obvious. But to get into the meat of it, is there an iota or is there a case of this defamation here? I think that sane minds, without being coerced, without being deceived, will agree that the statements that Deji Adeyanju has put out in the public over time, over a period, are libelous, they are defamatory, they are scandalous, they are only targeted to tarnish the personality of Peter Obi. I ask myself, a person who is a legal practitioner, a person who is a rights activist in his own right, a person who is into public interest litigation and issues that relate to the public interest, at his people that you triple dare them, you double dare them to institute a defamatory action. Go and read everything that Deji Adeyanju has said. If a person says something that is not true with the aim of tarnishing a person's image, then he should be made to bear the consequences. Peter Obi has only asked that Deji Adeyanju apologizes for these things and then publish such apology on his X handle and Facebook handle where he used to fight for his integrity, his name. When his name has been brought to disrepute, a person who is about to lead the most populous black nation, what do you guys have in mind? Because I sat here, I've listened, and I've kept probing my mind to know where are all this antagonism coming from? Is it because it is Peter Obi instituting that action that it has become a problem? Or if any other person had instituted such an action, not Peter Obi, it would have still been a problem. So it is good that we set examples. And what better person to set this example with than with Deji Adeyanju, a person who has refused to listen to the words of wisdom. Even after receiving that letter, he went ahead to still make those statements. You accuse a person of fraud, you accuse a person of being a bigot, you accuse a person of bribing you. Do you know what it means? Do you really know what it means in our jurisprudence, in our laws? For somebody to come out openly and say that you offered him money, you bribed him to do something, and that he rejected it. He comes out to say that you are a fraud, you have deceived people, you have collected people's money, that you have collected state money, you have used state monies to make investments, you have reached it for your personal gain without any documentary evidence. I'm happy he started saying some of these things before he became a lawyer, and he has continued saying them after becoming a lawyer. He has said all of these things without any proof whatsoever. There is no pictorial evidence, there is no documentary evidence, absolutely nothing, just on the premise of believe me. That is all Deji Adeyanju has spent his time and career doing on the issues of Peter Obi. You see, I'm not going to come here and attack you guys one by one for those of you who have come after Peter Obi, but I want you to understand that it is within Peter Obi's right to sue if any other person has been defamed and the person has decided not to sue. It is the person's decision, and you should not come and place him side by side with Peter Obi. Everybody should choose what they want. You can tarnish my image and I decide not to sue, and you tarnish somebody else's image and the person decides to sue. We all know the reasons for doing so. I hope you know that there's a cap, a placement on such um, civil actions that, okay, within 6 years, for such, or when his name has been brought to disrepute, media houses have published it as headline news, then you now want that Adeyanju has stood his ground. It will afford him the opportunity to indeed prove the things he has said. I had people talking about the whole legal process. These days when I come to space, I'm usually circumspect as to what I say about, legal actions and reasons best known to me. Let me tell you, if Peter Obi goes to court, the only thing that Peter Obi needs to prove is that the statement was made and the statement was libelous and it was aimed to tarnish his image. Simple and short. The bulk of the work falls on Adeyanju to prove that, yes, I made this statement. It may be libelous, it may be defamatory, but it is true. So now you begin to ask yourself, how can Deji Adeyanju prove, either by documentary evidence, by oral testimony, that Peter Obi defrauded somebody, or Peter Obi used state money for his private gain? He's going to show accounts. He's going to show documents, statements of account to show this. I don't need to teach whoever is going to handle his case or whatever what they need to do to prove, but we know the whole legal gymnastics. He's going to prove at what point did Peter Obi as a person bribed him with so amount. What was the amount? Where are the Naira notes? At what occasion did this happen? On what date? What circumstances led to it? So don't try to think that Peter Obi just decided, woke up one morning, called his lawyer and wrote a letter and sent it to Deji Adeyanju. There have been decisions, there have been advices that have come their way before they took this decision to do this. So allow them. This matter may not get to court. In fact, I wish it doesn't get to court. Reasons best known to me. These are things that people can intervene, or Deji Adeyanju himself can simply write apology letter, because all of us know very much that these things are false. But what many of you have come up here to do is simply to defend it because of you don't like the person of Peter Obi. You are not saying that what he has said is right. You are only defending it on the basis of your dislike for the personality of Peter Obi. So It may be a pain in your ass, it may be a needle on your skin, but allow them do their thing. If he feel he is right in all he has said, then he doesn't need to apologize. After 7 days, I think that was given on that letter, if they decide to continue and institute an action against him, that would be fine. Then we see what the result will come. As for many who think that this is one of those cases that would just be pushed under the carpet, or when he goes to court, he's going to stay there for years. Whatever the number of years it's going to stay, for people like me, we'll be waiting for the outcome, because I would even like to use it as a case law in subsequent cases. So we'll be waiting and we'll see. I know that this case will be dispensed with urgency, but I guess we'll see. Thank
So,
you very
so
much.
just Marshall, what about those people who are of the opinion that even if Peter Obi was right, even if this guy was being libelous and was being this and that, like the fact that someone of Peter Obi's stature is taking, an activist to court may not, say well for him, politically speaking. Like people may find that, he has very, is high-handed in dealing with, you know, voices that are not necessarily in support of him. Well, what do you think?
All right. We now ask ourselves, what is the definition of high handedness? Peter Obi has followed due process in this. He has given him a pre action notice, he has told him his demands before a pending suit may come into play. So this is not high handedness on one hand. On the other hand, why this thing needs to be done, and I'm of the opinion that it actually needs to be done, is also because we are talking about the status of Peter Obi. It's also because of the status of Deji Adeyanju. See, there are certain things that we don't need to deny. Deji Adeyanju has a huge followership. To some people, members of the society, they see many of the things that Adeyanju say as true and something to go by. To another section of the society, they see Deji Adeyanju as a person of integrity. So whatever he says, they will take it, they will hold it to high esteem. So, it's different when a riffraff, like many on social media, come to Peter Obi's post and insult him and say all of that. Many people would look at those type of people and say, these are just hungry people who don't know what they are looking for. You understand me? But because of the status of Deji Adeyanju, he claims not to be a political player. Claims to be a person that does not align with any political party or any candidate. So people will believe what he has said more likely. So he should be able to prove that, okay, what I've said is true. Then Peter Obi will go back home and say, okay, fine, what you said is true. Case closed. So it does not reflect high-handedness. Deji Adeyanju is not the first activist to have been sued. I need to establish this. Many activists have been given letters. Many activists have been sued. Femi Falana have been sued. Name them, of blessed memory. What's his name again? How can his name skip me, for heaven's sake? The celebrated rights activist.
Ganify.
Ah, Ganifa Emi, thank you very much. Many people have sent him letters. He has been sued. In fact, he was even sued by his own professional body, the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee. He was sued by fellow lawyers. He was sued by people who felt he was defaming them. So why should Deji Adeyanju be different? Why should we give him special treatment? If he has violated the rights, fundamental rights enshrined between section, I think, is it 32 now of the 1999 Constitution down to section 40, 44 of the Constitution. All of this has given everybody their rights, their fundamental human rights. And where yours stops is where another person's begin. So you should know. Oh, I want to ask back, Deji. Are we saying that people should not be made to bear the consequences of the things they do or they say because of the caliber of the persons they are doing it to? I want to ask you back that question.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we should all be able to face the consequences of our speeches and all of that. I mean, we have to understand that, our utterances, especially in public, cannot be reckless and make unfounded statements. However, some of the people who are criticizing this are saying that we all do it, like obedience, PDP, APC, like we are all guilty as charged. And if they start speaking everyone one by one, how many of us will be left on spaces to speak? Mark, you see, Maxwell.
You see, Deji, that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. We all do it, assuming but not considering the fact that all of us do it. If by happenstance you do it, Deji, and a person sends you a letter that at so instance you have defamed me, I require an apology. I'm not even asking you for money. Just apologize for it so that my integrity can stay intact. Won't you apologize? It doesn't say anything. Going forward, you only become careful with the things you say. If we all do it, then let us all be ready for the day we will apologize or the day we'll be expecting court cases. That should be the case. If you are not ready to stop doing it, be expecting your own letter. That should be you see the thing with defamation. A person reached out to me, a client reached out to me and told me that he wanted to initiate a defamation suit against the person. And we looked at it. Yes, there were elements of defamation still on social media. You see, there are a lot of social media cases that have been toned down because of this same phrase that you made, that we all do it. But there are certain people who should not be excused. Like I told you, Deji Adeyanju is a public figure, like it or not. Many people who would like to attack me for saying so, but it is the truth. He is a public figure, a person who was even invited to deliver a session at the Nigerian Bar Association. A lawyer, a right activist, expectation, natural. It comes naturally by there were things I was doing. Let me even tell you this. There were things I was doing that in 2016, when I got admission to study law, I stopped doing it. I'm a graphic designer, a professional printer. There were things I was designing in those days. When I started, I was not yet a lawyer. But immediately I started studying law in 2016, I wasn't waiting for security operatives or anybody to come and look for me. I'm not saying that I was doing what will make them look for me, oh, but I had to speak wisdom to myself and say, oh boy, year one studying law, you should not be found doing anything that would drop you. In the same manner, Deji Adeyanju, who is fighting for people's rights, I'm supposed to see him behind Peter Obi fighting for Peter Obi's rights. But what has he done? He has abused right activism. I must state categorically, I celebrate, and that is one of the reasons why you would never hear me insult Sowore on aspects that relate to right activism. Some people may come here and have different views. Your view is not mine. I have reasons for that. For many years, I've been in right activism and I do the best I can. I would never. But when it comes to political ground, I know that that is a different play. But if Deji Adeyanju says, I'm a right activist, I'm a lawyer, so much is expected of him. To him, much is given, much is expected. And that is the reason why, for a person like himself, we will not look at it from the lens that because many people are doing it. If Mr. A, who is living in one suburb here in Abuja with me, or he's in Lagos in Makoko, who does not even understand law, he has not even interfaced with a lawyer before, is doing it, we shouldn't find Deji Adeyanju also doing it. We shouldn't. We actually shouldn't.
Thank you very much, Juicy Maxwell. That was great. So, guys, I talked about a female session, a women's session, or ladies section. I don't even know what you will call it. We are approaching it. But before then, Adewale will speak, and then we go in. Thank you, Juicy Maxwell. Adewale, please go on.
Thank you very much. Um, I'm not really bothered about the APC guys saying why it should be swing and all of that. I'm more bothered why certain obedience are feeling like he shouldn't have done that. I mean, why should we say shouldn't do that? He has every right. No, ordinarily, as a citizen of the country, as I mean, we're under democracy now, so ordinarily you can do whatever it is you want to do if you feel it is not right. But secondly, due to the fact that this man is contesting to be a president, and you see things like this, when they linger too long on the social media space, at some point, it's going to haunt you. I mean, at some point. Please remember that not everybody is obedient and Ronu. There are people who are genuinely neutral. There are people who are genuinely watching. There are people who are genuinely seeing and trying to see what's happening there. So there are certainly some people who are actually neutral. There are people who are having a conflict of, oh, Tinubu is from my tribe, or but I like Obi. Well, Tinubu is Yoruba man, but I like Obi. So there's this conflict in so many people, and these are things that decide what they will do or their decision at the end of the day. And then, personally, for someone who do not follow anybody blindly, I am an obedient to the call. But sometimes when things get out there, you know, you want to see the end of it. I would personally want to see the end of this. Maybe at the end of the day, we can finally, because if at the end of this, it goes to court, and the court, I don't know the legal language you use for that, and the court, is it like justify, how am I going to put it? And the court says, oh, Deji Adeyanju, you have done something wrong. You either pay a fine or spend a few months in prison. I mean, at the end of the day, this will even give us obedient more bragging rights. I will be able to brag better and even more on this space. Let this thing go to court. Let this thing be sorted out. Let everybody see this thing. Let all of us see the end of this thing. And this will serve as a deterrent to many people who are hoping to do same. You are going to see how many people will now start trading carefully now. I'm telling you, people, so many senseless guys out there will start trading carefully next time. The day he did sue Bayo Ononuga that time, but by notice there was a legal case that time. You will see since then Ononuga has been trading carefully too. So I mean, let this man go to court. Let the court settle this matter once and for all, and let and let and obedience should not be saying this man. We shouldn't be encouraging that. It's a public figure. He's trying to be president. But we know where this thing will end at the end of the day, anyways. We all know. We know who we follow. We know our leader here. But still, we need something like this to ordinarily we own this social media, ordinarily, especially this Twitter. Now we get them. So when we now go to court and then we at the end of the day things become clearer and open and we get more bragging right, and this is something that can even hard that can part this our leader to this presidency we are all trying to push him to. And I'm hoping and I'm praying that God will make this thing succeed by the grace of God. Thank you very much.
Deji, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Deji, are you there? Maybe he has a call.
I, d- I don't know if you called me, but I heard something like my name. Somebody's your line is breaking. Whoever is talking, I don't know if anybody can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, but I'm not sure if Deji is trying to say something though.
Chidi, can you still hear? I can't hear from here.
No, no, he's not speaking. I suspect maybe he is on a phone call. Maybe.
Okay.
So if someone has music to entertain us, anyone that can sing while we wait. Gloria, would you like to say something while we wait for Deji, or would you just rather we wait for him?
Um, okay. It's
Can
because
I
he
can I
hasn't
say something,
given us a go
please?
ahead, but okay, so I raised my hand earlier. I was thinking I was the only lady in the building. So I'm glad to see that a lot of ladies are popping up. And by the way, I don't know if Sarah is still around. Kudos to Sarah for all she does. Very courageous, especially with the fact that she's a lady. And I must say, our guys in the building has done fantastically well. They've said quite a number of things. A number of points have been raised, and enlightenments have really gone round in the legal aspect. And I just see the whole scenario playing from the other camp that were given the mic to speak. I think that should be Ola also, and the other Ade also. I see the part of trying to play smart, and like the other speakers said, they spoke as if they had obedient family to be people that are illiterate, that are not enlightened enough. And I thank God that we are all enlightened and know better. And it's high time Obi starts, Peter Obi, His Excellency, starts asking people to bring out evidences for their claims. You can't just commit defamation and think the other guy said he's acting tyranny. He wants to wreck the account or something of Adeyanju. If from what we have seen from his profile, I don't think he's a small lawyer. He quite saw the weight in his claim before he came out, and thank God he's a lawyer that laid such claim. But I feel he had such audacity through some confidence he must have gathered with the fact that our nation is not a working nation, is not a same place. So he has spoken out of the confidence that he feels that everything goes in Nigeria. So probably with the confidence that his principal would back him by buying the judiciary or something, because they are such a great claim. Like the last speaker said, this is a campaign coming up, and is going to tarnish the image of His Excellency Peter Obi. And if he doesn't clear such kind of claim, it has a way of playing back as this is an internet space. So I don't see any narrative they are trying to play to be idealistic. They're not really making any points. They are just playing a narrative. That one acted like a funny person, the one that spoke last. I think Ola also, and said Tunubu went to school abroad or something. I love when Deji asked him, we've been looking for such, because I was eager. I was like, oh, interesting. Someone is actually saying they know his school record, and called his attention to, can you give us a name? At least everybody will enter into Google straight and start searching up something. And it was a narrative to cover another narrative. I was like, not again, you know. So I have stopped pushing on some of these propagandas, because I'm a good follower for years of David. And David is someone, is a journalist that is very factual and talks about so many things that has to do with the root of our issue as a nation. And I've got to learn as a follower of David that the root of our nation is coming from our colonial masters. So they are sponsoring, they just want to afflict Nigeria. They don't want our nation to stand. So they sponsor propagandas and people, big top names that the other guy mentioned. They are all literate, but they are all selling negative narrative. They want to make our nation an ungoverning and unpeaceful environment. So we'll all migrate out. So we'll come and serve them. So they don't want a working Nigeria or a working Africa. They do the same thing they do to Nigeria to other African countries. When it's time for campaign and political elections, they sponsor bad leaders. So we come to serve and they tax us and we cannot save up. So the narrative is the same in other African countries. You know, they try to sponsor these people from behind. They pump in money to pay these influencers to keep selling the image of bigotry, religion, tribes, and all, so as to destabilize the government. And when you are frustrated, you want to take up a scholarship abroad, or you just want to leave or something. So I think we have to get to the root of it. We have puppets among us that they are using, because someone cannot be using fake certificate or giving us fake information, or a drug baron, and we're telling you your case, it has case files with you, bring it out, and you keep adjoining the case so as to keep us in the dark side. Adeyanju is talking out of a confidence. I think he has a backing for him to come out, because he's not an illiterate. You know, I love the way Faremi, the speaker, spoke extensively about this matter. The same with Sonny. I think Sonny also was the first one that spoke, that gingered me, because I always come silently in the space. I listen and I just go, because I feel we are not heading anywhere. They've been an error. You know, our principal has taking up the challenge, which the Adeoju threw to him. Is human to do that. Anybody can, whether he's a prominent figure or not. Is his image we are talking about. And now we have agreed we want to go to God, and you're saying we are going to wreck your account, we won't take advantage of you because you feel that you want to run how did the tyranny come in the first place? So these people, they have the confidence of their paycheck, of how much whatever amount they pay them every now and then to push narrative and cause division. So when they come in our midst, they try to tell you, I'm a Yoruba born, I'm an Igbo born, I'm this one. So it's the issue, the cycle. We keep going in the same cycle. It's not
Yes.
heading anywhere,
You
you
know
know.
what even
So we,
confuses me? It's the
Mhm.
stoking of division that I don't get. Like you feel, okay, the person you support somehow was selected to be president by INEC. You believe he's doing well. So why are you just hitting the polity? Why stoke division, the tribal? Why? You should be happy that he's doing well. You should be striving to unite the country. So that is what like always confuses me when I see like, certain tweets and utterances from some
they don't
people.
have
Like,
they
why?
don't have anything. They don't have anything to sell for their principal. Their principal has not tendered anything tangible for us to sell with, or to sell with. Our hospitals are still bad. Like everything is, there's still problem. Poverty has gone to the height of it. By January next year, everybody will will be taxed. There'll be a taxing structure in play. Even conductors and pepper sellers will be all taxed. So what
Yeah,
are
so
we
Gloria,
saying?
just put a pin on that tax submission. Okay, we'll come to that. But let's hear from IJ Prissy. Did I say your name right, IJ?
Yes, you
No,
did.
I was
Yes, you
still
did.
going
Good
to note
morning,
something.
good afternoon.
Sorry, just a moment.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Can I quickly round up on my last note? My
Oh,
last
oh,
note
oh,
is that
for sure.
we actually have to get to that point where we pick up an evolution. We have seen a country where judiciary is not working. So going going through this cycle might not help us in the next election. We should prepare our mind and get ready that we need to get to that point where we need to defend. There's a part where we need to defend ourselves. We need to defend our votes. So this was the mistake of our principal, His Excellency, by stopping the troop of people that came in that wanted to fight for the electoral results. So we need to get to that point where we'll get ready to defend if we have to come out to yes, we do that. Although a of people that were in that protest are all abroad and everybody's moved on with their life. I don't know the hunger at which everyone will be ready to fight this time. But the choking we're experiencing, I just hope that the suffering will push people to come up and take responsibility of what is happening, especially in this difficult time. So I think his Excellency is absolutely, and the whole nation is even waiting to see the result of it. And it's not wrong to say apologize, and it's not asking him for his legal fee and everything. That's humility at its core. So that's my point. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Gloria. But you're still hanging around. You're not dropping, right? You're still around. Is Gloria still there?
Hello, is
Yeah, I
anybody
can hear you.
there?
I asked, you're still around, right? Or are you leaving?
Hello, am I muted?
No, we can hear you. IJ Prissy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, please go ahead. I guess maybe Gloria has network issues.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. So I've been here, I've been listening to different people with their views. The view that caught my attention is the Ade guy that said he's a lawyer in the US, and some of the things he said, I was marveled that a lawyer would say that. First of all, somebody is suing someone and you're saying that that's tyranny. Come on. I don't know where that's coming from. Coming from a lawyer, then I don't know those that he also sues, what he would call it. Again, he brought up some defenses, some things that he claimed are defenses for the person that is defaming, and he alleged that some of them, His Excellency accepted it, and when he played it, I don't know, some people that were here when he played it, there was no proof of acceptance, but he said that His Excellency accepted it, and I was wondering, where is your proof of acceptance? And he gave us some other audio, the People's Gazette audio, and I was thinking, have you heard the entire conversation, or do you think that the GO and His Excellency will call themselves and only make 3 lines as a phone call? Have you listened to the whole entire conversation to know what actually they were talking about? What led to what and what not? And again, he brought up another claim saying that His Excellency invested in Fidelity Bank, and I'm like, is Fidelity Bank the only bank he invested in? Why are you not talking about the other banks? Or is it because you want to choose Fidelity Bank? So I was just triggered then. That was why I requested to speak. I needed to ask him some questions, but it's quite unfortunate he's not here to answer the question. So I just decided that since I was already up, I was already made a speaker. Let me still bring it up in case he still have the time to listen to the entire conversation. And again, I would like to say one or two things. um Sarah, I think I will say this to you. It's a good thing. I like the fact that as a woman you always stand your ground, you always speak your truths. But please, I would just like to appeal. It's sometimes I just get irritated that every step that His Excellency makes, it's in the public, and I don't think we should be doing that. It's not everything he does that should be made public, especially some of these political moves. So at least there should be suspense around. It's not everything that His Excellency wants to do or is about to do or where he has gone to we should know. Let it be that if he doesn't want people to know, let it be. If the ones he wants people to know, let him post it. The ones he doesn't want people to know, let it be like that. We shouldn't be the ones telling people what the moves that His Excellency is making. For me, I feel like it's not fair, because the way the polity is, especially on this Twitter space, people just look for one or two things and start looking for reasons, justifications, and all that. It makes the obedient people always on their toes and all that. I don't think I like it personally. I don't think I like it. Then again, I know someone asked about the recording, and I didn't expect you to answer that, actually, because it is not in your disposition to give an answer to that. If they want to have an answer, the His Excellency has actually sued. They should wait for the courts to come up with an answer to that. It's not in your position to give an answer to what the response PO's lawyer should give an answer to. So sometimes when they ask you things about His Excellency, I don't think you should have an answer to it. They should ask him directly if they want a question. If they want to ask him a question, they should ask him. If he feels he wants to answer, he should answer. And if he doesn't want to, that way people don't get to know all every move or every step he makes. That's actually from my own point of view. And then again, I don't know if my fellow obedience are here. Sometimes I look at the way they respond to people, and sometimes I wish they can tone it down a bit. Actually, I wish they can tone it down a bit. What we are opposition. We should focus on issues. It's most our opposition should be issue based, not when they throw every time they throw you a stone, you want to stone back. For me, I think sometimes they're not necessary. Please, that's just all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, IJ Prissy. Is Dozie Eze, I saw your hand up. On my screen, you are showing as a listener. Are you a listener or a speaker? Tom's, okay. Do you have anything to say?
Yes, I do.
Oh, Naman, you be? Oh,
Yeah.
no. Did you say na woman in one here? Na woman voice in one here. You be lawyer? Are you a lawyer? Now, lawyer, is Houston Maxwell still here or did he drop off? Because I want to speak to a lawyer, actually. I have a question. Okay. All right, Dozie, let's hear you.
Can you? I just wanted to make out some points. Can Ambassador Israel go? I'll come up after him, please.
Oh, okay, okay, Ambassador. You know what? On my screen, and mind you, I'm not a host, so I can't view. I'm just seeing everyone as listeners except IJ Prissy. So, Ambassador, if you're a speaker, you can go ahead. Let's hear what you have to say.
All right, thank you. Uh, uh,
And if there's anyone, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. If there's anyone else that is a speaker, just feel free. I'm guessing it's an open mic until Deji comes. Because again, like I said, everyone is showing as listeners on my device. All right, Ambassador, let's hear you.
okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I wanted to join in the conversation earlier, but I was not opportune. That was, I think, this afternoon. I just think, of course, the move for me is the right in the right direction, and it's important that uh, the reason for this move, of course, for some people that would not know, that will see it more like silencing, dissecting voices. Of course, I think by law you are entitled to protect your reputation, your image. I'm a media strategist. I understand how important image or reputation is, especially for public figures like Peter Obi. And if in the media parlance, if you allow controversy or negativity around you to drive, of course, a matter of time, if you are quiet about it, silence is also it also means something, in the media. So they can also term your silence as being, yes, or being in affirmative. So it's important that people understands this, that Mr. Peter Obi is not just doing that to, silence anyone's voice. And for me, if you have any facts or any evidence against someone, I don't think you come on social media, the court of social media opinion to push on that narrative that are not confirmed to be true, by competent law, court of law. And I think for somebody like Deji Adeyanju, who, in quotes, is a self-styled, activist, as policy or a lawyer, I think you should know better that you don't just come online and start accusing people. And this is the same person who came out to attack distinguished Senator Natasha. We have every of these records, is on public domain, and saying that he's coming on social media, ranting, accusing Senate President Akpabio of things that she's not sure of. And she was telling her to come, that she's ready to listen to her. But come of it. I think it has gotten to his limit, and I think this is the right direction. So people, it can serve a deterrent to others. Someone like Reno Omokri that has also been all out against Mr. Peter Obi. I think people, of course, when you see political leaders that are quiet, that are simple, or that are in quote, that are not rugged, as afraid Nigerian politician is, people try to take advantage of them. And I think Peter Obi is getting it right this time around. You don't just allow things like this to slide. You need to take appropriate action. And I think by matter of time, we're going to know if it's going to be right or not, for him to have done that. Over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ambassador, for your contribution. It is well noted. Dozier, are you ready? If not, I saw that
Yes,
DJ Sheriff just came up. I'm
yes,
actually
I'm
seeing that
ready.
as a speaker. Are you ready? Okay, go ahead, please.
Um, IJ, good evening. How you doing? How you guys doing, please? IJ, I just wanted to say something. I wanted to address something you said before I face the topic of the day. Peter Obi is, I don't know if you've seen him face to face. I don't know if you've seen him just passing by. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But you see, Peter Obi is himself mysterious to so many Nigerians, even to my humble self. In a country filled with criminal politicians who has no other job but stealing from the coffers of the Nigerian people. You know, in our present day Nigeria, for years and years and years, we've had politicians who just focus on the coffers of poor Nigerians and have stolen and looted this country dry. And in such kind of country, you have somebody like Peter Obi existing in a country as stinkingly corrupt is amazing. is mysterious to me. It's not something that you just, look at with an ordinary eye. Peter Obi is like a candle, a glorious candle lit up with a glorious light. You cannot just put it under anything. Even if you do not want to speak about him, even if you don't want Sarah to say anything about where he has gone to, the people in that environment, once they set their eyes on him, his whereabouts will be exposed. He's not somebody you can just hide his candle. It's a burning flame. It's somebody that this country urgently needs for us as a nation to be one, that's number one. For we to have a working nation economically, and for us to have a safer nation, and then for us to have a country that will be internationally recognized. For now, Nigeria is in the cocoon of darkness. Countries, the only aspect of Nigeria that is projecting us is actually the musical industry and the sports industry. What Nigeria needs is a good leader. And let me tell you, not only does Nigerians see a good leader in Peter Obi, the international community, Nigerians in the international community see a good leader in Peter Obi. And I'm telling you this, he cannot hide himself. And in fact, Peter Obi has no right to hide himself. You cannot hide a man such as that. I need him.
Dozie, I
Well,
totally
I'm coming.
agree with you.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I
I'm
don't know.
coming.
You
Please
are getting me
let me just
wrong.
land. No, no, no.
Sorry, you are.
I don't want to argue with you.
No, no,
I
no,
just
no,
want to
no,
make
no,
a
no. I'm
point.
not arguing. I just want to let you know, like, I'm not
Hmm.
like whatever you said is true. It
Yes,
is good and is
yes,
right.
yes.
What I mean when I said some of these policies shouldn't be made known by another person other than him.
Okay,
Sometimes I
that
come.
was the second statement you made. That was the second statement, and I support you at that. If you ask anything concerning anything that relates to Peter Obi or something, ask him in question. Don't bring in. Don't
You
Sarah
get
shouldn't speak
that
on.
is where
Yeah,
I'm coming
yes, I
from.
support you. I support you. Yeah, I
Yes.
support you on that.
Another
I
person,
support you
nobody
on that.
should be his spokesman. Let him answer if he
Yeah,
wishes to. Because
yes.
sometimes they use your response against him. You
Mm,
understand? And
mm,
that's where I'm coming from. I'm not, yeah. I know him. He has I lived in Anambra State when he was a
okay.
governor. I saw everything that happened. I
Oh,
lived in
cool, cool.
Anambra State before he was a governor, and I was
Great,
there when he became a governor, and everything played in my eyes. I saw everything that happened. So
great, great,
nobody is going to tell me about Peel. You
great,
understand me? I'm only
great.
saying that sometimes there are some things that fuel all these insults to him, and honestly those insults get
Let
to
me
me.
let
That's
me
the
make
truth.
something clear.
So we shouldn't be the ones that fuel those insults that to the man.
Mm.
Allow him be the one to fuel his own insults. It's fine.
My dear, 2027 is around the corner. Whether the insults, whether there's insult or there's no insult, even if he stays away from insults, those insults will still find his way to his doorsteps. Come on, that man is going through a lot. There's a lot of things. Even there are the ones that you don't know. This Deji Adeyanju matter is the one you know that is going on. Oh. There are a lot of things this man just sees and just removes his face. In fact, he enjoys all those criticism. You understand that comes to him. You understand? He enjoys it. But you see, he has just, when you see a statement being made by somebody like Deji Adeyanju, who is a lawyer, just became a lawyer yesterday, oh, just yesterday here, oh. You just became a lawyer. And you even before you became that lawyer, he has been making very serious statements. The guy get mind, oh. You make those kind of statements to a billionaire, and he's just calm. And then you look at him like he cannot bite. Come on. You see, that his quietness should not be taken for granted. And you see, he's not asking him for money. He's just telling him, guy, you can desist from these things. I tell you, he's doing it with love in his heart. He's calling him to order. There, you have made statements against me that is not true. So please apologize and put up all these things. You can't continue like this. It's just, don't take his leniency for granted. Do you understand? That's what he's telling him. And I know why Deji Adeyanju is acting the way he's acting, because we do not have a nation that supports and celebrates institutions. We just have a nation that celebrates only the man with the chadders, the man with the money, the man with all the alutas. That's the country that we find ourselves in. You see, and that's that. You see, we are a laughing stock currently in the international community, because people know that we are not serious people. Our politicians are not serious. The entire system is not serious. We celebrate people with money in their pocket than institutions. In Nigeria, how many times have you seen a president come into have you ever seen a Nigerian being docked, a Nigerian president docked for crime, for fraudulent activities? And that is why this country is not working. That's why everybody is laughing. That's why people can wake up in the morning and tell you, if he doesn't sit, you go to court. I want to ask one question. I was in a cab one time recently, and a Yoruba man was the one driving the cab. And he heard me talking about good governance. And he said, my brother, please, I want to beg you for something. You see the way this government is. It is not all Yorubas that are supporting this good government, because everybody is thinking it is the Yoruba people they are all behind these things. And I told him, yes, I know. But you have to come out and start picking out. Look at the quietness in the north. You do not, two wrongs don't make a right. Yet a northerner has come and made a mistake. The same northerner that ruled this country last, the people in government currently supported that government to come in. And now they made blunders. A lot of things went down the drain. Our economy went bad. And then you are trying to remove yourself, divide yourself, you're trying to disconnect yourself from the former government. That this other government did wrong does not mean you should continue actually from where you stop and continue to make the economy worse. It is not right. The North, they are very quiet. And most of the people speaking and supporting bad governance in Nigeria, few of them are not in this country. They are all speaking phonetical grammar outside and telling you, supporting the causes there. See, let me tell you, some people speaking don't even know Tinubu very well the way I know him. Don't support the bad government. So many of them do not even have access to Tinubu. They just want to so because it's their brother. Two wrongs don't make a right. One day, these northerners will take over power again, and I would want to see everybody supporting bad governance from the other tribe, from the Yoruba tribe. I want to see them. I want to hear what they are going to say to such a government. It is time for us to do things the right way. Let's ask serious questions. Let's face the issues. Let's ask serious questions. How many of us are buying bread cheaper? Those of you supporting bad governments. How many of you still have good health systems? A lot of the drugs you are using is fake drugs. Fake drugs. That's what you are all using. You take a malaria drug today, the next minute you are down again with malaria. What does that tell you? Fake drugs. And there is the institution that is to look out for these things are not they are not giving in their best. The last person that did that job well was Dora Akunyili. How many of the people supporting bad government in this country? Peter Obi is not the president of Nigeria, but every day you wake up, Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. What is the problem? And he did. You said he came third. He came third. And every day we wake up, it is Peter Obi, Peter Obi, and yet he is not the president of the country. There is killings, insecurity everywhere in this country. In certain strategic locations, in Kwara states, in some parts of the north, nobody is saying, even in the east, there is killing here and there. Nobody is saying anything. Nobody's using it as a consistent topic. What do we do? Let's call this government to order. Every morning is Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. What is the problem? These people that are supporting leaving the real issues and talking about Peter Obi, please come and show me where you buy bread 250 or 200 naira. Let me go and buy from there, so that I can now begin to speak and support good governance. Good governance. By January 1st, 2026, a lot of you supporting bad governance in this country will start paying tax. A lot of you will start paying tax to a government that has produced nothing for
Absolutely.
you.
Yes, so
By January 1st, I don't need to tell you there is bad government in this country. Hunger will bring all of you out.
they
I don't need
don't
to
know.
talk.
Pepper
Everybody
sellers, conductor,
down to a
everybody
truck
will pay
pusher,
tax. Yes.
down to a truck pusher, you will pay tax. You think you have seen anything? Wait, make January 1st come, 2026. A lot of the people supporting bad government in this country are outside the country and they're not saying anything. Do you know how much is house rent currently? My house rent is about 4 million naira. Which job am I doing? A lot of you are paying. Go and check all the house rent currently. Some people cannot pay their children's school fees. Some children cannot eat the basic meals we ate when we were growing up. And we are talking, making Peter will be a topic, which most of the people paying these rents, they have no jobs that they are doing. If they even have, they cannot even, that job is not sure. It can be taken away from them the next minute. That's why we have a lot of political jobbers in Nigeria. People who are who have refused to speak truth to power, who have turned a blind eye to the evil in governance, just so that they can pay their rent, just so that they can eat, just so that they can fly out of the country. And we forget that as you run out of the country, people who are tied to you, your brothers and your sisters and your neighbors, they will suffer insecurity in this country. If they kidnap your family member, you will donate money from wherever you have run to release that person. You would have to go through. In fact, whatever you are doing, I laugh at people who are supporting bad governance in this country. It will come back to haunt you. Go and write it down. You can never escape it. If you like run to Gabon or run to Cameroon, it will affect you. If it doesn't happen in this 4 years, it will happen in the next 4 years. Let us face real issues. The real issue on ground is how can we get these people in government to actually give us good governance? You have not provided anything from me. You have given me an ultimatum by January 1, 2026. I'm going to pay tax. And nobody is talking about this thing. Everybody is quiet. Down to the barrel pusher. Go and tell them they will pay tax from January 1st, 2026. The main poverty and hunger is coming. Let us continue laughing and watching Big Brother and fooling ourselves in every aspect of this country. Celebrating politicians who have sworn with their lives that we will not survive in this country. What is going on with Nigerian youths?
Dozie, do you want to round up in 1 minute? I see two new speakers. Once they're done, you can always continue. Is that okay?
What is going on with Nigerian youth, for crying out loud? Anytime I open this space, I look at what we're talking about. Somebody will open up a space and be talking about Big Brother. When by January 1, he won't be, even the money he has in his account, he's not sure if he can use it to go to the market. You cannot eat 3 square meal in Nigeria anymore. Every day, people are using style to beg. That is why it is hunger has been weaponized. That is why it's very easy to recruit political jobbers and people who come on spaces insulting a billionaire like Peter Obi, who is saying, "I sacrifice myself to give you good governance." The very moment Nigeria gets good governance, a lot of pastors who are shouting miracle, miracle, their businesses will close down. The moment Nigeria gets good governance, a lot of Nigerians who are abroad, I tell you, many of them want to come back home. A lot of things will change. And somebody is telling you, I can do this. Instead of us to say, let's problem problem of Nigeria, I tell you, is bad governance. And let us face it squarely. This is just a distraction. The continuous these are just gaslighting and trying to bring this man out so that the man can continue to talk about irrelevant things. Before now, it is Peter Obi that talks about everything that is going on in this country, and they don't want it to be like that. Enough is enough. I am a youth. In the next 20, 30 years from now, I'll be old. I will beat my chest and tell my children, I did not contribute to bad governance. That whatever you are going through right now, I did not contribute to it. So many of you still feels you have run away from the cocoons and the evil going on in Nigeria. Good luck to you. If you feel you've run away, your children will come back and they will experience it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dozie. I really felt your passion. That was a very passionate speech. Thank you for that. DJ Sheriff, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm running. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Oh, yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Oh, fantastic, then, fantastic. All right. I would just like to briefly, very briefly, to touch on two topics. First of all, the topic concerning Deji Adeyanju, and the second is a topic opinions. You know, it makes a lot of, because he's there in the public space, in a public local TV, international. Hold on, please. Hey, I don't think good. All right, 1 minute. So so like I was saying, he is someone whose utterances actually determines a lot of opinions. You know, so in all those things, and then expect someone of obese status, you know, to keep quiet. If he kept quiet all the while, he knows what he was doing, and he knows what he's doing. And if he actually determines to pursue the legal action, then we still know what he's doing. So if the accusations are true, then there shouldn't be any problem there. Nobody he actually traces whatever becomes of it. Then he should face the consequences of it. That's for the guardian of the he's a lawyer. Everything in the country, whether you're abroad, whether you're anywhere. If you are being paid to run false agendas and the likes of it, I know one day, someday, you're gonna face a repercussion. And whether you're Yoruba like me, I'm Yoruba, I'm called Yoruba, true and true. Uh, so I was actually born in Lagos. My parents, my mom is an indigenous of Lagos. My dad,
Sorry to cut you off. Often wondered, sorry to cut you. When people say I'm called Yoruba, what do they mean? Does it mean like, what does that mean? Does it mean, oh, I'm not mixed? Or what does I'm called Yoruba mean?
probably
I've
maybe
always been curious to know.
yeah, probably it means from my point of view, what it means is both parents, probably your
Oh,
grandparents and your
okay.
brothers. Yeah. So
Okay, gotcha.
my
All right.
my mom is from Lagos. My dad is from Ogun State. So like I was saying, so I actually like Obi, or let me say I love Obi. I like Tinubu as well, and I love Tinubu as well. But because I want the country to work, I would say I would like to see Obi being the leader of the nation. Because right here, I'm not in the country. And one day I'm hoping to come back. But then if there is insecurity in the country, you can't expect me to come back to that. And if my business isn't, if I'm not guaranteed to have a profitable business when I come over there, I can't make the trip. So all these things kind of determines what um, what I in particular, or what I determine to choose, or who I determine to vote for. Actually, I'm getting distracted. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm sorry about that. So like I was saying, anyway,
No,
the
sorry, I
fact
didn't. I didn't
remains.
hear the last statement. What did you say? You kind of broke
Yeah,
up. What did you say?
yeah. I said I'm getting distracted.
Oh, distract. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I say I'm sorry about that. So like I was saying, we are all Nigerians, whether you are Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, no matter what you are, we are all Nigerians. And Yoruba Ronu is not about you being a fool and supporting what is bad. I support the present government, President Tinubu, all the way. But then we have seen all it's done. He hasn't pushed the country to progress. He hasn't taken us up. He has actually brought us down. And most of us that were hoping and praying that he was gonna do the miracle, and then I'll give us that chance and the opportunity uh, to come home and establish some great business, and rest of it, and then get to know people, and you know we are actually facing a dying dream right here, because we can't pursue so many things as the situation of the country is right now. So what I'm trying to say is, being Yoruba or Yoruba ruling doesn't mean you should support bad governance. We need good governance. And Obi, again and again and again, he has said it again and again, that he is the man to go, and we've actually been kind of pursuing, or let me say, tracing his steps and monitoring. And to me, in particular, I think is a goal. We should probably give him a go, and let's see the miracle he can do. We've already seen what Tinubu could offer, and this is shambles, because you can't tell me.
So yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. Right.
Yeah.
So witnessing his reign as governor of Lagos State for 8 years, what gave you the confidence to believe that he was going to do something different as president? What was it that you heard him say during campaign that you were like, oh yeah, that's my guy, he's going to do something different? What did you hear? What did you see?
Well, I won't say I actually supported him because of that. I will say I supported him because he's Yoruba. I won't. I don't know much about the story of Lagos. To me, when I was in Lagos, before I left Lagos, the person I can actually attribute the much of the success of Lagos to, or let me say, the cleanup of Lagos to his Fashola. I know Tinubu do. I mean, he did a lot during his time, even after his tenure, he did a lot. He did a lot. But I'm just saying personally, I don't know about anybody else. Personally, the person I could say that I can attribute a lot of the cleanup of Lagos, and some progress of Lagos. Fashola did a lot, and then he didn't. He did a lot, and he didn't monopolize the profit and the results. So that tells, and it shows a lot about the kind of person a man is. If you can do a lot for someone, or for a nation, or for a state, or for a people, and then you don't actually monopolize the efforts you did, and like, it tells a lot about a man. So Tinubu did a lot as well, but personally, because he's Yoruba, that was why I was like, okay, this man is Yoruba, I love him, let's go. So now he has actually killed most of our dreams, most of us in the diaspora. I would not like to. He has killed most of our dreams, and I don't know
But
how he
see,
did
let me
it.
ask. Sorry, mute your mic because I'm echoing. Let me ask a question. So, that he had three deputy governors, that wasn't a red flag for you? That he did not attend any town hall, debate, or interviews all through the campaign period, that wasn't a red flag for you. That he went to Chatham House, right? And they asked basic, not like in depth, basic questions. Oh, what are you going to do, or how are you going to handle economy, education, security, health? He distributed his questions to his team in the name of teamship. That wasn't a red flag for you? Go ahead.
So, like I said, sometimes politics is like falling in love when you are in love with something or someone. No matter what other parties tell you about the person, no matter what they tell you, I'm sorry, love actually is a different kind of crazy,
Yeah, I
So
agree with you. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So there's nothing you can actually tell me that was a red flag for me. But anyway, uh, we've seen a lot a lot he has done. He has just siphoned the let me say the how will I put it? I want to kind of put a plural to money, of the nation. I siphoned it into his account, just like I believe, just as he did in Lagos, and it's pathetic actually. It's pathetic, and
See, that's my point. You said he's something siphoned whatever, just like he did in Lagos, right? So you know what he did in Lagos. Why did you have the temerity to
I'm just
believe that he was going to be different?
like I told you,
Eh, okay.
there is no way I would or anyone who actually loves the man would have seen all this coming. Yeah, it's like falling in love, like I told you.
So on what basis did you love him? Why did you love him initially? Is he handsome?
He's Yoruba, and most of the noise we heard was he has done a lot. He's done a built Lagos and the rest of it. Though personally, my opinion kind of differs sometimes, but most of my colleagues and friends are Yorubas as well. So most time or most of the time I go with the views and their opinion. So, and in Yoruba, I kind of you can ask me to love him less in a way, but
Most of the
then
noise you
actually
heard, not your own thought,
the problem
what people
the
said.
problem is I think the problem is choosing a leader, choosing a president should be a different a different should be viewed in a different angle completely from tribe and the rest of it.
So
Yeah, I
how old
agree.
were you?
So,
How old were you
DJ
when you were
Sheriff,
deceived?
I see like
How
a
old were you
couple
when you were
hands
deceived?
up. If you just want to round up in 1 minute, okay? If you have more to say, let after the other speakers speak, then you can continue. Is that okay? I'm hoping like Deji comes back to moderate. But yeah, if you just want to round up in like a minute, and I think is L Nathan will go next, and then we can always come back to you if you have more to say, okay? Oh, I think he dropped. I don't even see him anymore. What was his name? DJ Sheriff. If you're still there, please come back, come back, come back. I was just giving you 1 minute to round up. So while we wait for him, El Nathan, you can go on. Go ahead.
Okay, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay,
Now we cannot. While El Nathan is fixing his mic or whatever is going on, Chijioke, Ike, if you're here and you are ready to speak, give us 100. Okay. All right. You
hello.
speak. El Nathan, please. Oh, okay. I think he's back. Okay, Chidi, okay, just stand
Hello.
by. Yeah, yeah, we can hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yeah. So it's long overdue. You know, there's this adage, Igbo adage says, if you allow monkey hand, pay for yourself.
It's like your network. Oh, Nathan, we can hear you.
He doesn't
Hi,
have time
Chidi.
to side
Oh,
gossip,
hi,
side talk.
Deji. Our amiable
So those are
host
the
is
reasons
back.
why maybe he overlooks.
So sorry, guys. So sorry, guys. I
Hello.
had to. Sorry, please hold on. I've been on a call. and I was just like, jeez. I hope nobody has said anything to mess up what we've been speaking about since morning.
I wouldn't have allowed it.
Of course, you wouldn't have allowed it. That's why I took my time because I knew you were here. Thank you very much, Chidi. I hope the women had their time very well, Chidi.
Oh, yes, yes, they did. It's just that I couldn't see. I'm not sure if maybe there were some in the listener sections that wanted to come up to speak, but those that were already speakers here, they spoke and said their mind. Yes.
That's
Thank you
very.
for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I don't know. Was there a queue before so that I don't mess
Well,
up with the other option?
El Nathan was speaking, and after him is Chijioke. I'm not sure who else wants to speak because, like I said, everyone is showing
I
as
want to
listeners on my
speak.
screen.
My hand is being raised. I want to speak.
Don't
Okay.
worry, Mark. No, you will speak. Relax.
So yeah, Deji, after Chijioke, you can draw up a new queue. Thank you.
Okay. So, Anytime, please complete. Finish your submission.
Okay. So as I was saying, um, a bit of this action now, it's long overdue. To be very honest, the political space is messy, it's dirty, and everybody is just trying to the antagonists, those who are working against P2B in terms of politics now, are looking for every means possible, not any, every means possible to stain this guy and tarnish his reputation. You understand? So him going to court, okay, he'll be asking Deji to retract his statement and apologize. If he refuses, let him go to court. Let Deji show us his documentary evidence, his witnesses, you understand, his evidences. And I'm very certain at one point in time, this issue of this year's daddy issue will come up. Then that issue might also be revisited. It's time to put things into perspective. Let everything be in its right place. You understand? Because we don't want to the issue of hearsay. They say they no say is becoming too much. In fact, it's even making people who had believed in P2B to start having that faith either that could it be that this guy is scared of his reputation, is maybe scared of the image, or could it be that he has a skeleton in his cupboard? Because Obi is not saying anything. Obi is not saying anything. You understand? So let this issue, let them try this issue in court. You understand? Let them try it in court, take him to court, so that it will also serve as a deterrent to would be wannabes. And and that thing again, if you notice Reno is very, very smart with his take on P2B. He's very, very smart. If there are issues on ground, as in any happenings, fresh happenings, you see he picks it up and tackles Obi. You hardly see Reno try to refer to if Reno is insulting Obi, he ties it to the economy or to one flimsy something or the other. But Deji Adeyanju rather, not the host anyway. Deji goes overboard. He doesn't speak like a lawyer. He talks as if he's one guy in Mushi. You understand? He talks anyhow, behaves anyhow. He doesn't even act like a lawyer. When you see lawyers, you know them. They are reputable. They are respectful. They are neat. They are very polished. They are civilized. Deji is opposite of all the streets. You understand? So I think Obi should stick to that. I hope that 7 days. I'm praying that Deji should not even retract the statement. And I'm not hoping that anybody should beg Obi on behalf of Deji. Nobody should beg him. Let them go to court. Let Deji tell us who is. Let us see. You understand? So that's just all I want to say. And guys, anyway, I want to appreciate you guys for what you and also again, we need a serious orientation in this country. Serious orientation. The last speaker, the last speaker made me realize something. Politics should not be about my tribe or your tribe. You understand? The heterogeneous nature of Nigeria is so much that you could hardly spot an Igbo man, a Yoruba man, or from an Hausa man. Like I, for one, I was born and bred in Lagos. I'm from Abia State. I'm an Igbo man. I was born and bred in Lagos State. I lived actually the better part of my life in Lagos State until I relocated to the north. You understand? You don't select a candidate based on because he's from your tribe. That is the problem we are having, and that is what is still keeping us to at this stage we are just we are more like running in circles. Now, what kind of society are we going to bequeath to our children? Is it society based on selection of a president by tribe or someone that can do something? You understand? So we should learn to do our own digging, do our findings, investigation, and make sound decisions. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. I eat my mic.
Thank you, Nathan. Um, yeah, guys, thank you for staying on the space. It's been a long drawn out space. In fact, interestingly, this time yesterday we were trying to determine whether we should send money back to whether we are going to start a debate yesterday at that time, this time yesterday or not. Um, but yeah, we are here today. Different topic, different matter, but who knows what tomorrow will bring. So I've just brought Funny T. He or she will be the last speaker that will speak on this space. I am not going to be accepting any new requests. And yeah, we'll just close out the space with those who are currently here. So thank you for staying, guys. Why are you? Who is crying? You did. I can't see any request though. Person they send me tears. Voila. All right. Chidi, please help me here. Jose has spoken, right?
Yes, yes, he has. I said Chijioke is next.
Okay. Who else has spoken on this speaker section that?
Ambassador Israel. He's shown as a listener. I'm not sure if he's showing as a speaker on your end, but he has spoken as well.
Okay. What about Inze?
No, he's shown as I didn't even know he was a speaker.
Okay, that's fine. Unze, actually, I know when I brought that was she was also supposed to be with the when the ladies were
Oh,
speaking. So
really? I didn't even know.
that's fine. Elon Musk, they always do anyhow. So Unze, are you here?
Yeah, because at some point I announced that everyone is shown as a listener, and if you want to speak, just raise
Okay.
your hand, grab the mic, say something. But I didn't even know she was a lady and was in the speaker section.
I
Apologies.
also don't know if she's a lady. I'm just going by the DP and what. Unze, are you here? No. Okay. If you can hear us, please come back if you still want to speak. All right. We are left with just a few of us. Okay, let's move on. Chijoke, please go on.
Yeah, good evening, Deji. Good space. I was actually requesting one that I think is at the lawyer from the US was up speaking because there's a lot of things he was saying I wanted to debunk, but obviously he's gone now. I didn't know my request was still on, but I'm still gonna say what I was gonna say anyway. Although he's not here anymore. So yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this case against Deji, honestly, I didn't even know the history of it. Is basically I was as people have been posting screenshots, I was like, and posting videos. I was like, wow, I didn't realize how deep or how far the thing had gone. Like it's like the guy has been out for P2B and to try and then even maybe justify his nonsense by saying that if P2B thinks that anything I'm saying is 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 not true, that he should sue me. So for someone to say that and then he's now got sued, and then and the funny thing about this is not even the AAC people that are crying. It's just the APC people that are crying on top of his matter. So that should tell you something already. But I'm not gonna go there. Let's leave Big out of this matter for now. So the funny thing that they are all crying on top of someone who said, "Oh, you should sue me." Actually requested and said, "No, no, no. Actually, go ahead. Send me to court if anything I'm saying is wrong." For them to now suddenly be crying on top of that matter is very laughable and very funny. And then the nonsense on top is they're saying, "Oh, he's proving that by
this action, he will not allow freedom of speech if he becomes president. He's proving that he's just going to lock up all dissenting voices. He's proving that he will just chase away every opposition or any criticism. Anyone that criticizes him, he will lock them up. He will do this, do that. He's proving that he'll be a tyrant, and the whole thing just makes me laugh, because not very, very long ago, the only reason you will know that you can actually still find it on YouTube. I'm not the guy pretending in Aso Rock, the imposter in Aso Rock, basically sued a media house for $150 billion for a documentary that just stated the facts about how Lagos became a tax haven for Alpha Beta. That was all the documentary did. It just shows the genesis from the beginning to the end. That documentary is still on. You can still find it on YouTube. Sections of it, you can't find the whole thing. You have to look really far to find it on YouTube. He sued this media house for $150 billion, and no one made a noise about, oh, if Tinubu becomes president, he will be a tyrant. He will lock down the media. He will basically break down any dissenting voices or opposition voices. Everyone has suddenly forgotten that even Tinubu has been very litigious in the past, because P2B just picked one person to do an example. We're all hearing all sorts. We're hearing things about, oh, he has every right to say what he says because he has proof. I'm like, what proof? Interview that was conducted where P2B never admitted to anything is the proof that he will go and is the proof they're going to go and use in the court of law. It's like, for a lawyer to come up to even say that is so like very low level IQ, very low level. You want to use interview where nothing was said by P2B in relation to such. You won't use them to justify posting that, oh, he used 12 million to invest in his own company. And then the other one, he wanted to post he was playing the PG, the People Gazette edited tape. And I was like, okay, good, very good. They've brought up this tape again. And honestly, I'm praying that P2B does not withdraw this case. Because if they use that as a form of evidence, number one, they have to get PG involved in the case. That's the first thing. Number two, they have to get the original audio, not edited, not manipulated by AI or any tool. The original audio will have to be presented to court. Because if they won't present the social media version, we know it no go slide. They will have to go and subpoena PG to bring it as evidence in the court, the original audio. And then for once, we can put to bed that nonsense. Because what they will tell you, they always mention, oh, the fact that, hey, he's a religious bigot because he used the word religious war. But what they will not mention is the fact that, number one, he was speaking to a well-known man of God, number one. That's the first thing. He was speaking to a well-known man of God, number one. And then number two, he was referring to the Muslim tickets that the mans were pushing up north as a way of, causing a religious divide and, Islamizing Nigeria. So they will never mention that part. They will only mention the religious war, and then they'll move on. So my prayer is that, honestly, that they will do all this nonsense. They will go and bring those proofs. The interview one will not pass. So we have to go and get concrete proof. And then when he goes for the PG one, he will have to go and get the original full audio, unedited version that has not been manipulated by AI, and it will be played in the court of law. and we will get the full version of that thing so that I can put that nonsense back. My biggest fear with this thing is that P2B will not see it through because Deji will use people to go and beg him at the back to withdraw the case, to withdraw the suit, and to relax. P2B being who he is, Mr. Politics without bitterness, will say, calm down and just say, you know what, let's leave it. That is my fear. And I'm just praying that those people that want to go and talk to him to withdraw the case will just lock up their mouths and just go to their houses. Honestly, they should let this thing play out. They should let it play out fully. Let us see the end of the matter. That is what I'm hoping. So that's what I wanted to mention anyway. There was a lot of nonsense that's been talked about. I'm not going to go into that. I think a lot of people have debunked a lot of stuff anyway. So I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jijoke. So Inze, you're back.
Hi, Deji. Sorry I stepped out. Good
Ah,
evening.
Inze now man, no be woman, no. All right, go on, Inze.
All right, so a quick one. I think Deji, not your Deji now, knows what he's doing actually, right? Because we are dealing with a very desperate political circle that if they have an iota of debt, any debt on Peter Obi, they would have used it against him long time ago, right? So they've checked and there's nothing they could pinpoint. Now, what are they doing? All of us are wearing black and he's the only one wearing white. Now they've recruited people like Deji and Co to be throwing dirt on him, expecting that he makes certain reactions. I think this thing is a Nigerian thing because a lot of Nigerians likes, to enjoy their fundamental human rights, but they don't like another person to express themselves when it comes to them enjoying their own rights. Deji has been making all sort of, claims. He has been throwing a lot of tantrums on Peter. The man never said anything, and a lot of persons were sharing it up. A lot of them were retweeting whatever he was tweeting. Now the man decided to exercise his rights. Now he exercised his right, and they said he's being tyrannical. So they expected him to be like a normal Nigerian politician that goes about kidnapping people at midnight without any due process. We shout rule of law, rule of law. This is the time to test the rule of law. Personally, I want that thing. I want us to test the laws. I want that thing to go to court. Let's even hear the defenses of Deji, right? And the persons supporting him, right? I feel they should also be in court because it's always like that in Nigeria. I've been in such a case where I am a victim, and when I decided to take up the case, I suddenly became the oppressor. And I was like, really? Now, so case they turn against person. I am the one that was assaulted. I decided to take up the case, and then suddenly I'm the bad person. It's a typical Nigerian thing. All of them kept quiet when the guy was doing all the things he was doing. Nobody said anything because, of course, it's P2B. Now, the same man decided to pursue it legally, in a legal way, the right way to go. Suddenly, he's a bad person. Deji has been throwing all sort of insults at his person. They forget so soon that this man, no matter how you want to twist it, that he's a public figure. Yes, we know, but he's not occupying any position in this country. So he has every right to say, this one, I don't like it, I will take it up with you at the court of law. Deji speaks like someone that should be at the motor park. The legal profession is a noble one, but Deji is not representing that legal profession well. He behaves like a tout that should be at Oshodi. Do you see the tone he uses to write, how he speaks to people without any form of respect? That should not be a lawyer that knows the law. But I understand what he does. He just like someone, an activist in Nigeria, I will not mention his name. What he does is he tries to rally people against someone, just like what Reno is doing. That's what he's trying to do. I told you to do this. He has done it. What is he doing now? He's trying to make him the oppressor, right? So personally, I would like that thing to go to the courts. I want to see the outcome. Let's test the laws, because most times people feel like Nigeria is lawless. Yes, Nigeria is lawless a bit, but when someone has as high as P2B goes there, I want to see what the law says. Let's even see how they will twist it, what Deji has to say. Thank you, Deji.
Thank you, Jose, for keeping it short and precise. All right. Macron, please go on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. So this is it for me. I think I am going to change my position on this matter. So initially, when I spoke earlier, I felt that our friend Peter Obi was being a bully, and I still maintain that. However, I think that he should go ahead with the case, and this is my reason. I believe that politicians also have a right to dignity. I also believe that citizens do not have a right to politically demarket politicians. So I believe that if he sees this case through, and I hope that he wins, we are going to also make sure that this precedent we serve it across board. So if he decides to take the civil route of civil defamation, I hope that those in the APC, those in the AAC, those in the PDP who are against the obedience should take the criminal route. So by the time they pick Deji, who is the host, and they pick Chidi, who is the co-host, because they hosted spaces where, Tinubu was insulted, where Fashola was insulted. I think there's going to be a lot of sanity in our politics. I also believe that the political situation of 2023 must not repeat itself, where people called people names, where people insulted parents. The last speaker has insulted Deji here for, he has defamed him, called him foolish, called him all of those things, called him a tout, says he's not a good representation of the law profession. That is defamation. He too should be picked up. Any other person that comes to counter me and insults me and calls me APC Agbado, APC tout, paid political jobber, you will be picked. So by the time we pick everybody, the prisons will be full. And as the prisons get full, I think people will get sense. But that is me being sarcastic. That is actually me being sarcastic. It's just, me trying to point out the danger of politicians using their political influence. See, regardless of how we think that, Obi is not liked by current politicians, it's a blatant lie. This same Obi gave a shoot at sight order as a governor. No other governor has ever done it in the South. None. If you have any governor that has declared a shoot at sight order on youths, bring it out. No other governor went to the courts to seek for a perpetual injunction against appearing at the NSAS panel. None except him. No other governor has said that any terrorist group proscribed in their state should, should not be called terrorists except him. So we see a lot of conflict, and I think for me it is him being very tribal. When it comes to the Yorubas, it's like he gets a hard on. And the only reason why he is coming for Deji Adeyanju is because Deji Adeyanju is a Yoruba person. He could not believe that the Yoruba
Macron
youth.
now.
No,
What are you
no, no,
saying?
Deji, don't
Deji,
police
please,
people's
this person should be out
conversations.
of this pool.
No,
What
no,
are you
Deji,
saying?
don't police. No, no,
So it's
no,
because
I
no,
think he's
no. You
policing
will
the
let me speak.
space.
No, no, please let me speak.
Yes, please,
Let me
when you
speak.
listen to
You
this
are
loud,
Macron, don't worry, you will speak. But you really, really, really believe that it is because Deji is Yoruba. That's why Peter Obi is going after him. Like really.
see what
So
we are
let me tell
listening
you
to
why.
again.
So let me tell you why I
Okay.
believe so. Let me tell you why I believe so. So, Deji, do you respect Professor Wale Soyinka?
Of course.
Do you realize that Professor Wale Soyinka and Obi were in a private meeting? Are you aware?
Just go on.
Hold on now. Don't say just go on. I'm trying to make a point. See,
Yeah,
the
make
thing
your
is that
points. All these
so this,
small,
this
small
so this,
questions.
this so the thing is that there is really no basis. There is no basis for Obi, you know, doing a cease and desist letter to Deji and also trying to get him sued. None whatsoever for a public political figure who is going to lead 200 million Nigerians. He is going to lead people who would detest him till he dies.
Somebody like Chidi is going to detest Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu till Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu dies. Somebody like Deji, you Deji, would never support Tinubu till he dies. Now, how would you feel if Tinubu arrests you? Tinubu said in one of his videos and said that don't, if you like insult me, abuse me, this, I am not going to use the machinery of the law to arrest or sue anybody. In fact, I am going to use this democracy to protect you. See, let us be honest here. Let us be very, very honest. And for me, until we can have these difficult conversations, if we shy away from these difficult conversations that are colored in tribalism, that is championed by Peter Obi, whether actively or passively, then we are being hypocritical with ourselves. If Peter Obi can come and say that you should give IPOB chance, then why can't he give Deji Adeyanju chance? The same IPOB that has been killing people on a monthly basis, on a daily basis. This same Peter Obi went to, please, Jojo, please, just hold on. You will have your time. This same Peter Obi went to Onisha Market, where the market that was closed down because of production of fake drugs. He went there and said, don't close down businesses because some people are producing fake drugs. Go after those people that are producing fake drugs. I agree with him on that. I agree with him on that. So if you can say that, you know what, don't punish people for producing fake drugs, but go after the other ones, regardless of the enormous evidence that it is a cartel that is happening in that market under the noses of the leadership of the market. It is not something that is being done in underground cells. The leadership of the markets are involved. And it goes there to say, no, don't shut it down because they are my brothers. And then you say that we should come and trust him. I don't think that we have been right. And that's why I keep saying that if you are not Igbo, if you are not IPOB inclined, you have no business supporting Peter Obi. None. Let him lead his people. Let him lead his region.
But
Let him
this
do
thing should not
anything
be
he wants
allowed
to
in
do.
this place, please. This thing that is
Please,
happening
you're
here
not
should
going
not
to,
be
you're
allowed
not
in
going
this
to, you're not going to police my son.
Inze, please, I think there are enough sufficient people on the space to counter whatever he says or redirect it. So please, if you are not comfortable, you can drop. Thank you. Macnun, round up, I beg.
So you don't, I don't have to make you comfortable. I don't have to make you happy. Number one, we have cultural differences that are very, very fundamental to the way we think, to the way we talk, to the way we approach issues. You, on one hand, you will never speak against Bianca Ojukwu, but on the other hand, you are going to insult Donyo Kukpe, you are going to insult Akinto Gates, you are going to insult Deji. Deji has received insults today for posting on the jumbo train that Peter Obi actually gave a shoot aside order. That is the way you think. You think that I'm going to insult Deji because of his political inclination? No. I am only going to insult Deji and Akitoge if they keep quiet and say, check your DM when people are insulting the Oni of Ife. I am only going to insult them if people like Deji say we do not have any worthy leaders in Yoruba land. I am only going to insult them if they say that Tinubu had made no contributions to Lagos State, regardless of your political inclination. But you, on the other hand, it is anybody that has a dissenting the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Macron. Just to say that, you know, um, my post in the comment section about the shoot on site order was actually to fact check and put some context to that statement, because in the report that I posted, it actually did say that Peter Obi was referring to, people who are perpetrating violence in the city, hoodlums, who are
You
causing.
can't give extrajudicial killing order. Deji, don't do this. That is extrajudicial killing. You cannot. It is unconstitutional. It is illegal.
Okay.
Haba.
We can always
There's no
debate.
context to
Please hold on,
illegality.
please. Let me finish what I'm saying. So that was what the street on site order was about. It's in the comment section. You can read for yourself, and you can also do your own research. Anyway, Thank you very much, Macron. Let's move on. Um, I don't know. I think blessed Dom is next. Blessed Dom.
I mean, my hands have been hot for hours.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Mr. Afolabi, you have to relax. I don't understand. When you came up, did you not see blessed Dom on the speaker section? So what's with all the your hands? Is it about your hands? So if I just brought you up now and you put your hands up, it means I should just keep everybody that was before you and give you mic. Bless Dom, please go on.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So I just stumbled on this space and I listened a little bit now and I wanted to give my contribution. So first of all, I just want to say that as things stand today, Obi is not holding any political official position. In contrast, President Tinubu is a sitting president of Nigeria, and he's holding the full machinery of the Nigerian state in his hands. And then, if there's a re-election coming up and there are contenders for it, I don't think that the Tinubu campaign should be focused on Obi, Obi this, Obi that, and every day we are hearing, all these attacks, or I don't know how you will call it, references to Obi. I think that the best thing they can do for President Tinubu is to showcase his strong performance. That's just the natural thing I would think they should focus on. They would focus on the achievements that they see that President Tinubu has brought so far, because he's the sitting president. And they will show us how he has created jobs, how he has improved security, how he has stopped or improved inflation, how he has created housing. Those are the things that they are supposed to be telling Nigerians every day. Like, he is already the president. And Obi has not even entered the race. He's assumed he's going to contest, but he's not even in the race. So yeah, and I think this is just a diversion for the President Tinubu's camp to just give the wrong or like just divert the attention from them and focus on Obi. And yeah, I find it funny that even that this is actually a conversation that is going on in Nigeria, that someone that is already a president of a country and has everything that the state has in his power to do everything he can do. And that every day the question or the point is being made about someone who doesn't even hold any official power in the country. Are you getting me? So yeah, I think that the conversation should be, what is Tinubu doing right now? You don't chase a man that is not even in the race yet. This obsession with Obi is only proving one thing: that is it possible that they are telling the Nigerian people that Obi is your alternative? Because this obsession with Obi is not making sense. You know, so at the end of the day, I want to say that dragging Obi, in my opinion, is a calculated move to distract Nigerians from Tinubu's underperformance. And every minute that they spend attacking Obi is a minute that they can even spend to explain why food is affordable or not affordable, or why insecurity is persisting or not. Like say it, put the energy on the good things that is going on. Then on the lawsuit, on the one hand, if I was in P2B's campaign, I would ignore it. But on the other hand, you can also say it is possible that you want to use it to also kind of put a boundary, like to defend his name against defamation. Because let's face it, the political sphere of Nigeria is toxic, it's ethnic centric. So everyone is on their ethnic side, pushing just on ethnic basis, no other factor. most Nigerians, it's hardly you see any Nigeria that is going on the other ethnic side. Everyone is doing what they are doing on the basis of the ethnicities, and the leaders are also showing it in reflection in their appointment. So it's like so toxic and ethnocentric, and I personally, I'm looking at it, I'm seeing that, okay, maybe he just wants to use it to kind of place a boundary and say, okay, I can take it or I cannot take it up to this point, you know. But for me, if I were in Obi's camp, I would say that his biggest weapon is not even in the courtroom, you know. So he should learn to just leave them, you know. But I don't know why they are deciding to draw that line with that court suit. But I think that it's just because they want to kind of set some boundaries and you know, control some self-respect and you know, yeah, something like that. But I think for me it's also a derailment for his campaign. So I'm all for use all what you've got, go for the campaign, go for that election, whatever you have, you know. But I do not like all this.
Thank you. That's exactly what Macno came to do. No, no, it's not Yoruba. It's because it's Yoruba. It's because it's this. Anyway, Afolabi gone.
Thank you very much, Deji. So I'll be very brief and quick. I just want to address two things. I agree with the lady that just spoke that this is a distraction to Peter Obi's campaign because if he ends up going to court, he will end up shooting himself in the foot. The allegation made against him is publicly available information. He invested state funds in his family business. His defense was that when he became a public officer, he then resigned. That is, well, I really would like this to play out in court because he will end up shooting himself in the foot. He's not a saint. So let us just agree that. So I don't know why he's done this. This is just bad press for him. I'm very sure he himself does not want to go to court because of the things that will come out. Second thing, there was a gentleman that came on here, talked about how everybody on wheelbarrow will be paying taxes from the 1st of January. I think the Nigerian youth or Nigerians in general need to agree. Do you want a socialist economy? Do you want a communist economy where the government pays for everything and you don't pay anything? I think part of the reality check now is because everybody now is being told to pay their way. So I think we need to kind of have a discussion. Do you want a socialist economy or do you want to make it? Do you want a capitalist economy? Because the only income a government have is taxes. So let's just stop the misinformation about how people in wheelbarrow will be paying taxes from January. Everybody should pay their way. You should contribute income to the government if you're making money from the system. So that's just all I have to say. Peter Obi is not a saint. This is publicly available information. He invested state funds in his family business.
Interesting. If you believe this much, I recommend you join the suit and be part of the defendants. You know, since you have all these facts. Anyway, let's move on. Gloria, please go on.
All right, Deji, thank you. I was talking earlier and I think you were off mic. So I, when I come to a space, I try to find out the environment, how conducive, because the matter of this nation is quite pathetic because it's an interest-driven thing. One of those other wing side, if you understand what I mean, one when talking made mention of something, I grab it. He was in his conversation and mentioned who would not want to, when you see a ruling party or a certain government that is in power swinging so as to, why will you judge someone that is working under a particular government and you feel the person should not gain from the, who says you shouldn't work under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? If he gives you the privilege to work, the privilege is not what we're against, it's the result we are talking about. We want to see your result. You can strive in a very bad environment. You can make it right. The Dora someone mentioned, the if I remember, if I'm not wrong, she was under the administration of um, President Olusegun Obasanjo, and there were complaints as at then, but she did well. She's thriving in her own industry. So nobody is saying because it's Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you shouldn't work under his administration. That corrected. So the other part I want to note again, one of the ladies, I commend her effort, but did make mention of Sarah. Maybe you just stumbled into Sarah recently this year. I've been following, like I said, I've been on the space for a very long time, but I'm always very on low key. So I've been following
thing for the country. It's a good thing for our democracy. And this is the kind of country that we want, where matters are settled in court and not settled in the kind of way that we see today. You know, where you bully people, where you fight people, where you want to kill people, shut them down. You know, who says that this case cannot go against P2B? This case can go against P2B. It can also go against Deji. The same way P2B has gone to court. As far as they will follow due process, that is the kind of country that going to court. That's the kind of country that we want. Sarah has an opportunity to prove whatever she has said. You know, it might be shame on Sarah, or it might be shame on Deji. We are all here watching, and we want to see exactly what will become of those cases. That's the kind of country we want. And anybody that comes here to say otherwise, I really want to hear, people like Sinosha, who are supposedly supporting, who are supporting Sowore and all. I want to hear what they think about these things. Because if we're in a country where we cannot follow due process, we cannot follow this civil manner to, determine cases, then what kind of country are we building? There are loads of things that Deji has said. He has dared this man. Sue me. If you know that I'm lying, sue me. If you think that, sue me. And the man has gone ahead to sue him. So I expect Deji Adeyanju to come out, to go to court with all his evidence and all sorts of things that he wants to go with. I mean, we are all here to wait for it. But even let's critically just analyze some of the issues, right? First, somebody said P2B invested in his family business. I mean, I don't know I don't know the kind of brains that people have in this our country, really, right? First, do you think that this country will know that P2B has done something wrong with the kind of position that the man holds today, opposing the government and all sorts, and they will not go after him? Do you think that, even though it has taken it's 10 years ago, do you think they will not go after P2B? How is investing in a company owned by Sabmela now P2B's family business? I mean, I'm just trying to just analyze some of the issues here. P2B invested in his family business. P2B used to run a particular company, right? And when he became governor, he relinquished his stake in that company. That company is a different entity from P2B as a person. Even if the company is run by P2B's sibling, P2B's family, P2B's anybody, that is a different entity from P2B. That company invested in another company that P2B invested, and that's a publicly traded company. P2B invested Anambra State funds, and it's not just P2B, it's Anambra State government invested the funds of the state in that same company, a different entity from the governor himself, and you say it is his family business. I mean, we want to see these cases play out in court. And mind you, these things have not been determined. When you call P2B a fraud, there is no law court in Nigeria that has determined that P2B is a fraud. If you're calling P2B a fraud based on your own thinking, based on, oh, this is what I think he has done, you are wrong, because there is no proof that P2B is a fraud. Even though you think that he invested, you go and say these things. Which law court has proven that fact? Which law court has proven anything that you're calling P2B today? So that is on that basis, the Adeyanju's claim to anything or whatsoever people come here to say is already flawed, because there is no place that P2B has been indicted or that P2B has been called a fraud. Nobody has. And I know that today, because of the standing of P2B in society, because of his position, if this country has these proofs against him, my brothers and sisters, they will churn them out. They will bring them out. Today, Emeki Hedioha, who was the former deputy speaker, years ago, they've brought out cases against him. And you're telling me that they hold things against P2B, they won't bring it out? They have nothing against P2B. We are waiting for these things to play out in court. And also the issue of the Yes Daddy video, that Yes Daddy audio, sorry. That is, I mean, have we not seen people dubbing other people's voices? If you listen to that thing, you know that that is purely a fabricated audio. Look at the way the so-called man of God was responding. Was he responding to the same person that was talking to him? Somebody's talking to you saying, yes, 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 my Lord. Yes, is that it? I mean, these things will be critically analyzed in courts. I'm just looking at them and the way they are to say that these things won't even stand. This evidence won't stand. And you have to prove, you that have alleged that P2B is this, based on that audio. You have to prove that that audio is right, no matter where you heard it from. Even if you heard it from People's Gazette, you have to prove that it's right. And it's P2B that was on that video. You saying P2B gave you money, P2B paid you and whatever. You also have to prove it. You have to bring the evidence that P2B gave you money. You have to bring the evidence in court. Okay? However, coming back to the real issues, P2B has done the right thing. I don't think this is a distraction. I think this will deepen our democracy in this country. This will deepen anything will cause civility in this country. It's better for people to go to court rather than resort to what other means, to address issues, fighting each other or whatever you want to do. Go to court instead.
Yeah.
All right? Deji Adeyanju himself is a so-called right activist. He has gone to court. So P2B also has the right. In fact, I want to live in a country where the president himself can even go to court, say people are defaming him, and go to court instead of arresting them indiscriminately. Instead of doing things to them indiscriminately, he goes to court, follows due process, and then the court determines the issues. That's the country we want to build.
All
And
right.
that's why we support P2B today in this country, because we want a country of civility. We want a country that runs on rules and regulations, not a country that people come in and do whatever they want to do. The judge should prove his case. It lies on him to prove whatever he has alleged against P2B. It lies on him, and let him come to court and stop crying and prove whatever he has to prove. Sarah herself will go to court and prove what she has alleged against the Adeyanju. That's the country we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Gege, before I come to you,
Comrade.
silence.
Clean. It's also an improvement on the demolition of the house of people who they allegedly found the skull of people in their hotel, like for instance in Anambra State. Also, on these finance issues, I believe that when I step into Nigeria, I should be getting my own court document as well, because my timeline is filled with, is replete with documentations pointing at the fact that he indeed committed abuse of office by the virtue of investing Anambra State money in, is it Interfact or something? And as opposed to what he said, he didn't bring international breweries into Nigeria. International breweries started operating in Nigeria in the year 1971. I'm not sure he has left high school then. Some other very important fact is the fact that as a criminal issue. It's not. It should not be. Anybody will defame you, take it on a civil basis and ensure that they pay for it. Right? And I also heard a lot. I have heard a lot here, and I'm happy that Nigerians are discussing issues like this. At least it will allow every one of us to hear our views in the public space, right? And one of such conversations that I've overheard since I've been here is the fact that they should go to. If you check his tweets, he's been doing that all day, right? I really want him to be punished for this nonsense he's doing against Peter Obi, because you can't be defaming people. It doesn't make sense. Not everybody. And then make them start spending frivolous amount of money or even huge amount of money on court cases. And when we say, okay, is that a rational basis for doing this? We say no leader in the real sense takes their people to court. I do not agree with him. I agree with
Ah, la, 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 la,